Good morning, friends. Hi, hello. Welcome. Welcome to JephCon Day 2. We in the end game now. That's not true. We still have another day after this yet. Oh no. My camera has decided that it is going to do autofocus, which I cannot abide by. All right. There we go. Problem solved. So, hi, welcome. Today on JephCon, we're going to be running the Lost Mine of Phandelver, which is the Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition starter set. It's that box there. It's a campaign normally meant for 4 players, levels 1 through 5. What we're going to be doing today is, against my better judgment, I am running this as a solo adventure for 1/20th level character, just to see how that works. Like, how ridiculous the power disparity between 1 and 20 is in 5th edition, because a lot of people often say that there isn't that much of a difference, like, scale-wise. So, we're going to do this. There is a link in the chat that will allow you to vote on which of these multitudinous characters we're going to be playing today. There is a tiefling warlock, there's a dwarf fighter, a halfling druid, a dragonborn bard, and a tabaxi rogue. Yeah. So I'm going to let that play for a few minutes while we discuss the charity and also what we've done so far. So our charity this year, once again, is To Write Love on Her Arms, which is a suicide reduction and self-harm awareness and addiction counseling service, not service isn't the right word, charity, that has been mildly overwhelmed, to put it politely, over the last couple of months. So we want to make sure that they get as much help as they can, because the average suicide or mental health hotline in this country is seeing over 5 times as much volume as they were previous to this. The alcohol and drug rehabilitation centers are also kind of overwhelmed as well, because things are kind of messed up, and people aren't dealing with it well, because we live in a collectivist society, and when people who are used to interacting with dozens of people on a daily basis are reduced to interacting with 0 to 3 people on a daily basis, it tends to make their mental health tank. So that's not great, but we're doing what we can to help. So far, we have raised almost $1,100 for To Write Love on Her Arms. So thank you so much. It means like more than I can articulate that people are willing to donate money in these unprecedented times. And it's just, it fills my tiny little clockwork heart with joy. So let's check on those poll results. All right, so adding in the poll results from my volunteers page, I believe we are going to be running a dragonborn bard today. So dragonborn, let's pull this character up here. Actually, you know what? Let's just go ahead and get over to the desktop view. So how we're going to be doing this today is, I have the adventure over here in this window, and I have the characters over here in this window. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to give this character a name, and then we're going to... Alright, so this character is going to be Scaly Whizzleteeth. Scaly Whizzleteeth is a some kind of dragonborn. Let's find out. Is a silver dragonborn. They went to school to be a bard because, you know, when you don't have a full lip, singing is a peculiar process. But Scaly here, Scaly learned from the best. So, before we get too far into this, I'm going to go to the stream manager, and I'm going to turn on the D&D Beyond interactive overlay, so that if you mouse over on the right side of the window, you should see, oh, that is, character selection, hey now, nope, we want Scaly Wizzleteeth, there we go. If you mouse over this side of the stream, you should see a little slider come over that will show you the stats and other powers of this wonderful dragony weirdo that we are going to be portraying today. So, we have, of course, a miniature for our dragonborn friend. And we have this map that we can move miniatures around on and do a fight and whatnot. But for now, we're going to stay on the desktop setup because the first few encounters are small enough that we won't need any kind of battle mat. So, shall we begin? I have a lot of cables. In the city of Neverwinter, a dwarf named Gundren Rockseeker asked you, that's us, that's Scaly Wizzleteeth, who I assume as a 20th level bard is like just slumming it in Neverwinter by themselves, and picked up this for their drinking buddy Gundren Rockseeker. Anyway, asked you to bring a wagon load of provisions to the rough and tumble settlement of Phandelver, a couple of days' travel southeast of the city. Gundren was clearly excited and more than a little secretive about his reasons for the trip, saying only that he and his brothers had found something big, and that he'd pay you 10 gold pieces each for escorting his supplies safely to Barthen's Provisions, a trading post in Phandelver. He then set out ahead of you on horse, along with a warrior escort named Sildar Hallwinter, claiming he needed to arrive early to take care of some business. We've spent the last few days following the high road south from Neverwinter, and you've just recently veered east along the Tribor Trail. You've encountered no trouble so far, but this territory can be dangerous. Bandits and outlaws have been known to lurk along the trail. So, we've made part of the trek from Neverwinter. Hang on, let me get the map for this. Let's go back, grab the map. I enjoy D&D Beyond because it gives me all of these cool options here, like this. This is the map from the starter set, blown up to incredulous proportions. So our journey started here in Neverwinter, a city that has had some bad luck, we'll say, over the last literally forever. About 50 years ago, it was beset by demons and burned to the ground. They rebuilt it, and then Mount Hotnau, this volcano up here, erupted, and a pyroclastic flow ruined the city, and it's just now kind of getting back on its feet after all that. So we followed the high road south to this dashed line, the Tribor Trail, which leads up to Conyberry, and eventually to other cities further down. But we are heading to Phandelver. We're approaching this kind of fork in the road, according to the map that we were given. All right, before continuing, take a few minutes to do the following. Encourage the players to introduce their character to each other. Hi, I'm Scaly Wizzleteeth. I'm a dragonborn. I'm a bard. You can tell by the fact that I'm wearing this bardy getup and I have this lute. I'm on this mission because I'm the only one here. I don't know who I'm introducing myself to, but we're going to get this done, friends. Ask the players to think about how their characters know. We already discussed this. Gundren Rockseeker is a longtime drinking buddy of Scaly Wizzleteeth. And Scaly is a bit over-leveled for this section of the world, but Scaly's going to do what they can to make this an enjoyable experience for everyone involved. Alright, ask the players to give you a marching order. So, Scaly, being the only person here, is going to have to drive the wagon. Any character can drive a wagon, and no particular skill is necessary. 2 oxen pull the wagon. If no one is holding the reins, the oxen stop where they are. So, Scaly will be sitting in the driver's seat of the wagon, holding the reins, and generally being a bit nonplussed at having to drive this wagon down a trail by their lone wolf lonesome. You've been on the Tribord Trail for about half a day. As you come around a bend, you spot 2 horses sprawled about 50 feet ahead of you, blocking the path. Each has several black feathered arrows sticking out of it. The woods press close to the trail here with a steep embankment and dense thickets on either side. So, coming down the trail, sitting there, minding our own business, just kind of enjoying the bird song and the scenery, and then we get into what I can only assume is like a doom canyon, where there's high kind of ditch embankments on either side, and trees kind of overhanging us, and everything is cool. We slow down because there is a pair of dead horses in the road. So, being a competent adventurer, Scaly dismounts off of the wagon and heads to investigate these horses. They've been dead about a day, and it's clear that the arrows killed the horses. The saddlebags have been looted, and nearby lies an empty leather map case. This part, I, the player, do not know, but I, the DM, do know. 4 goblins are hiding in the woods, 2 on each side of the road. They wait until someone approaches the bodies and then attacks. So, what we're going to do is we are going to roll for these goblins. Let's see if it lets me roll from the goblin stat block here like it does. It doesn't. Boo. That's less fun. Oh, well, we'll keep this goblin up here because we'll need these stats in a minute. So what we'll do is we'll go to this, D20. So we're going to roll this D20 and add 6. All right, their stealth is a 14. So, since our character isn't really paying attention, we just use our passive perception, which is 21. Scaly here knows 100% that there are goblins nearby. So, being a long-in-the-tooth adventurer, let's see, 2 of them rush forward to make melee attacks. So, let's roll some initiative here. The goblins have an initiative modifier of 2. So let's go ahead and roll that. All right, the goblins have a 6. Stand by one while I get a notepad. A notepad so that I can keep track of these. So, goblins go on 6. And Scaly goes on 19. So Scaly isn't surprised, which is good, you know. We're a 20th level adventurer. Getting surprised would be kind of embarrassing, honestly. Especially by, look at this little nerd. He's like 3 feet tall. He's got a giant spiky mace, big point-head teeth. He's better dressed than I would assume. There's a lot of armor going on here, but... So the goblins pop out. They've got, a couple of them have bows, and a couple of them have these cudgels, these maces, and they're leaping out of the bush at us, screaming and wailing and trying to murder Scaly and take our provisions. But Scaly, being a high-level adventurer, goes first. So we're going to start with some overkill, probably. What do we have spells-wise that, don't want to waste too many super high-level spells. Okay, yeah, sure, why not? We're going to go ahead and cast Gravity Fissure, which is a whole truckload of damage. But these goblins have to make a Constitution save. Not all of them are going to be in the blast. We're going to say 3 of them get caught in it. But that 4th archer is kind of, there's no way to position the rift so that it hits all 3 of them. So Scaly pulls out their tin whistle and plays a jaunty tune for a half a second or so, just like a... And a giant rift in space-time opens up in front of them. So we're going to have these goblins roll Constitution saves. So we just go roll. So that's a 13, a roll, and an 8, and a third one, and a 4. So that's a fail on all of them. Good job, goblins. You did it. And now they get hit with 8d8 damage. So they take 26 damage. Goblins have 7 hit points. So those 3 of those goblin friends are just kind of had their lives ruined. So that's our action. And then, do we have any bonus actions? No. Those are all attack actions. Yeah. She's just gonna... Scaly here is just gonna kind of move up towards this archer goblin. And, yeah. That's what we got so far. So that is Scaly's turn. Goblin 1. The last goblin remaining. When 3 goblins are defeated, the last goblin attempts to flee, heading for the Goblin Trail. All right. So, Goblin Trail. So this goblin is holding a bow. They just saw 3 of their friends get sucked into a gravitational abyss and crushed into a fine goop. The spell then dissipates, and this goblin, panicked for their life, decides to flee north away from this ambush point, trying to get back to their hideout. So, well, let's see. A character who succeeds on a DC 10 wisdom check recognizes... Okay, yep. So, hidden trail. Let's see. Let's see if we can notice this trail. We need a survival check. So, our survival is +2. So, there is a chance that we will lose this goblin on this trail, and we'll have to spend time searching for them. Oh, that's not great. That's a 5. Okay, so we have failed to... They duck into the underbrush, and we just don't know where they went. We can't track them. So we're going to have to spend some time searching. Time is our enemy in this, as this is a speed run, and we're trying to get as much of this done in one day as possible. So the goblin takes off, and Scaly here is just a bit too confused, basically. It's been a very long time since Scaly Whizzleteeth has had to deal with goblins, right? So, we've got... Alright, so eventually, with enough checking, Scaly will be able to find this trail. It's not very well hidden. Trail is hidden behind the thickets on the north side of the road, and it leads northwest. So, we take the wagon away from the road and tie off the oxen to go pursue the goblins. The trail leads 5 miles northwest. The marching order is as follows. Scaly. That's it. About 10 minutes after heading down the trail, a party on the path encounters a hidden snare. Scaly is not searching for traps, so they must succeed on a perception check. So we need to not roll a 1 on this, friends. That is an 8, so we succeed on noticing the trap. Okay, great. Another 10 minutes down the trail, they have camouflaged a trap. The character in the lead automatically spots the pit trap if their passive perception score is 15 or higher. Ours continues to be 21. So, we notice this hidden trap. We will once again walk around the trap. Hooray. Defeating the goblin ambushers and finding the Cragmaw hideout completes a story milestone. When the party arrives at the hideout, award each character 75 experience. Scaly can no longer gain experience because they are 20th level. The Cragmaw tribe of goblins has established a hideout from which it can easily harass and plunder traffic moving along the Tribor Trail or the path to Phandelver. The Cragmaw tribe is so named because each member of the tribe sharpens their teeth so they appear fierce and jagged. So this is our map of the hideout. Now, our character knows that there is a path that leads to this stream and that there is a small clearing over here. We're going to pull up the player version of this map so that, again, we're not metagaming too much. Following the Goblin's Trail, you come across a large cave hidden in a hillside 5 miles from the scene of the ambush. A shallow stream flows out of the cave mouth, which is screened by dense briar thickets. A narrow, dry path leads into the cave on the right-hand side of the stream. The thicket in Area 2 is impenetrable from the west side of the stream. So, we can't get to this thicket unless we go up here and around. So, Scaly doesn't really consider anything going on here a threat of any kind. So they just kind of waltz down the stream into the cavern to figure out what the heck is going on. On the east side of the stream, flowing out of the cave mouth, a small area in the briar thickets has been hollowed out to form a lookout post or blind. Wooden planks flatten out the briars and provide room for guards to lie hidden and watch the area, including a pair of goblins lurking there right now. Okay, so this is the point where they notice us, because we're not being stealthy, even slightly. They open fire, and then we roll initiative. So, goblins have short bows. To hit, they've got a +4. Our armor class is 16, so they need a 12 to hit us, and there are 2 of them. So we're going to roll both of these d20s. Hada! Okay, so both of those attacks hit, and they do 1d6 plus 2 piercing damage each. So I'm going to roll this first one. A 4 and a 1. So that is 6, 7, 8, 9 damage. So I'm going to reduce some hit points. Okay. We are slightly nicked. These arrows kind of just shoot past us and cut us a little bit, but nothing exceptionally deadly. So, let's see here. Goblins have went, so then we roll initiative here. Again, our initiative is +5. That's a 21. And there are 2 goblins this time, which have an initiative of +2. So they need a 19 to tie us. There we go. Our dexterity is a 15. There's a 14, so we go first in the case of ties. All right, so they fire at us from the thing. The arrows shoot past, just barely nicking our exposed skin or flinking off of our armor. And now it is our turn. So, not wanting to waste any more spells on any goblins, Scaly here is just going to attack at them. Scaly draws their longsword and makes both attacks, one at each goblin. So that is a 17. Their armor class is 15, so that's a hit. And an 18, which is also a hit. So, I'm going to roll damage. Hada! 7. That is exactly their number of hit points. And, ooh, also 7. Okay, so Scaly wades forward and with their longsword in one hand and I believe a shield, just kind of like ruins these 2 goblins' day. They are no longer amongst the living with us here. Scaly takes a moment, looks around, kind of searches, doesn't really find anything useful. These goblins are wearing like makeshift armor, don't really have any money or weapons on them that are of any use to us. So we go in to the tunnel. So Scaly is not one for subtlety. Walks in and just looks into the first door without really paying much attention. Just inside the cave mouth, a few uneven stone steps lead up to a small, dank chamber on the east side of the passage. The cave narrows to a steep fissure at the end and is filled with the stench of animals. Savage snarls and the sounds of rattling chains greet your ears, where 3 wolves are chained up just inside the opening. Each wolf's chain leads to an iron rod driven into the base of a stalagmite. So, there are 3 wolves here. Now, depending on how much Scaly here likes wolves, so I don't know much about their personality. So what we're going to do is we're going to roll a percentile die. If we get a 51 to 100, Scaly is a dog person. If it's 50 or below, they are not a dog person, and this is not a place they want to be. So basically, it's do we fight these guys, or do we fight these wolves, or do we try to pacify them in some way? All right, 12. Scaly is not a dog person. So Scaly is going to, let's see, what kind of spells we have available. Alrighty, we don't want to go any higher than 5th level spells because we want to conserve some of this stuff. They did say they were chained, right? That seems like a rude way to deal with these wolves. We don't have any... Yeah, this character is built mostly through healing and death. Oh boy. All right. So let's do Thunder Wave. We'll cast it at level, I don't know, 4. Yeah, that seems good. All right. So wolves. Wolves are big beasties. They've got 11 hit points. So actually, we'll do this at level 3. So we're gonna pull up Thunder Wave, and we're gonna cast Thunder Wave. That'll use one of our spell slots. And since the wolves can't really do anything to us as they're chained up, and we can just stand at the end of their chains and back up a step. So Scaly pulls out a small drum and bangs on it once, and there's this cracking, like the sound of thunder, just erupts out from the drum, hitting all 3 wolves. The wolves have to make a Constitution save, so they need to roll an 18. All right. Do any of the wolves succeed? That's going to be a no. Okay, so the wolves take 24 damage and are incinerated. So one bang of the drum, and all 3 of these wolves just kind of get knocked unconscious and are laying asleep next to these rocks to which they are chained. While they are asleep, Scaly will go over and release their collars to let them, when they come to, kind of find their way out of the cave. So, our exits are back the way we came, or to look up this fissure. The fissure is a narrow opening in the east wall that leads up to a natural chimney which climbs 30 feet up. At the base of the fissure is rubbish that's been discarded through the opening. Wow! Thank you, Toft, for that donation. We appreciate it, truly and greatly. The fissure is full of rubbish that's been discarded through the opening above. So, does this look like a thing that Scaly would approach and try to find their way up, or are we going to go back from whence we came? Now, Scaly is, again, not a very cautious sort, so let's see if Scaly can climb up this fissure. We need to make a DC 10 athletics check. Our athletics is 14, so as long as we don't roll a 1, we can easily scale this. All right, a 6. Cool. If the check succeeds, the character moves at half speed up or down the shaft. All right, so congratulations, we have climbed up the shaft, which is room 8. All right. So we peek our head up from this pit, right? We're looking around with our big dragonborn-y head. Sacks and crates of looted provisions are piled up in the south end of this large cave. To the west, the floor slopes toward a narrow opening that descends into darkness. That's where we're at. We're in the narrow opening that descends into darkness. A larger opening leads north down a set of natural stone steps, the roar of falling water echoing from beyond. In the middle of the cavern, the coals of a large fire smolder. So there is also a bugbear, a wolf, and 2 more goblins in here. The bugbear is filled with delusions of grandeur. Hey, Julie, thanks so much for that donation. I appreciate it. We're going to do a big donation read later. We just broke the 10 viewer thing, so I'm going to take a moment. Hi, welcome viewers. This is JephCon 3.5, day 2. We are in the process of raising money for To Write Love on Her Arms, which is a suicide reduction and self-harm awareness and addiction counseling charity. They do a lot of amazing work, and they are kind of overwhelmed right now with the amount of calls they're getting. The numbers I'm seeing are something like 5 times more than average for this time of year, so they're kind of in a rough spot. So if you're able to donate, awesome. If you're not able to donate, also awesome. Just hang out with us. Watch me play Dungeons & Dragons by myself, like just the loneliest nerd on the planet. Anyway, so our hero, Scaly Whizzleteeth, a dragonborn bard, is currently climbing up the fissure in Clarg's cave. Clarg the Bugbear is filled with delusions of grandeur and views himself as a mighty warlord just beginning his career of conquest. He is not entirely with it, referring to himself in the third person. Who dares defy Clarg? Or, Clarg will build a throne from your bones, puny ones. The goblins under his command resent his bullying. There's a fire pit in the center, and we are climbing up this natural chimney. So, let's make a stealth check quick to see exactly how likely it is these dweebs notice us. 18, so they have a chance of hearing us. Who has the best perception? 3, 0, and -1. All right, we're going to roll for this wolf and see if the wolf notices us. The wolf needs to roll a 16. That is an 18. The wolf does notice us, alerting its master to our presence. So, this wolf that's on a chain by Clarg's throne, its head kind of goes on a swivel and points directly at us. And there's this low, like, and it starts growling and barking in our general direction. Clarg wheels around. Who disturbs Clarg? Stands up and picks up this wicked-looking great club that he carries. His 2 goblin lackeys, also spring into action, but they don't really know where we are. Clarg also doesn't really know where we are, but let's roll some initiative here. So Scaly goes on 13 plus 5 is an 18. Okay, there are 2 goblins, a wolf. How about I spell wolf properly? And a Clarg. Okay. So the goblins have a +2. Okay. The goblins go on 8, or goblins go on 10. Clarg has a +2 also. Clarg goes on 19. Ooh. Clarg goes on 19. Goblins go on 10. And the wolf also has a +2. The wolf goes on 20. Oh, chat, we're getting a bad setup here. This is a setup for disaster. All right, so we're going to delete these so we can keep track of hit points. Okay, so the wolf. We are kind of basically prone on the lip of this cavern, right? We're getting ready to pull ourselves up, but we're just kind of hanging there. So this wolf has advantage on its attack against this. It rushes over. and is going to use its bite. So, since it has advantage, it rolls twice and takes the higher of the two rolls. So we have a 10 or a 10. That works out. So they have 10 plus 4 is 14, which is not quite enough to hit us. So the wolf's jaws bite down on one of our arms, but we have some studded leather armor, and it stops the wolf's teeth from penetrating to our delicious, delicious meat underneath. All right, so next up is Clarg. Clarg is a big boy. So Clarg is about 8 feet tall, right? He's got these big pointy ears. He's covered in fur. He's got a massive morning star. Like the head of it, if I was a normal average-sized human adult, if I was like 6 feet tall, the head of this mace would be about the size of my torso. And it's on like a 8-foot-long pole that he just whips around his head. So he also rushes forward to try to club my character directly on the melon. Sorry, I just got a barrage of Twitter notifications. Somebody's talking about me. So Clarg rushes over.
Nobody comes into Clarg's throne room without asking Clarg first.
Raises the mace above his head and swings it down. All right, so his Morning Star attack is +4, and Clarg also has advantage because we are in a disadvantageous position. So 18 or 17. We're going to take this 18. 18 plus 4 is 22, which is enough to hit. And his damage is 2d8 plus 2. All right, 2 of those. Whatever we roll, we add 2 to it. All right, so that is 5. We take 7 damages. Oh, no, that's not the right thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Apply changes. Okay. We're starting to get a little winded. So Clarg has... Whoa, my volume was way too high. I'm so sorry about that. So Clarg has brought this giant morning star down and lands on one of our hands, and we just, like, can hear the bones kind of, like, creaking. Not, like, breaking or anything, but it really hurts. Drop our hand, and we're hanging there by one arm, trying to pull ourselves up. So, there is enough room around this pit, I believe. So, like, Clarg is here, and the wolf is here. So, we are in a very disadvantageous position because there's no real way... Well, we're basically taking up this square. So Clarg is here, and the wolf is here. Or Clarg is here, and the wolf is here. One of the two. But so we can stand up without having to deal with much problems. So let's go ahead and just roll athletics for that. 2. Stand up, sit down, fight, fight, fight. 22. All right, that's plenty. That uses up most of our movement. Now, there is a big, scary bugbear directly in front of our face, as well as a wolf friend. So I think this is another one of those times where the smart thing to do would be to use, like, a super high-level spell and just blow this guy out. But what we're going to do instead is give him a bad day. So we're going to cast Heat Metal at 3rd level. What that does is Clarg here... Oh, he's not wearing any metal armor. Never mind. That's not as fun. All right. So, you know what? Scaly is feeling a bit like they have this in the bag, right? So, Scaly is going to use Slashing Flourish. Whenever I take the attack action on my turn, walking speed increases by 10 feet. If the weapon attack hits, you can expend when you use a Bardic Inspiration to deal extra damage equal to the number you rolled on the die to the target you hit and any other creature within 5 feet of you. So, Slashing Flourish uses up our Bardic Inspiration. We've got 5 of those. Normally, Bardic Inspiration can only be used on others, but as a College of Swords bard, we can use our Bardic Inspiration to make ourselves better at stab man in face with sword. So, we will make our attack. Hudda! That's no good, Jeff. Your order of operations is all messed up. So first we're going to make 2 attacks against Clarg. So the first attack is a 12 plus 8 is 20, and the second attack is a 4 plus 8 is 12. So that is 1 attack hits of the 2. So we're going to spend a Bardic Inspiration, and we get to do 1d8 plus 1d12 for damage and add 4 to it. So we do to Clarg 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. So we do 12 damage to Clarg, which is a little less than half his hit points. So he is aware that we are not some easy pushover, right? And then as a bonus action, because Scaly is a Dragonborn, Scaly has a breath weapon. That breath weapon does 5d6 damage and can be used once per short rest. So we're going to go ahead and use that. So it is a con DC 18, a 15-foot cone, so that'll hit both of them for 5d6 damage. They need to make con saves at DC 18. So Clarg rolls a 7, so that's a fail. And the wolf rolls 11 plus 1, so that's 12, which neither of those are enough. So they both take 5d6 cold damage. All right, 10, 14, 19. Okay, so they both take 19 damage. So 19 plus 12 is 31. So Clarg is unconscious, and the wolf is also, yes. Okay, so how this 6-second period goes is Scaly stands up, grabs a longsword off their back, takes a swing at Clarg. Clarg is injured but doesn't drop, so Scaly kind of rears back their head and breathes out this cone of cold, magical death. The cold freezes Clarg and the wolf in place, and they're kind of like frozen statues at this point. We will once again say that they are not murdered, because we are trying to do our best to not be a murder hobo. They are just frozen and mostly unconscious. It is the goblins' turn. The goblins run off trying to find their friends. So these 2 goblins will be found later. From area 8. Okay. So the piles of sacks and crates here in this room provide half cover, blah, blah, blah. Most are marked with the image of a blue lion, the symbol of the Lion Shield Coster, a merchant company with a warehouse and trading post in Phandelver. Hidden among the supplies is an unlocked treasure chest belonging to Clarg. All right. So, in addition to the stolen provisions, Clarg has a treasure chest that has 600 copper pieces, so 6 gold, 11 silver, so 11 plus 6 is 17. 2 potions of healing, and a jade statuette of a frog with tiny golden orbs for eyes. We're going to go ahead and copy all this into our thing here. Treasure. Oh, great. I forgot that you don't word wrap. Okay. So, we have that stuff. We also have a whole lot of supplies that we can take a bunch of time to haul back. But I think what we need to do instead is go back, kind of work our way back through this cave and clear it out. So we're going to go to this area here, which I believe is 7. Twin Pools Cave. Yes. This cavern is half filled with 2 large pools of water. A narrow waterfall high in the eastern wall feeds the pool, which drains out of the western end of the chamber to form the stream that flows out of the cave mouth below. Low fieldstone walls serve as dams holding the water in. A wide exit stands to the south, with 2 smaller passages leading west, which is where we are coming from, the wide exit to the south. The sound of the waterfall echoes through the cavern, making it difficult to hear. There are 5 goblins in this cave. So they couldn't really hear what was going on in Area 8 because of all the noise. But there are 5 goblins in this room. So we're going to do goblins 5. They have run in here to tell their friends, but Scaly, the doom creature that they are, is hot on their trail. So we're going to do some initiative again. This is for the goblins. That's a 2. They have a +2, so they go on 4, and Scaly goes on 17. So we have a whole lot of gobos. So what we're going to do is anime bullshit. We have a spell called, hang on, I think it's called Sword Burst. Oh no, I hit the wrong button. We have a spell, and it's called Sword something. Steel Wind Strike. So you flourish. So we have a long sword, so we flourish the weapon around. Choose up to 5 creatures you can see within range. Well, I see 5 creatures. Make a melee spell attack against each target. So I roll against each target, and on a hit, they take a whole lot of damage. So I'm going to make 5 of these attacks. 1, 2. Okay, the first one hits. Second one hits. Third one hits. Fourth one hits. And the 5th one also hits. So, pulls out this blade, swings in a wide arc. There's this, like, gust of wind that comes from behind Scaly, and it's, like, pulling magical energy off the sword, creating, like, an arc of energy that swings out at these goblins. The goblins all get hit and take. Goblins have 7 hit points, by the way. 38 damage. So these goblins basically explode into goop. They're cut into tiny, tiny ribbons and fall to the ground unceremoniously. So as a complication, though, I think that Steel Wind Strike is a little too powerful to just take out 5 goblins. So we'll say that it also breaks out the dam, too. So this dam that's holding back this water collapses under the shockwave, causing the water to flow down and basically just wash out this entire central corridor here. Anybody or anything that was in here below this bridge is just washed out into the river here. So we head back to, hang on. So we did the kennel. Next bit is the overpass. The stream passage continues up beyond another set of uneven steps, bending eastward. So bends westward, because we are coming from here, coming down these stairs this way. It's very damp, as the water has just finished flowing. We're kind of coming over here. I mean, the smart thing to do would be to come up here. So we'll do that. So we come over this overpass. A rickety bridge. Sorry, I need to use my DM voice. A rickety bridge spans the passage, connecting 2 tunnels that are 20 feet above the stream. 1 goblin stands watch on the bridge. The guard is lazy and inattentive. Each character can attempt a stealth check against the goblin's passive perception, which is not good. So let's do a stealth check here. All right, so that's a fail. So we're not paying attention, and we just trip over this goblin. So this goblin, like, what does a goblin even do when there's 1 goblin versus this dragonborn who has just run roughshod over all of their friends? So the goblin is probably going to just take a stab at us, right? So +4 to hit. Boop. Roll that. All right, so that is a 11 plus 4 is a 15, which is not enough. So they swing at us with their scimitar, and it just, like, misses us entirely. So we are going to do basically the same thing, but with a better sword. Longsword. We also miss. But we have 2 attacks. So we make our second attack. 8. So 8 plus 8 is 16. Their armor class is 15, so that's a hit. And we do 8 damage. So we cut this goblin down. And it falls into the water underneath and slowly floats out like on a lazy river into the clearing outside. All right, so this leads to area 6. Yes. So we are going across here and leading up into this. So we come around a corner and we see some sleeping bags and like some stairs up to another area. This large cave is divided in half by a 10-foot escarpment. A steep natural staircase leads from the lower portion to the upper ledge. The air is hazy with the smoke of a cooking fire and pungent from the smell of poorly cured hides and unwashed goblins. So we have 6 goblins, one of whom is the leader, Yeemik. And there is also tied up is a human warrior, Sildar Hallwinter. Do we have a photo for Sildar? No, we don't. Sildar is a blank slate. But we walk in. Yeemik, who is the second in command, does he have a photo? No. Again, a blank slate. So, Yeemik sees the characters coming in, rushes over to Sildar, and holds a knife to his throat. Sildar is mostly unconscious. He's been being beaten and tortured. He is having a bad day. So any hit on Sildar is probably going to lead to his death. Yeemik is scheming. Drags Sildar over to the ledge, holds a knife at his throat, and shouts out, "Truce, or the human dies!" Scaly doesn't want to be responsible for somebody's death, so Scaly puts their hands up, like you do. Hands up. Whoa. Guys. I'm just here because I got attacked on the road, and I want to figure out what happened. So I came in here, and then I killed this bugbear, and at the sound of, "and I killed this bugbear," Yeemik's eyes go wide. "Clark is dead? Then I'm the boss. If you bring me the bugbear's head to prove that he's dead, I'll let you and your friend go free. But if you're lying to me, your friend dies, and the town dies too." All right, buddy. It's cool. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be, you and me, we're gonna get along swimmingly. So, Scaly goes back, finds the frozen Clarg, grabs Clarg's mallet, and just like biffs his head off the top of his body. What we'll do is we'll call this a strength check. So if we get 10 to 15, or like 5 to, we'll do 5 to 15 total. If we get 5 to 15, we knock the head off, and everything's fine. We get 16 to 20, we smash the head because we don't know our own strength. And if we get below that, we just aren't able to. Like, the head is too well attached to the body. All right, 11 plus 2. All right, 13. Fine, great. We knock Clarg's block off, grab this frozen head, and trundle back over to Yeemik to see what Yeemik is up to. Yeemik is speaking in Goblin, to their cohorts. We only understand Common and Draconic. We don't know jack about shit about goblin languages. Let's see here. Ymik, as we spin around, we throw the head on the ground. I brought you your boss's head. Can we go now? Ymik has this greedy glint in their eye.
You can go. We let you go, you can take supplies. But this one stays, unless you pay us money. You pay us a ransom, we'll let him go.
So, I guess the smart thing to do is lie to him at this point. So we're going to deceive him. See how well this deception goes. So that's a 10. That's not great, but it might be enough. So, okay, cool. I'll pay your ransom. I have some money. I'll give you this giant sack of money that I've got in exchange for this man's life. We'll go on our way, and nobody has to get hurt. The lie here is that they are totally going to get hurt. So, Sildar is slightly coming back to consciousness now. No, don't trust them. They're going to kill me anyway. Ymik slaps him upside the head.
Shut up, you!
And so we drop the money. Let's see if Ymik believes us. He's got a wisdom of -1, so he needs to roll an 11 to see through our deception. All right. Cool. So we give him the money. He backs off from Sildar. We help Sildar up to his feet. Hang on. How hale and hearty of a person is? He's at 1 hit point, but he has a max of 27. So he is badly beaten. He's like got bruises and contusions and cuts, and like his shoulders out of socket, and it's just a bad time for him. So we are gonna cast a magical thing to get Sildar back on his feet. We're gonna do Healing Word at level 3. So cast this. Sildar regains. That's literally the worst possible roll. 8 hit points. So Sildar is at 9. Sildar, 9 HP. He does not fight in this encounter. There are 5 regular goblins and Ymik. So let's see. We've healed Sildar, and now, I don't know, is Scaly having a crisis of conscience? Should they back down from this unnecessary violence, or do we just... These dweeby little goblins tried to extort me to pay for a guy who I barely know. I met Sildar once at the Twin Drakes Tavern in Neverwinter. One time I met this man. And now I'm supposed to like pay a ransom and help him out and do a thing and be a hero. I don't want to be a hero. I just want to go get this done so I can go home, right? But you know, it's never that easy when you're a hero. So we're going to fight. We're going to do a fight. So, my initiative is not good. I think these goblins are going to get the drop on me. Scaly is a 10. Gobos are at +2. So, oh, good. They go on 4. Great. And Ymik, I'm hoping for another low roll here so that we can get the drop on them still. Another 2. Great. So Ymik, we'll say Ymik goes on 5, just to keep them separate. Oop. Sildar is not participating in this combat because he is not feeling well. So, Scaly is gonna, I guess, just take out a bunch of goblins. Like, let's just do this the old-fashioned way here. This is a fight, so we're gonna have a fight. So we haven't had time to get our breath weapon back. So we're going to make 2 attacks with this longsword. Okay, so that's a hit. That's 1 hit against 1 goblin. And 2 hits. All right, so first goblin takes 6. Second goblin takes 6. Oh, good. So we've got 2 goblins that are at 1 HP, and goblins 3 that are at 7 HP. Wait. And then we have Yemick, who is at 12 HP. Okay, so Scaly walks forward, longsword in hand, swings at a couple of these goblins, cuts them a little bit, but they're still up and around and going. Yemick's turn. Yemick also is just a regular goblin, but has extra HPs. Yemick is going to kind of pull back and start shooting his short bow at Scaly here. So it's a 17 that's going to hit. So 1d6 plus 2 piercing damage. All right, so that's 5. So we take 7. So again, we're scratched up a bit. We've taken about 10% of our hit points and damage. We've got some cuts and like small scrapes, but nothing that life-threatening, right? So then the other goblins, so that was Yemick. These 2 injured goblins are going to go, and they are going to basically do the same thing. No, wait, they're already in melee. So they are going to attack with their scimitars. All right, so a 4 and a 19. So that's 1 hit. We got 1d6 plus 2 again. We take another 7 damage. Wow. These goblins, they're giving us a run for our money here. All right, so, yeah. 3 goblins left. We're going to have them use short bows also. So all 3 of them attack. Huda! All 3 of those hit, so we take 3d6 plus 6 damage. Woof. 14, we take another 20 damage. Mon Dieu. All right. We're missing 50 hit points now, which is a large chunk. That's almost a third of our health gone. So we've got cuts and bruises and like little arrows sticking out of our armor, but not like we're not that injured. We're just like dodging and like straining ourselves, and we're getting tired. Once we get below 90 HP, then we're actually injured. All right, so back to the top. It's Scaly's turn. Scaly hasn't been taking these goblins seriously, and that's their fault. So, spells. Scaly is going to first cast this as a bonus action, this 5th level healing word. And we're going to get back some hit points. That's better than what we got on Sildar. So it's whatever we roll there plus 5. So we get 26 HP back. So we do 26. Apply changes. Okay. Much better off than we were. So that was our bonus action. And then we're going to make our 2 attacks. And we will hopefully get... All right, so 2 attacks against these 2 injured goblins again. So that is 13, which is not enough. Or... All right, that one's going to be enough. So one of them is dead. So there is 1 goblin with 1 hit point, 3 goblins with 7 hit points, and Yemick with 12. I gotta tell you, I'm not playing this as smart as I could. So, all right, so Yemick is going to attack again with their bow. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is a miss. And the other 4 goblins are going to go ahead and roll also. All right, so that is... none of these hit. All of those are misses. So this round, much better for us. Back to the top. All right. Scaly is not... Scaly is realizing that they don't have as many resources as they thought they had. So we're gonna do we're gonna buckle some swashes here. Actions. We are going to all right. We're gonna slashing flourish again. So we're gonna burn a bardic inspiration. We're gonna roll both of our attacks against Yimik, or against the goblin that is next to us, and then Yimik. So the goblin that is next to us. Oh, how about I just roll the attack button? Jeez. All right, ignore you. Longsword. I brought this on myself. I'm going to waste 2 attacks killing 1 goblin again. Are you kidding me? This wouldn't happen if I had my own actual dice. So, this is looking bad for us. That's 2 misses. So we whoosh whoosh. This goblin's smarter than us. So we've got 5 left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See if any of them hit. So that's a natural 20. That's 2 natural 20s. And I can't read that one. I'm gonna assume that 3 of those hit, 2 for max or 2 for double damage. So we've got 1 crit, 2 crit, and 1 hit. And we add 2, 4, 6 to this. So we take 29 damage again. So these goblins are just beating the bejesus out of us. All right. Back up to our action. We've been playing with the kid gloves for long enough. Let's finish these nerds. So we can probably hit all of the non-Yimik goblins in 1 area of effect spell pretty easily. So we're going to use a 2nd level Thunder Wave. So these goblins need to make a DC 19 saving throw. Huda! So 1 of them succeeds and takes half damage. The other 3 are going to fail. So, if this D4 comes up as a 1, that means the injured one made the save, and if it's an odd, that means an uninjured one made, or if it's anything other than 1, then one of the uninjured ones makes their save. All right, so it was the injured one that made their save, so I think they're probably all dead, honestly. Cast Thunderwave. Do some damage. 7, 14, 15. Okay, yeah. So that clears out all 4 of the regular goblins. So once again, drum. There's a shockwave of thunder that hits these goblins and just like scrambles them. They fall to the ground, leaving Yimik by themselves. Yimik is going to fire at us and try to run away. 1 more pot shot. 15, 16, 17 is enough to hit. So that is a d6 damage plus 2. So we take 7. Woof. All right. So, ouch. Yimik starts running. We have the same amount of speed as they do, so we can catch up. We are going to cast Vicious Mockery at them. So we yell out. So Vicious Mockery is, you unleash a string of insults laced with subtle enchantments at a creature you can see within range. If the target can hear you, it must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or take a bunch of psychic damage. So its wisdom is -1. It needs to roll a 20 or it doesn't save. That's a fail. So it takes... okay. Yeah. 4, 3, 3, 4. So 14 damage, which is enough. So Scaly yells out, oh yeah, well your mother was a goblin. And the goblin turns around like, well yeah, obviously. And their brain starts leaking out of their ears. So Yimik is dead. Hooray, hooray. All right. So we help Sildar up. We're gonna take a short rest here. We're gonna relax. We're gonna go ahead and spend a couple hit dice. 3, 4 of those. Take a short rest. So we're gonna roll 48s plus 16 and regain that many hit points. So we regain 25. So that's not that bad. We got some healing back. We're sitting down. We're having a break. And we're going to have a conversation with Sildar here. Sildar Hallwinter is a kind-hearted human male of nearly 50 years who holds a place of honor in the famous Griffin cavalry of the great city of Waterdeep. Fat lot of good you did here, Griffin boy. Sildar met Gundren in Neverwinter and agreed to accompany him back to Phandelver. Sildar wants to investigate the fate of Iarno Albrecht, a human wizard and fellow member of the Lord's Alliance, who disappeared shortly after arriving in Phandelver. So, Sildar provides the characters with 4 pieces of useful information. So, Sildar, you feeling any better? What the hell's going on?
Gundren and I were riding the horses towards Phandelver when we got ambushed by about a half-dozen goblins, and I am embarrassed to admit that they caught the better of us. We were knocked out, our stuff was stolen, and they brought us back here. I'm unsure where Gundren is, but if you haven't found him, he must have already escaped. Gundren had a map showing the secret location of a place called Wave Echo Cave, but the goblins took it when they captured him. I believe that Clark sent the map and the dwarf to the chief of the Cragmaws the chief of the Cragmaws at a place called Cragmaw Castle. I don't know where it might be, but someone in Phandelver might know. I'm heading to Phandelver to help out a fellow from the Lord's Alliance, Iarno Albrecht. He traveled to town a couple of months ago to establish some order. Phandelver has been a place of danger, and it used to be such a nice small town, but then a bad element moved in, and you know how it goes. I would tell you more about Clark, but Clark is very dead. I know that he reports to someone called the Black Spider, but I have no idea who that is or what it is. Tell you what, since you're already heading back to Phandelver and I'm heading to Phandelver, why don't we try to get as much of this gear that they stole out of here and back to what I assume you have the wagon with you still.
Oh yeah, we have the wagon. I have the wagon. I keep saying we. I don't know why.
Good. We can load up the supplies and take them to Phandelver and get, hopefully help out the town and figure out what happened to Iarno, figure out what is going on in this town, and why are these goblins causing such trouble.
All right, cool. Great. Awesome. The two of us will go on to Phandelver. Sildar is happy that we've agreed to help them, and we are heading towards Phandelver. So we take some time carrying, I think it takes about 4 or 5 trips, about, a 15-minute walk each way, a bunch of stuff. Ooh, interesting. We also get 3 gold teeth and 15 silver pieces. So we get 3 gold teeth and 15 silver pieces, which brings us up to 125 silver pieces. All right. So Sildar, we do some back and forth, and eventually we get to get back in the wagon, and we get back to Phandelver. So the rest of the trip takes about a day and a half. We end up taking a long rest and relaxing overnight with Sildar. Sildar is a good person, and he regales us with tales of the Griffin cavalry. Scaly, having, fought demigods at this point, is not especially intrigued, but puts on a good show. Well, let's see how much Scaly pretends to be into this. All right, yeah, that seems good. Scaly is completely in, all in on this, and Sildar is none the wiser. Exploring the Cragmaw hideout and defeating Clark and his allies completes a story milestone. Each character gets 275 XP. That is enough to get them to level 2. We are already level 20. All right. If the adventurers come up with a non-violent way to neutralize the threat that a monster possesses, award them experience points as if they had. So hooray, we did it, friends. We saved those wolves. Part 2, Phandelver. So Phandelver was built on the ruins of a much older settlement. Hundreds of years ago, it was a thriving town where people were firmly allied with the dwarves and the gnomes of the Phandelver's Pact. However, the same orc horde that sacked the mines at Wave Echo Cave laid waste to the settlement, and Phandelver was abandoned for centuries. In the last 3 or 4 years, hardy settlers have come from the cities of Neverwinter and Waterdeep, and begun the hard work of reclaiming the ruins of Phandelver. A bustling frontier settlement has grown on the site of the old town and is now home to farmers, woodcutters, fur traders, and prospectors, driven by stories of gold and platinum in the foothills of the Sword Mountains. So we can get rid of these. We don't much care about Sildar. All right. Oh, man, where's my town description? Do you have a map? Cool. All right. You know what, let's just go ahead and use the GM map because it doesn't matter. Okay. The rutted track emerges from a wooded hillside, and you catch your first glimpse of Phandelver. The town consists of 40 or 50 simple log buildings, some built on old fieldstone foundations. More old ruins, crumbling stone walls covered in ivy and briars, surround the newer houses and shops, showing this must have been a much larger town in centuries past. Most of the newer buildings are set into the sides of the cart track, which widens into a muddy main street of sorts as it climbs toward a ruined manor house on the hillside on the east end of town. As you approach, you see children playing on the street, As you approach, you see children playing on the town green and townsfolk tending to chores or running errands at shops. Many people look up as you approach, but all return to their business as soon as you go by. Sildar seems much more at ease now. My friends, let us secure some lodgings. I'm told the local inn is very quaint. I'm heading to the Stone Hill Inn. Then I'm going to go back to my work trying to find Iarno. I'll make sure to buy you a drink when you have some downtime. Great. Awesome. I love drinks. I don't actually drink, Sildar, but that's okay. I'll have some tea. You'll have a booze. It'll be fine. We'll have a good afternoon. Sildar laughs and heads off to the Stone Hill Inn. So we have a contract with Gundren Rockseeker, and we are supposed to take these wagon load of supplies to Barthen's Provisions, and also we found some supplies for the Lion Shield coaster, which were stolen. So let's look at the town map. So we come in here from the north. Barthen's Provisions is conveniently the first building that we pass on the way in. Then we'll want to head down to pass this kind of little like market thing, probably, down here to the Lion Shield coaster. And then we'll figure out where we're going from there. So, Barthen's Provisions. Barthen's Provisions. The largest trading post in Phandelver. So we pull up to Barthen's. And Scaly jumps off the front of the cart, walks over to the door, knocks. Barthen opens the door. Well, hi there. Welcome to Barthen's. How can I help you? Oh, so cool. Hi, my name's Scaly. I'm friends of Gundren Rockseeker. We were told to bring this cart full of stuff to your shop, but some of it isn't yours. Some of it goes to the Lion Shield coaster. We got it back from some goblins out of town. You folks deal with them goblins? Yeah. I don't know how I say you folks. There's just me. Hi, I'm Scaly. But yeah, we dealt with most of the goblins. A few of them might have got away, but, you know, like 1 or 2 goblins isn't that big a deal compared to, like, the 30 or 40 that were in there before.
That doesn't seem like a truthful statement. Let's see if he buys it. Nope. 30 or 40 goblins ain't never been that many in one place around here. Maybe 10, 15, but 40? You're pulling my leg, youngin'.
All right, yes, I'm exaggerating a bit for dramatic effect. There were like 17 goblins and a bugbear, and one of those goblins had a name.
Well, I'm right sure all them goblins had names. Probably families, too. You just ended that life. Wiped those names out of the books. I'm sure they're up wherever it is goblins go after they die with their crazy, messed up deity Megalobeget.
All right, look, I'm not here to wax philosophical with you about goblins or what sort of funerary rites I probably should have performed on these goblins that I just murdered. It's fine, whatever. I brought you these boxes. I was told you were going to give me some money.
All right. Agreed amount was 10 gold.
So he fumbles around in his apron, pulls out a sack of 10 monies. And we now have 10 gold pieces. All right. So we also have lion, shield, coster, boxes. Okay. So, Barthen, was it?
Yep, Elmer Barthen.
All right, Elmer. Can I call you Elmer?
I mean, I guess.
All right, Elmer, listen. We need some... I keep saying we. Sorry. I need, like, a place to stay and, like, a good meal. You got any suggestions?
Well, I mean, there's the Stonehill Inn. They make a great soup and several other various forms of meal depending on the time of day and the day of the week. It's Wednesday, and Wednesday is pizza day.
I love pizza. Thank you. That's brilliant.
There's also the Sleeping Giant, but I wouldn't go there. It's been a bit rough and tumble recently.
It sounds like someone needs some assistance with a rough and tumble crowd. What, pray tell, is the reason?
Well, this gang of ruffians has come into town recently, like, call themselves the Red Brands. They wear these red capes. And they've been messing with the townsfolk. They run the Sleeping Giant like some kind of gang hideout.
Well, then, it sounds like I need to go to the Sleeping Giant and straighten some things out.
Whoa, now, I wouldn't go that far. It's dangerous over there. You've got a whole lot of them guys, and you seem like a capable individual, but I don't know if you can take them all out on yourself.
Okay, this is going to sound like a dumb question, so bear with me. But what if I get rid of them, but it happens that the what's it called? The Sleeping Giant Inn?
Yep, Sleeping Giant.
What happens if, say, the Sleeping Giant is demolished during this?
You planning on just knocking the building down on top of them?
No. I'm going to what's the polite term? I'm going to knock the building down on top of them.
Well, I much wouldn't care for that. You know, this town, we've spent a long time trying to get it up and working again.
All right, fine. I won't blow it up. I'll go deal with these nerds. After I drop this stuff at the Lion Shield Coster, I'll head over to the Stone Giant Inn and, Sleeping Giant Inn, sorry, and have a word with them.
Well, thanks again, young person. You have a good day now.
You too, Elmer. And away we go with our 2 oxes and our cart. I'm pretty sure we were probably supposed to drop this at that place, but we'll bring it back on our way back. So we go further down the main street, past the Shrine of Luck, which is a small kind of makeshift, like one of those, what do they call that? Those little, like, there's like bathtub Mary Mother of Christ bathtub things with the thing. Anyway, it's like that, but made out of stone, and it's got a couple of different religious icons around it. There's somebody praying there, as well as some kids running around in this little, so the Shrine of Luck is there. We're coming down this road here.
And there's like some kids playing around over here, and we're heading down to the Lion Shield Coster. We're gonna want to pull around here-ish, I think. So we move. I think it's probably like an animal handling check to make sure that we don't accidentally run anybody off the road. That's fine, perfectly fine. So we make it. Hanging above the front door of this modest trading post is a sign shaped like a wooden shield with a blue lion painted on it. The Lion Shields, a merchant company based out of the city of Yatar, over 100 miles to the east. They ship finished goods and other small to Phandelver. They ship finished goods to Phandelver and other small settlements throughout the region. But this outpost has been hit hard by banditry. The most recent caravan never arrived. Well, it's arrived now. The master of the Phandelver post is a sharp-tongued human of 35 years named Lien Greywind. She knows that bandits have raided Lion Shield caravans, but she doesn't know who is responsible. Hello? Is this the Lion Shield Coster? A sharp-tongued human woman of 35 years. Okay, so she's slightly younger than me, and that is disconcerting. Well, what's all this then? Okay, so I killed all these goblins, and I rescued a dude. And anyway, there was a bunch of boxes that had your symbol on them. Well, those are the goods that were stolen last week. I appreciate you bringing them back. I wouldn't say I was bringing them back. I assume there's some sort of reward for this. Lien is more than happy to pay a reward of 50 monies. All right, so let's add 50 monies to our total here. We're at 60 gold. And promises to help the adventurers any way she can. So, cool. Lien, what do you know about the town? What can you share with me that I need to know as I am new here in Phandelver? Look, if you stay clear of the Red Brands, you're gonna be fine. They're thugs, but they don't mess with anybody in town. Much. So long as we pay protection money, they don't mess with anybody. Protection racket, eh? I know a thing or two about protection rackets. I used to be a pirate. I'm not sure what that has to do with anything, but okay. All right. Let's go deal with these Red Brands. So we need to go to the Sleeping Giant. Is a dirty, dangerous watering hole at the end of Phandelver's main street. So it is... We are coming up here. We leave this wagon with the Lion Shield Coster. Actually, we take it back to Barthen's, because it's probably Barthen's wagon. And then we walk our happy selves down the main street here of Phandelver to the Sleeping Giant. Alright, let's... Red Band Ruffians. If the characters confront the Red Brands at the Sleeping Giant... The Sleeping Giant is a ramshackle tap room at the east end of town. 4 human ruffians linger on the covered porch, perched on empty ale barrels or leaning against the wall. I'm picturing this place like just a post-apocalyptic Cracker Barrel. Like, we have these empty barrels of crackers and empty ale barrels and, like, some rocking chairs and, like, one of those tables with the checkerboard carved into it. And we got these four ruffians. They've got grimy scarlet cloaks and their sullen stares fixed on us as we approach. One of the thugs spits on the ground. Well. Look, a lost puppy. What do you want, puppy? Come here to bark at us? Yes. Yes, I do come to bark at you. The Red Brands attack in 1 or 2 rounds if the characters don't. Neither side is surprised because it's obvious that a fight is brewing. It's too bad that your skin's made of silver and you don't have enough silver to pay us to leave you alone. Well, it's too bad that your capes are red because you guys look dumb. You look poorly. You have a bad outfit, and I think you probably need some help picking out better ones. This continues for a moment before the murder happens. So we have 4 Red Brand ruffians. Four of those Red Brand ruffians have 16 HP each. Okay. So, initiative starts. We are on the porch, and so we go on 14, and the ruffians go on 17. So they attack us, which is fine. It's better for them to attack us than for us to attack them, because it makes us we are self-defensing ourselves. So the ruffians rush at us. Oh, very good image there. Thank you. All right, so the ruffians... You know what? I think we're going to have to move to the map here. All right. So give me just a moment. We are going to go to the tabletop setup here. And I am going to draw us a map quick. So... the roof. This is the building across the street. We have our Dragonborn Bard friend right here. And we need some ruffians. So, what kind of ruffians do I have? Let's see. I have some guys in red capes, but they look slightly too threatening, but we'll use them anyway. Because, you know, 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. So they're sitting on the porch, and they're tired of us mocking them, or rather them not, we're not respecting them. I am not being a respectful person. Right, so the Red Brands attack, so they have they get multi-attack, so each of them attacks twice. Whoo boy. Alright, so this guy moves here. This guy moves here. Actually, this guy can come around this way, that way. They also can get advantage. Actually, no, they don't. Never mind. All right, so we've got... They make 2 attacks each. So we're just going to roll all 8 of these attacks at once. And any of them that are showing a 12 or higher hit. Woof. All right, so that's 1 critical... and 1, 2 regular hits. So that is 4d6 plus 8 damage. So we get stabbed a whole lot for 20 damage. Woof. All right. 20 HPs of damage incoming. All right. So, 20 damage is not enough to really inconvenience us that much, but I did promise that I wasn't going to blow this place up or ruin the town. So we're going to have to be more careful about our use of unnecessary spell casting shenanigans. Let's see here. Thunderclap. Oh, right. We have cantrips.
So these people are all within 5 feet of me, so they're within the range. Each creature within range other than you must make a Constitution saving throw or take 4d6 thunder damage. So their Constitution is +1, so they need to roll 18s. 13, 13, 14, 16. That's fails on all of them. So they take 4d6 thunder damage. That is 17. Would you look at that? They have 16 hit points. So, whoa, hey, you don't want to do this. Ow, stab, kick, punch, slash. All right, fine. Thwum. Hits the drum, and there's like a crack of thunder that peels out from all sides of us. And the ruffians are knocked unconscious. Leaving us standing in the street. Oh, fun bit of thunderous sound that can be heard up to 100 feet away, which is most of the town. If 3 of them flees, the last one flees, or if 3 of them are defeated, the last one flees toward Tressendar Manor. So here's the thing. That's fine. There's no red brands inside. The place is basically deserted. So what we do is we take one of those tables, right? One of those tables that was out front of the building, and we're gonna just tear the top off and nail it over the door, so that to send a message to the red brands that their grief, that the grief that they're inflicting on this town is not helpful. At about this point, several townsfolk show up. One of them is the town master, Harbin. So let's... So Harbin is a banker, a fat, pompous old fool. So this guy is Palmer from Final Fantasy VII, right? He's just like a portly guy who like waddles around and is obsessed with his money. So Harbin comes up to us.
What are you doing? You can't go and antagonize these people like this. You can't assault people in my town.
I can do whatever I want, old man.
The Red Brands are just mercenaries. They're not trouble. Why would you attack them like that in broad daylight?
Well, first of all, any of these witnesses can corroborate I was standing there making fun of the way they dress, and then they pulled swords on me, and then I knocked them unconscious. At about this point, one of them kind of starts coming to and books it up the hill towards Tressendar Manor. You see, they're still alive. They'll probably wake up in not too long, and it'll be fine.
All right. I'm going to need you to come back to the Town Master's Hall with me. We need to have a conversation.
Fine. So we head up further into the town. From the Sleeping Giant around here to the Town Master's Hall. The Town Master's Hall has sturdy stone walls, a pitched wooden roof, and a bell tower at the back. Posted on the board next to the front door is a notice written in common. It reads, "Reward. Orcs near Wyvern Tor. Those of mind to face the orc menace should acquire within." The notice bears the town seal and an indecipherable signature. Let's see here. The Town Master's Hall inside is kind of just it's a not very well appointed place. There's like a desk and a couple of file cabinets and a chest of drawers and then a pair of jail cells. So it's still the day we arrived. So these next 3 events, or 2 of these 3 events don't happen here. But Harbin sits down at his desk, and we walk in.
Now, you've come into my town and you've started grief, and that's not something that I can cotton to very well. But I'll tell you what, if you can make this up to me, by dealing with our orc problem, or if you feel absolutely like you need to deal with these red brands, you could take care of them too.
All right. Sure, I'll bite. Let's do both. So, we've got to go to Wyvern Tor and deal with some orcs, and we've got to go up to Tressendar Manor to deal with some red brands. Well, the red brands are here, so let's go deal with them first, right?
Well, it may not be that simple. You know, they have, there's a lot of them up there, and the manor is full of traps. It's been abandoned for years, but they've been making good use of it for a while now.
Okay, then. Sure. Fine. Great. We'll go up to the red brand hideout at Tressendar Manor.
It's up on the hill. You'll notice it because it's the only building up on the hill.
All right. Well, that's definitely something I can take care of, I guess. So let's head up to the Tressendar Manor. All right, red brand hideout. Where is the Tressendar Manor map? All right. All right, so the red brand hideout. Okay. So where is the top level of Tressendar Manor? All right. Well, let's deal with this first. So, Scaly heads up to Tressendar Manor up on the hill. The building is derelict. The roof is caved in. It's definitely seen better decades, let alone better years. Always one lacking in subtlety. Scaly just kicks the front doors in. God, there's got to be an upstairs of this map, because all right, fine. Yep. Area 1. Any exploration of the manor grounds finds it deserted, but with plenty of tracks leading to a stone staircase just off of the empty ruin of a large kitchen. At the bottom of the stairs stands an unlocked door with a cellar beyond. All right, fine. Swing open the door. The door opens into a 5-foot wide landing, 15 feet above a large cellar with stone steps descending in the floor in 2 short flights. Another door stands beneath the stairs to the north. A large stone cistern occupies the western part of the room, whose walls are lined with kegs and barrels. Let's get... What's the player version got on it? Okay. It's the same map, it just doesn't have things labeled. Okay. So, we're in room 1. We have dark vision, so we don't have to worry about torches, which is nice. The room appears to be a very large cellar, exactly the sort of thing one might expect to find under an old manor. So there's a cistern, there's some things. We came from this way. Looks like there's a ruined door. Oh no, this is the door from the kitchen. We come down here. There's a door under the steps leading here. And there's a door on the other side here. So it's basically a 50-50 shot at this point, but let's search the room a little bit. Barrels containing salted pork and beef, flour, sugar, apples, and ale. Moving the barrels around to thoroughly search them is a noisy activity. All right, so we're going to search the room. So we go to here, and we go to perception. Boop. 14. Well, we don't find anything in the cistern. Ruffians in Area 2 take notice if we start making a lot of noise. Right. Area 2. Oh, okay, through here. There are a pair of ruffians in there.
They creep into the room, gaining the surprise if the players don't hear them. Players fight in this area, and 2 are defeated. The last ruffian might reveal the secret. Okay, cool. All right. So, let's see. So we're rummaging around looking for stuff. We're not really being all that stealthy about it. So these ruffians are going to try to make a stealth check. So they get a +2 to try to sneak up on us. That's a fail. We notice them. So they come out of the door like, "Hey, what are you doing down here?" Like, I'm wrecking the place up? I don't know. And that is initiative. All right, so the ruffians are going to go on 12. There are 2 of them. Boop. Ruffians go on 12. And we are going to go on 11. Cool. All right, so the ruffians go first. They are going to make their 2 attacks at us. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 D20s. Boop. So that is a hit, a miss, and a miss. So 1 hit, and they have short swords. 1d6 + 2 piercing damage. So we take 7 damages. All right. So the 2 of them? Hang on. Let me double check that. There might be a third one. Red brands in area 2. 3 of them. Okay, so there is a third one. We have to make another attack for them yet. Another 2 attacks. Roll those attacks. An 8 and a 2. Okay, both of them miss anyway. So there are 3 red brand ruffians standing here in the room. They have swords. One of them has nicked us with it. So, I don't think we want to make any huge problems. So let's just do some manner of fighting here that's not exceptionally unstealthy. Like Thunderclap and Thunderwave are right out. So do we just Steel Wind Strike here? I think so. All right, Steel Wind Strike. So we make 3 attacks. 16 is going to hit. Or 27 is going to hit. 17. They have a 16 armor class, so that's good. And a natural 20. So we totally hit all these dudes. So they take a lot of damage. So 35 damage. They have 16 hit points. One of them takes 70. So all these red brands in here are dead. Let's go back to the tabletop thing. Sorry, the desktop setup. Sorry, since we're not really keeping track of where we're at. We're in here. The red brands came out while we were searching. They surrounded us. We Steel Wind Strike. They all get murdered. Great. Awesome. We don't know about the secret door, and we don't know about the thing in the cistern, which is fine. So that means we go to room 3. Room 3 is up here. So we go to room 3. So we search their bodies. We find some garbage. I'm slowly building up a collection of red brand capes in my backpack. Thick dust covers the flagstones of this somber hallway. The walls are decorated with faux columns every 10 feet, and the double doors at the west end of the hall are sheathed in copper plate, now green with age. A relief carving of a mournful angel graces the doors. We're not searching for traps at all, because that's for cowards. So we do need to succeed on a dexterity saving throw to avoid falling into this pit. So let's see if we can do that. So dexterity save, we need to get a 7 or higher on the die here. Boop. That's an 8. That's good. So we're walking down the hall, and the floor falls out from underneath us. But we're fast enough to grab the ledge and pull ourselves back up. There's another door. There's a double door at the end of the hall here, leading into 4. So we kick the door in. There's this angel relief carving on these doors, and we, being adventuring monsters, just boot the door open. Boot the door open, and
Sorry, my info bot has decided it's not going to be providing information. So we kick the door open because we don't respect crypts. 3 large stone sarcophagi stand within this dusty crypt, and propped up against each of the sarcophaguses is a human skeleton clad in bits of rusty mail. False columns along the walls are carved in the image of spreading oak trees. The double doors to the southeast corner are sheathed in tarnished copper plate. So we're kicking this copper plate open, this copper-plated door here. Cool. So we walk in and we're like, oh, hey, skeletons. And then the 3 skeletons stand up and attack us. Great, right? Awesome. 3 skelemans. Look at that guy. Look at him. Dexterity's +2. So, what am I doing? They only roll 1 initiative because they are acting as a group. They go on 22. We just keep getting dirted out here. Skelemans. There are 3 of them, and they have 13 hit points each. Okay. And we go on 17. So that's fine. All right, so the skeletons stand up and lurch forward, swinging their scimitars, short swords, sorry, at us. Rawr, scary. So, all 3 of them lunge forward and attack. So that's 1 hit. We got a 14 plus 4 is an 18. Everything else is too low to hit our AC. So that is 1d6 plus 2. Roll. 4. Okay. So, good. Great. We take 6 damages. All right, Scaly. Now's your time to shine. So we're going to do... They have a vulnerability to bludgeoning damage, but wouldn't you know it, we don't have any bludgeoning weapons. We have... Well, we do have an unarmed strike, but I think that our simplest escape out of this is just to use our breath weapon. They are not immune to or resistant to cold, which is nice. We can still freeze a skeleton. So these skeletons have to succeed on Constitution saves, so they need 17s on any of these dice. 9, 3, and 18. So one of them takes half damage, and the other 2 take full damage from my breath weapon. So the skeletons swing, 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 and they miss. And Scaly rears back of their head and whoosh, just breathes this stream of cold air out that freezes the skeletons. So one of these skeletons is taking half from this, and the other ones are taking full damage. That's not great. So that's 9 damage. This doesn't knock out any of them. So 9, that's 4, 4, and half of 9 is 5, so 8 remaining hit points. That was our bonus action. So we are, as our action, going to take some attacks at the injured skeletons. So that is a 16, which hits, and that's a 12, which is a miss. Okay, so that's one of these injured ones takes enough damage to kill them. Doop, 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 doop. And the other 2 skeletons will now make short work of us, probably. All right, 2 skelemans. It's a miss. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and make a longsword attack at each of them. Injured one first. That is a miss. Less injured one, also a miss. So here's the thing, chat. We've been doing not great with our attacks so far this game. It's fine. They are going to attack also. 2 and a 6, that's a miss. All right. So then we are going to attack very injured one. Okay, that's a hit. Very injured one takes enough damage to kill it, leaving only 1 injured skeleton. Boop. Okay, that is a 27 to hit, which is enough. And that's enough damage. All right, skelemans are toasted.
fighting in this room alerts the Red Brands in Area 5 that trouble is on the way. All right, we're gonna Greyhawk the room. So let's see if we find anything. Yep. Okay, so we find amid the bones in each sarcophagus is a platinum signet ring. So we get 3 platinum signet rings. We're just making money hand over fist here. 3 each. Okay, cool. So we're gonna go. My internal clock is telling me to just always go right. So we're gonna go into room 5. Kick the door open. Thwomp. This long room is partitioned into 3 areas, with iron bars walling off the north and south. Filthy straw lines the floors of those cells, the hinged doors of which are secured by chains and padlocks. A pair of disheveled human women are held in the cell to the south, while a human boy is confined to the north. All are dressed in plain gray tunics and have iron collars fitted around their necks. A heap of discarded clothing is piled carelessly against the far wall. 2 red band ruffians in scarlet cloaks stand here, on either side of the door, waiting to surprise me. All right, let's see if we are surprised. Red band ruffians have a stealth of 2. So let's see if they can beat our passive perception. Come on, friends. All right, neither of those is good enough because our passive perception is 21. So we walk in, and we immediately know that these nerds are there. So they grab their swords and they rush at us, once again, triggering a fight. They go on 7. We go on 6. Cool. Cool. Red mans. They have 16 hit points. Okay. So they go first. Great. Each of them gets 2 attacks, so we're going to go ahead and roll all 4 of these at the same time. All right, so 18 hits, and everything else misses. So D6, roll. So that's 5 damage. So they, again, one of these guys nicks us, and we spin around. And, again, we want to try to be as stealthy as possible, right? So we're going to try to go into a flourish again. Actions. So we're going to attack each of them once. So that's a hit on the first one. And it's a hit on the second one. So what we're doing on this is the slashing flourish. So you can expend one of your uses of Bardic Inspiration to deal extra damage equal to the number you roll on the die to the target you hit and any one creature within 5 feet of you. So to make sure we get these guys done, we're going to use that on both attacks. Oh, wait. Whenever you take the attack action. So we can only actually do this once. Okay, so we deal 1d8 plus 4 to each of them. So that's 11 to the first one and 6 to the second one. So that is 5 and 10. And then we roll a d12 to see what kind of extra damage we deal. 4 extra damage. Cool. So they're both still up, but one of them is very, very hurt. So they're going to get their remaining attacks in, and then we're going to mop them up, hopefully. All right, so that is 1 hit and 2 hits. So it's 2d6 plus 4. 10 more damage. All right. We're getting there, though. We're slowly but surely getting there. All right, so we will, again, longsword attacks, 2 of them. So the first one's a hit. We got a 22 versus their armor class of 16. And an 8, which is 16, which is armor class 14, sorry, which is also a hit. Cool. So first one takes enough damage to kill it, and the second one takes enough damage to kill it. Okay, so how this fight goes is we walk through the door. They lunge at us, but we know they're there, and slash at us a couple times. Couple quick cuts and abrasions get through. We unsheath our sword, spin around, hit both of them, and continue to flourish through, slicing at both of them, leaving them both nearly dead. They hack at us again. We again take some substantial damage. Substantial damage for first level character. And then we spin around, take their heads off, drop them to the ground in front of a child and 2 young ladies. Un moment. The 3 human commoners here are Myrna Dendrar and her 2 teenage children, Nars and Nilsa. Myrna rushes as close as she can get to the gates. Oh, thank you for taking care of them. Please unlock our cells and we can get out of here. They've already taken my husband, and I feared that they would take us as well. Well, they took your husband? Like, is he in a different cell here? Or no, they killed him a few days ago for defying them. I was so terrified that they would try to sell us into slavery. Okay, so that's not great. I would rather not see a family sold into slavery, so what we're going to do is we're going to figure out a way to get you out of here. But they don't have a key on them. Do I have a set of thieves' tools? Let's check our equipment, shall we? Equipment? No. The doors can also be wrenched open with a successful DC 22. 22. Strength check. They work for money and have no scruples, but they also don't have thieves' tools on them. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to, I guess, try to wrench the doors open. And if that doesn't work, we're going to hack the doors off their hinges, if that doesn't work. All right, so strength check. All right, so we need to roll a natural 20 on this. It's not enough. So we pull and we tug and we pull and it doesn't work. So there is a section up here about general stuff. General features. Okay, so there's not unfortunately a useful amount of stuff. So we're going to deal some damage to these doors. All right. Everybody back up. Get against the wall, and I'm going to try to break these bars down with some magic. Actually, no. I can't leave you here, but I don't think I have any spells that will get through this without making a huge kerfuffle. Hang on. I can do this. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to cast Heat Metal twice. Once on the bars here. Basically, what we're going to do is we're going to melt the chain that's holding the padlock together so that the door can swing open. This is going to take about a minute. And then we'll do the same on the other door. So both doors swing open. We don't know much about what's going on here. We know that the person running the place is a wizard, and he has tall, furry monsters with big ears working for him. They're... For saving me, if you ever find yourself in the town of Thundertree, my family had an herb and alchemy shop, and there inside was a case with an emerald necklace hidden beneath a section of the storage shelves. It was in the southeast part of Thundertree. If you ever explore there, the necklace is yours as a way of repaying you for saving us. Now, my children and I are going to go because we don't want to be anywhere near this damn cellar anymore. You do you. You do you. All right. It is 2 o'clock. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a short break here to
refresh my throat. We are in room 5. I'll zoom in on that so that we know. And when I get back, we're gonna hang out for a few minutes, have a conversation, and then move on from there. So, thank you very much for hanging out. Again, I shouldn't be gone more than like 5 minutes. I just need to take a drink. I need to get some more food because I can feel my blood sugar kind of crashing. And yeah, we will be back sharpish. How about that? There we go. That seems fine, right? See you in a few. Welcome back. So when last we left our hero, we were in room 5 here, having just rescued the Dendarar family, Myrna and son Nars and Nilsa. We were told of a secret heirloom in Thundertree. So, Myrna's heirloom hidden in an alchemist's shop in Thundertree. So if we ever go to Thundertree, spoiler alert, we will be going to Thundertree, we can deal with that and get some monies. Alright, so we were in 5. Let's go back into 4 and into this hallway, and we'll see. Alright, so 4, we head into a 15-foot deep hallway. And let's see here. The door to this room is locked from the outside. Let's go to the general features. Passive wisdom score of 15 or higher. Okay. Well, then we know that there is also a secret door here. Yeah, secret door. So, if we can't get through the locked door, which, that's fine. We don't have any thieves' tools, so all we can try to do is try to beat the door down, which is a strength check of 10. And we don't have any thieves' tools, so we need a strength of 20. So let's roll and see if we can break down this door. Nope, we don't have the strongs for it. We could break the door off its hinges with some kind of magic, but that will increase the chances that someone knows we're here. So I guess we just don't get to go there. So this secret area leads into 7. So as we're walking, we notice that there is a chain or like a torch sconce that's slightly out of whack. So we go up and we pull on it, and a secret door swings open.
This area is the north end of a large natural cavern, but it has been finished and dressed. It has been finished with dressed stone block walls and a flagstone floor. Several barrels are stored along the walls here, along with a number of empty crates, straw for packing, hammers, pry bars, and nails. The cavern continues some distance to the south. You can make out several passages that open up into a large cavern, and what looks like a deep pit or crevasse in the cavern floor.
We find another secret door here. So, what do we think? I've got 4 or 5 people in chat. Do we go south, or do we go through the secret door? My gut says just chain secret doors forever, because that is usually the best way to get treasure, but we also might end up doing a dumb. Yeah, secret door. Yeah, alright, so the secret door leads to a stairwell and into room 12. So, we're like monkeying around with boxes, and we find one of the stones on the wall is loose, so we like press on it and a door swings open. And it leads to stairs going down to a thing that would just be a dead end, but we are the most perceptive, so we find yet another secret door, and we push on there's a chain hanging on the wall, like with a skeleton hanging on it, and we pull on one of those chains, and it swings the door open. So that leads into room 12.
The walls of this bedchamber are covered with drapes of scarlet cloth. The furnishings include a small writing desk with a matching chair, a comfortable-looking bed, and a wooden chest at the foot of the bed. Sitting at the desk is a short, dark-bearded human male in robes, studying a tome.
He wears a princely mantle of ermine. A beautiful glass staff leans against his chair within I read a different line. Within easy reach. So this dweeb is an evil mage. This is Glassstaff, the leader of the Red Brands, and he's sitting here, and we come out of the door here. So this is the point where, like, it might be okay. So Yarno puts on airs of gentility and courteous manners. Well, it seems we've got guests. Well, a guest. Usually your kind comes in packs, don't they? Is that a Dragonborn joke, or is that a adventurer's joke? Because I wasn't really... Oh, no. Adventurers. I would never be so gauche as to address someone by their ancestry. Welcome, please. I regret that I cannot provide suitable entertainment for your visit. Please, have a seat. No, I don't think I will. I came here because the town is being harassed by your lackeys. Oh, yes. My good gentlemanly friends may be involved in a little unpleasant side business or some unfortunate events, but they're not strictly bad people. I'm going to, again, go with no. So here's how this can work. You either turn yourself in to the Lord's Alliance, and we have a long conversation about all the stuff you've been getting up to, or I beat you about the head and neck, and then we carry on this conversation when you are unconscious. All right, look, there's one of you and there's one of me. Plus, I have all of my guards. We'll call that initiative. The other guards show up in 2 rounds. So let's see how Iarno does on his initiative roll here. He's got a +2, so that's a 4. Glassstaff. That's a lot of S's. Glassstaff has 22 hit points and goes on 4. And our initiative is higher than that. Okay. So we go first. So I think this is an instance where we try to incapacitate him early. So we are going to do we just like mind control him at this point? I think we Jedi mind trick this guy. So we're gonna cast Charm Monster on Iarno here, and he has to make a Wisdom save, DC 19. So he needs an 18 or higher on this roll. He does not get it. So if you or your companions are fighting it, haven't been fighting it, is charmed by you until the spell ends. The charmed creature is friendly to you. When the spell ends, the creature knows it was charmed by you. So we've got about an hour of this boy being our friend. So we drop out of combat. Glassstaff is like, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you at all. You're good friends with my friend Sildar Hallwinter, aren't you? I mean, I just met the guy, but yes, we're lifelong friends. Good. So how can I assist you? Well, when your guards show up, you can tell them we're just having a conversation and to go back amongst their business. All right. A couple moments later, a group of 6 bugbears come in. And bugbears, for those of you who aren't in the D&Ds too much, are about 8 feet tall, and they're big, and they're ridiculous, and they look like this guy. They are big, and they're scary, and they're Sasquatches with armor and giant clubs. So Sasquatches come in.
What's wrong, boss?
Nothing. Everything's fine. Just carry on. I shouted too loud. I was making a joke to my friend here, and everything's fine.
All right, boss.
And they head out. So we get to question this dweeb. So, Glassstaff, I assume that you're working for someone else, because no one at your level of competence could be running this whole thing by themselves. Since we're friendly, we still have to make ability checks to try to get him to kind of go along with this. So we're going to persuasion this guy. Huda! All right, 22. That's good.
Yes, I work for the Black Spider. The Black Spider is the one who provided me with those bugbears, and under his direction I was supposed to keep the population of Phandelver under control. The Black Spider is searching for something called the Forge of Spells in Wave Echo Cave. It was used in the ancient past to forge powerful magic items. Thankfully, no one else in my organization from my previous life know about any of this stuff that I'm doing, so I would please request that you would keep it that way.
All right, Glassstaff, how about this? How about you come with me? And we are going to go and talk to the mayor and to my good friend Sildar and see what else of information that they can get out of you.
Oh, of course, that's totally understandable. I'll go along with you.
Remember, I have various notes and such about this if you need more information in my desk. Feel free. All right, we'll go ahead and take those letters. Letters from Glassstaff. 3 S's and 2 F's, not 2 S's and 3 F's. So we know that the bugbears know the way to Wave Echo Cave, so we have to get the information out of them. We know that the Black Spider is searching for the Forge of Spells. We know that nobody else knows he betrayed them. So let's find these bugbears. I think they're in here. So let's go this way. Actually, Yarno, why don't you just go turn yourself in to the constabulatory, and Sildar will definitely be along with that. I'm gonna go ahead and take this staff from you for safekeeping. You know, I don't want you to drop it since it's made of glass. Staff of defense. If we can succeed on this persuasion check. Again. Whoop. Nope. We do not get the Staff of Defense. He takes that with him. So he is heading back to town. And we continue our approach. So we go through number 11.
This room appears to be a wizard's workshop. A rat scurries across the floor and takes refuge under a large work table set up with alembics, retorts, distillation, coils, and other alchemical devices. All of it stewing and bubbling away. Bookshelves are crowded with sheaves of parchment and strange-looking tomes. Brewing potion. So Iarno is trying to master the art of brewing potions and concocting alchemical mixtures. There are scattered bits around the room, text and alchemy. A tome written in Dwarvish. We can't read Dwarvish. But we have a book. Dwarvish book. Okay.
There are some rare alchemical reagents, mercury, dragon bile, and powdered nightshade. These are worth 25 gold each to an apothecary or alchemist. Let's go ahead and just cut that down to 25 GP each. Okay. And then let's hit the next room. So we go through this door. There is some stairs. We kick open this door because we don't have any safety. Several worn tables and chairs are scattered around this room. Wooden benches are drawn up against the walls, decorated with draperies of brown and red, and several ale kegs are propped up and tapped. Four tough-looking human warriors wearing scarlet cloaks are gathered around one of the tables. A sack of coins and trinkets is heaped upon the table between them. 4 red band ruffians. All right. They stand up, they draw their knives and short swords. We're like, whoa, 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 whoa. It's okay. It's okay. I'm friends with Glassstaff, and I just joined the organization. I got some stuff to do. I just need to talk to those bugbears. So, are y'all gonna be cool? Or are we gonna have to tussle? Alright. Oof. Barely. Alright. So apparently that's good enough to fool them. So we're just going to go ahead and cut through here to the next room and hope we can find these bugbears. We kick the door open because we have no sense of self-safety. This barracks contains 4 roughly built wooden bunks with heaped up blankets and dirty dishes scattered about. A strong smell of unwashed bodies and rotten meat fills the air. 3 tall, furry humanoids are lounging among the mess, barking orders at a sad little goblin that demeans itself for their amusement. Your sudden appearance causes the goblin to faint. Hey, it's those bugbears from before. One of them wears a jeweled eye patch because he thinks it's fancy. All right. Okay, clever characters. Okay, so we still have a couple of these cloaks sticking out of our backpack, so I'm gonna say that's close enough. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, friends, listen, Glassstaff sent us over here to get you guys to give us some information. If you're willing to talk, with me about what's happening with your boss, the Black Spider. Maybe if you're nice to me, I can get Black Spider to give you some more pay, a little cushier job maybe. In deception. All right, that's 19. Okay, so I assume that they're trusting me at this point. So they won't divulge Wave Echo Cave, but they do know the location of Cragmaw Castle. But
we know where all that stuff is, but we're not telling you. Black Spider's way scarier than you.
I wouldn't go that far. I'm way scarier than the Black Spider. You hear of a bugbear named Clarg? I murdered him with my bare hands and this sword. Let's try some intimidation here. Boop. 22. All right. So you tell me what I want to know, or I will bludgeon you to death with that goblin.
All right. I can give you the location of Cragmaw Castle, but I will not tell you where Wave Echo Cave is.
So we know Cragmaw Castle location known. Okay. Cool. Thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and take this goblin away because his existence is infuriating to me. and I want to get... I want a pet. Let's see how the bugbears react to that. That's going to be persuasion also. All right.
Sure, take him. We're done with him. Whatever.
All right, so we have a goblin friend. We know where Cragmaw Castle is. So I guess we just head out? Back the way we came? Yeah, sure. We have avoided this ravine, which is probably for the best. And we make our way out, back to Phandelver. Cool. So, let's get... Alright, we're gonna ransack Iarno's room on our way out. So, we get these things. And we're gonna put this in our inventory here. We find... Alright. We find 180 silver pieces. So that gets us to 315 silver pieces. We find 130 gold pieces. So that it brings us to 190 gold pieces. 5 carnelians. 2 paradots. And 1 pearl. Ooh, a pearl. That's good for identify. If I ever got one. Scroll of Charm Person. And a Scroll of Fireball. Alright. So we have acquired some stuff. We also have some letters.
Lord Albrecht, my spies in Neverwinter tell me that strangers are due to arrive in Phandelver. They could be working for the dwarves. Capture them if you can, kill them if you must, but don't allow them to upset our plans. See that any dwarven maps in their possession are delivered to me with haste. I'm counting on you, Iarno. Don't disappoint me.
And then a spider, which I believe is pronounced... Alright. So, let's go back to Phandelver and talk to Sildar. And... Okay, so we head back to Phandelver. It's been about 3 hours since we got here. We have successfully dealt with several of the problems in town. We dealt with the red brands. We got this. We got Iarno to turn himself back in. So, Iarno, we catch back up with him, and we walk the rest of the way to the town headsman's house. We walk in, and Sildar is standing there, talking with the town master, Harbin. Sildar kind of like is in the middle of having a conversation. Like, we need to do something about these red brands. If we could just get in there and talk to their leader, capture them, we could. Do you, Iarno? Oh, hey Sildar, what's up? What are you doing here? Oh well, I was leading the red brands, and then this dragonborn person came up and showed me the error of my ways. And about this point, the magic is starting to wear off. So Iarno is like coming in and out of the charm. Well, Iarno, I'm glad you decided to turn yourself in. Oh no, I'm not turning myself in. I just came here to talk to you. I'm here to tell you what I know about stuff. And this is the point where we are going to thug this guy out. So we're going to make both of our attacks to stun, or to knock unconscious. Alright, so actually, what am I doing? Get rid of this. Go to our attacks. And we're going to longsword. That's a miss. And maybe it's a miss. Oh, geez. Yeah, we miss hard. So we go to swing at this guy to knock him out, and we just... He snaps out of the magic and ducks.
and like reflexively puts a shield up with his magic. And I guess that becomes initiative then. So we're gonna do Iarno goes on 11. Glassstaff goes on 11. We are gonna go on 20 something. Sildar is at +1, so he's gonna go at 9. Sildar. Okay, so my turn first. So I missed the first time. We're gonna go ahead and do that again. Hope for better rolls this time. Jeez, tap dancing, Christ. All right. This wizard is very powerful. All right, we finally hit him. So we are going to use our Bardic Inspiration to add an extra d12 to our damage. So we go damage. Of course, we roll the smallest number possible. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. So we physically can't knock this guy out, even if we roll a 12. But we can get close. All right. 14 damage. That puts him at 8 HP. Glassstaff's turn. He is going to... What magic does he have? He is going to try to hold person us. Yeah. So we have to make a wisdom saving throw or be paralyzed for the duration. You know, chat, this might be where we just die. We might just get murdered in Phandelver as a level 20 character. All right. So we're going to make a wisdom save. We need to get an... What is his difficulty here? DC 13. So, oh no. Oh no, we need to roll a 14 on the die. Otherwise, we're just paralyzed. Well, all right. We have been hold personed. So that's not great. It's Sildar's turn. Make sure there's not a... at the end of each of its turns, the target can make another wisdom saving throw. Okay, so we are second? No, Sildar goes and then us. Okay, so Sildar. Sildar. Let's go up to this one of these first ones here. Sildar Hallwinter. There we go. The one that has the characters stuff on it. Okay. Townmaster's Hall. Alright, so we got Sildar. Bugbearers don't matter. Skeletons don't matter. This doesn't matter. Evil Mage and Old Person. Okay. So Sildar has a longsword now and is going to try to knock out our good friend Iarno here. So, Sildar, you need to get... Alright. Get a +3 to hit. Oh boy. You're really good at being in the town watch, apparently. Alright, so that is a 13 to hit, which is enough to try to make him break his concentration. So we're going to roll for the concentration. He succeeds. And then... damage. So Iarno takes 2, 3 damage. Alright. Alright. My turn. We're going to roll that wisdom save again. Alright. We are free. It's at the end of our turn, though. The end of each of his turns. So Scaly can still do nothing this turn. So it is Glassstaff's turn. Sildar. Okay, so Glassstaff. All right, since the Sildar's what do you call it? Has broken the concentration for us. Let's see here, 3 magical darts. We're gonna cast this as a 3rd level spell. So that is 5d4 + 5 at Sildar. because Yarno has given up on us. So that's 11, so that's 16 damage out of his 27 hit points. So that's 11 hit points remaining. And then Glassstaff is going to try to flee out the door. All right. Sildar's turn. Sildar is going to go after... it's going to go after Iarno. So he's going to once again charge at him. And that's a miss. All right. So we shake off our brain problems and we head off after Glassstaff. So we get outside and I can't knock him unconscious with a spell. So we're gonna rush him and make an attack here and hope for the best. Let's see here. Attack, attack, attack. All right. That is 8 plus 8 is 16, which is enough to hit Black Mage Von Evil Wizardington. So we do D plus 4, 2, 6 damage, I think. All right, that's enough. He is knocked unconscious. Sildar rushes up, ties him up, binds and gags him, and takes him back to the town. The town headsman's building, so that townmaster's hall, so that we can throw him in a jail cell. So we take a few minutes for Sildar to catch his breath. We have to get Iarno back to Neverwinter to face the judgment of a higher authority. You have proven yourself very useful in my ongoing quest to bring this town under some sort of civilization. I think that you might be a fit for our organization. Would you have any interest in joining the Lord's Alliance?
Okay, Sildar, you're not going to like this answer, but I'm going to tell you no. Because I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. But I am not the person that you want in your organization that's based around being lawful. That's usually not going to work. I appreciate it, though. I'm not trying to say that I don't like your organization. It's just that I have gotten into some tussles with the Lord's Alliance before, and it's not something I really want to be part of. But thank you. Sildar sighs, reaches into his backpack, pulls out a bag with money in it. The reward for capturing Iarno. We gain 200 more monies. Just so much money. All right, we're gonna go ahead and chop this down. So it's 631 gets us to 437 gold. We have no copper pieces left. And let's go around town and sell a bunch of stuff. So we don't get the glass staff because Sildar's taking that with him. We're going to 75 plus 75. We're going to find an alchemist in town. We're going to sell this garbage. We're going to sell these 5 carnelians. 25. Alright, we're going to get rid of these 2 paradots. 55. Going to quit it. We're going to get rid of this pearl. It's another 100. Now we're going to sell these gold teeth. We're going to get rid of these 3 platinum signet rings. That's another 150. 405. We're going to get rid of this jade statuette with a frog with golden eyes. Wow, look at that. Split it up almost exactly. So we have 885 gold pieces. That seems like a reasonable amount of money for a character at the end of basically what should be a like 8 to 12 hour adventure that we've gotten through in 2 hours and 50 minutes, and a lot of that was just me dicking around. So we have successfully completed chapter 2 of Lost Mine of Flapdoodle, I believe. Yes, good. All right, next stage continues in part 3, the Spider's Web. All right. So what do we know? We know we need to find Cragmaw Hideout, or Cragmaw Castle. Wait, actually, hang on. That was a thing. That was a quest. Finding Cragmaw Castle. We did that. Keep pressure on Cragmaw. 500 reward if they can locate Cragmaw and defeat or drive off the tribe's chieftain. All right. So let's go find Cragmaw Castle. Well, we don't need that map. We don't need Magic Missile or Hold Person anymore. So what we need is the Overland map. Oh, wait, do we still have that open up here? Nope, that's Flapdoodle. Okay. So let's go. Let's find the map of the area. Boop. All right, Introduction. All right, so we know where the Cragmaw Castle is. It's up here. Let's go ahead and open this in a new window. And so we are here in Phandelver. We have to go north. We don't know this is here yet, or this. And we have to go north to Cragmaw Castle. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna use some of this money we got. We're gonna use like 75 monies to buy a horse. All right, we have purchased a horse. Riding horse with tech. Okay. And the tack costs another 10. So that gets us to 800 gold exactly. I guess we should probably check and see if this town has anything cool to buy in it. Maybe there is a magic item or something we can purchase somewhere. Stonehill Inn, no. Barthen's Provisions, no. Landshield Coaster. Anything in the adventuring gear and the basic rules there. Nope. Shrine of Luck. Nope. Sleeping Giant. Nope. All right. So yeah, there's nothing we can buy in town. So. All right. So travel time. Assume the party travels 24 miles per day over a period of 10 hours. Sidebar. What are we naming our horse? Because, like, a horse should have a name, right? Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a poll here. Manage poll. Horse name. Mr. Ed. Kiefer Sutherland. Or Barry. Okay. All right. It won't let me put up a poll because I have the D&D Beyond extension going, which is kind of sad, but All right. So what are we thinking for a name on this horsey? Barry or Glue? You know what? That's the thing. I think Glue actually works very well. So we now have a riding horse named Glue. So we hop on Glue's back and we head north out of town. Oh. A light rain dampens the rolling plains as you travel north. Around midday, you break for lunch under a lonely tree. There, I find a small rock that looks like a grinning face, but otherwise I see nothing out of the ordinary. All right, so we 24 miles per day over a span of 10 hours. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a long rest because we're going to be taking a long rest along the path here. All right. We've taken a long rest, so we got all our hit points back. We got all our powers back. The Tribord Trail is not safe. Check for encounters once each day and once each night by rolling a d20. Okay. So, daytime. That's a 1, so we're good there. All right, let's check the overland map and see how long it's going to take us to get there. All right, so 1 hex is 5 miles. So 5, 10, 15, 25. All right, so basically we can get there in a day. So let's roll for a nighttime encounter. And then we'll camp in the previous hex. No encounter there. And then the next morning, before we head to Cragmaw Castle. 13, that's a no. Okay. There's a whole lot of these that we decided not to go to, but we will come back to them. We are just kind of kicking down the door as fast as we can. So, Cragmaw Castle. The Cragmaw tribe consists of marauding bands and rival goblin holds scattered throughout the area of the Tribord Trail and the Neverwinter Wood. However, one chieftain is grudgingly recognized by all others as supreme, King Grawl of Cragmaw Castle. Cragmaw Castle is not a goblin construction, nor is that the structure's original name. Raised by the talented wizard noble of Old Farlorm, an ancient realm that once controlled much of the north, the stronghold consists of 7 overlapping towers. However, its upper levels have long since collapsed into heaps of crumbling masonry. Only the ground floor is still sound enough to be habitable. I don't think we would think of pretending to be Glassstaff's lackeys. You know, we have more chutzpah than that. We have more personality. So, we're just gonna walk in, right? All right, let's open the player version of this map. Yeah, look at that. All right. So, we just go up to the door. The castle consists of 7 crumbling towers of different sizes and heights, but the upper stories are all in varying states of decay. A short flight of steps leads up to the terrace in front of the main entryway. Past the wreckage of a pair of sundered doors lies the shadowed hall. Round towers loom over the entranceway with dark arrow slits looking down on the terrace. The goblin sentries in Area 3 are supposed to be keeping watch. I don't think that we are being stealthy, so that's just we're going to roll this with, it's just going to be our stealth modifier. Our result, is 14. Maybe we are stealthy. All right, so we're going to walk in very quiet-like. Okay? The goblins have to get a 29 on their wisdom checks, which means they need to get a natural 20. Oh, they do. Would you look at that? So, yeah, apparently the goblins do, in fact, notice us. In Area 3. Goblins in Area 3, you say? Oh, right, this is the player map. So they are, I'm assuming, here or here. But they're going to come out and try to stop us. They shoot arrows from behind the arrow slits. The goblins start shouting in goblin and towards their fellows in areas 4 and 6 that the castle is under attack. We walk in, so they aren't able to shoot at us really. I guess they both get that each of the goblins would probably 2 goblins occupy these 2 rooms, so we get 4 attacks. And goblins, need... I think that 14 will hit us. Yeah. Goblins get plus 4 to hit. So, oh yeah, we have 2 hits. So, we take 2d6 plus 4 damage. Huh. All right, 11 damage. Cool. All right, we have taken some damage. Rad. Let's see. So they fire at us. We duck into area 2. We duck into area 2, which is a trapped hallway. Doors stand closed to the north and south, with a crumbling mound of rubble partially obscuring the southern hall. To the east, a broad corridor ends in 2 more doors leading south and east. The corridor is cluttered with dusty rubble and fallen plaster from a partial collapse of the ceiling overhead. The goblins and hobgoblins in areas 4 and 6 come running out of the north and south doors at the same time. They attack from both directions, trying to overwhelm the adventurers and drive them out of the castle. Alright, so what do we got? Area 4, there are 3 goblins in area 4. So we have Scaly, goblins, 3, goblins, 2, goblins, 2. We're going to call these goblin archers. And these are just regular goblins. And then area 6, 4 hobgoblins. How about I spell hobgoblins right? 4 hobgoblins. All right, we got goblin stats. Let's get the hobgoblin stats. And then, all right, we're gonna drop the map on this one. All right. Hup, 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 hup. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I don't have any goblin miniatures, or I don't have enough goblin miniatures, but what I do have is a whole lot of kobolds. Ugh. Kobolds, and then these Githyanki are going to stand in for hobgoblins, I guess. Maybe. Maybe. Alright. So these guys are hobgoblins. And these are goblins. But first, I have to clean out this map. This is our hero. Well, hero might be a strong word for what Scaly is. Okay, so we're in area 2. What does area 2 look like on the map? Boop. So it's like this. It's 2 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 by 6. So we've got 1, 2. That goes down 2. And over 2. And a door here. And then down, door here. Down. There's some rubble here. Door there. A door here. And then entranceway, entranceway, and a door here. Okay. So we walk in. We're walking up these stairs, and we get shot at. So we rush the rest of the way past, so they can't shoot at us. 2 goblins come out of here. 2 goblins come out of here. And 3 goblins come out of here. Ugh. And 4 hobgoblins somehow stream out of this room here. Now this is where, if I was a wizard, my life would be very easy, because I could just fireball all of these dinguses. But we are not a wizard, so Woof. All right, we're gonna roll initiative for these dweebs. So we got 4 goblin archers and 4 hobgoblins. So the goblin archers are gonna go on. Actually, let's just get the goblins together. It's fine. Less paperwork for now. All right, so the goblins get a +2 bonus to their initiative. So they're on goblins go on 20. And the hobgoblins 5 plus 1, they go on 6. Okay, that's good. And then I go on 9. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Hobgoblins have 11 hit points, which is less than I thought they had. And goblins have 7. You'd think I'd remember this by now. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. So, woof. All right. All these goblins go. 2 of them. 1 of them is within striking distance, and the rest of them are arrows. So we're gonna go ahead and. So we need. They need to roll 12s or higher to hit me. Hua! 1, 2, 3. 3, 1 of which is a crit. Okay. So that is crit. And then 1, 2. Okay. Plus 10. All right. So 25 damages. Okay. We're getting injured a little bit here. All right. So Scaly's turn. God, what do we even do for this? Like, do we just go with some kind of asininely powerful spell and hope for the best? That may be how we have to roll this here. Because this is only 5. It's 100 foot. Oh, it's a line that it emanates from me. Okay. That's not what I would want to do. Okay. All right, what do we have here? Oh. Do we just see how much damage we do? Because, like, I can just meteor swarm these guys. That might be a bit excessive, but when has me being excessive been a bad thing, right? All right, that might be my only actually useful AoE at this point, though. Synaptic static. Each creature within a 20-foot radius sphere must make an intelligence saving throw. Okay. Yeah, actually, I think we'll do this. Because if we pick a point, we go 20 feet in every direction. We can actually clear out this room. So we pick for our origin point, we pick this square here. Wait, this square here? Because that's 5, 10, 5, 10, 15. Oh, gross. We have to go back to this square. We have to do this one, actually. That's 5, 10, 15, 20. Man, all right. So if we move, we take attacks of opportunity. All right, that's the idea. We just want to do this all in one go. So we're going to take some attacks of opportunity from this hobgoblin and this goblin. So we'll get those out of the way first. Attack of opportunity, hobgoblin. That's a hit. Attack of opportunity, goblin. It's a miss. What kind of damage do hobgoblins do? Oh, by the way, for those of you who don't know what a hobgoblin looks like, it's this thirsty-looking man. Longsword. It's a D8. Actually, they're using it one-handed, so it's a D8 plus 1. So we take 7 damage.
5, 6, 7. And then we cast Synaptic Static. So everybody in there has to make intelligence saves. So we're going to do the 4 hobgoblins first. 2, 3, 4. Roll. All right, 13, 14, 15. So none of them succeed. We have 7 goblins. They need to get 20s to succeed. That's a bunch of no. So they all fail their save. So Synaptic Static. They don't have. Okay, so if they survive this, they have muddled thoughts for a minute, and they roll a d6 and subtract that from any attack roll or ability check. So, boop. What do we got? 40 damage. Okay, so we wipe this room. And also 20 feet through the hallway to the other door. So we not only melt these dweebs, we not only melt all the dweebs in here, but anybody within this room or this room is 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, or either of these 2 rooms is also impacted. All right, so that's a bunch of dead things. Good times. All right, we really need to just be using this one instead of the player map, because it takes too much effort to keep going back and forth between this to check that. So in area 8 and 7, and this thing collapses, I assume. Area 2. Causes a cave-in of wooden beams and heavy stones. Oh, wait, this is a brain magic. It's not a explosion magic. So, spotting the tripwire requires a passive wisdom of at least 20. We have that. We have a passive wisdom score of 21. I believe. Yes, passive perception 20. So, hey, we found a trap. Easily avoided and disarmed. No ability check required. We did it. So we're going to go to, I think we just go to like 8 first. Yeah, I think we just go to 8 first. So 8. Even by day, this area has no exterior light. The box text assume the characters have dark vision or light source. I do. This high, narrow hall looks as if it might have been part of a chapel or shrine at one point. Angelic figures are sculpted along the room's upper reaches, looking down to the floor below. To the north, heavy curtains block a matching pair of archways. Between the archways is a cracked but ornately carved stone brazier. Okay, so we need to make a stealth check for this Grick that's hiding in here, which is a fun monster. So this is about 9 feet long, by the way, to give you a sense of scale. It has a stealth of 2. So let's see if it can beat my passive wisdom. That's going to be a no. So we know that there is something up there hiding from us. The goblins in Area 9 cannot be surprised. It drops down to strike, so it's going to try to kill us. So again, we are back in initiative. It's got a 18, and we have a 17. So the Grick goes first. Grick, 27, Scaly. All right, so the Grick goes first. It is going to pounce on us. So it makes an attack with its tentacles, and then it can beak us. So it makes an attack with its tentacles. It needs a 12. That's going to be a miss. All right, so it falls off of the ceiling at us, and it misses us. So we are going to make a pair of attacks at it. All right, so pair of attacks. I've rolled so many ones today, friends. All right, so that is a hit. So we're going to do the slashing, and then we're also going to use the exploding damage thing. So it takes 9. And then also, we use up one of these Bardic Inspirations, and we roll a d12. Oop. And 11. Okay, so that is 20 damage. It's still alive, but it is at 7 hit points. Not ideal for them, but that's fine. So the Grick is going to go then, and it is going to use its... First, it's going to try to tentacle us. The tentacles hit, so that is 2d6 plus 2. Hey, Ryusei, what's up? We are doing Lost Mine of Phandelver speedrun. 5 plus 2 is 7. We take 7 damage. And then it makes a bite attack, which is, again, plus 4. So, again, it needs a 12. All right, that's a hit. And it does 1d6 plus 2, so that's another 7. Oh, no. Back problems are the worst. That's why I had my back removed and replaced with an iron spire. Okay, so it hits us and it bites on and it latches on and it's just like got a hold of our arm and... And Scaly, being a very brave individual, is just like, oh god, get it off, get it off, get it off. So, we're going to smack it around the face with some swords. It's a 12, which is a miss. And that's a hit. Okay, so again, we burn one of our Bardic Inspirations to just make sure this thing is dead. Actually, what am I doing? That's the wrong damage. And 2, we do enough damage to kill it in 1 hit anyway. All right, so that is 10 damage. So the Grick is dead. All right. Boop. 1 Grick is dead. All right. If combat erupts here, the goblins in Area 9 cannot be surprised. Well, I guess we go to... Let's head. We're in 8, so let's just go through the thing to 9 then. Goblins have no use for human gods, so the Kragmaws have dedicated this place to Meglubiet, the god of goblins and hobgoblins. This chamber occupies the northern tower of the castle. A stone altar stands in the middle of the room, covered in blood-stained black cloth. Golden ritual implements, a chalice, a knife, and censer, are carefully arranged on top of the altar. 2 archways to the south are covered with heavy curtains. This shrine is home to Lupo, a goblin with 12 hit points, and 2 ordinary goblins which serve as his acolytes. They wear filthy robes over their armor, but none of them possess divine powers. They hide behind the altar and attempt to surprise the characters. Cool. All right. Well, let's see if they're able to hide from us. They get advantage. 13 plus 2 is 15, or 15 plus 2 is 17. So they are not able to hide from us. Yes, actually. I pre-ordered the Theros thing with my local gaming store. I called them yesterday, and I'm like, hey, yo, could y'all put me one of them Theros alternate art cover things for me, please? And they were like, sure. And so they did. And I'm hopefully going to get the extras that are supposed to come with that. There's like a map and some other cool stuff, as well as a 50% off coupon for the Theros book on D&D Beyond. I already purchased it on D&D Beyond, so that is going to go to someone once I get it. I'll probably just hand it out to somebody random in chat once I have the coupon in hand in early July. So, Lupo and 2 ordinary goblins. They are not able to surprise me, but I'm going to pretend like they're going to surprise me. So let's give an initiative as they jump out and try to murder me. So goblins go on 5, and Lupo goes on 17. I go on 13. All right, so it's Lupo. Lupo has 12 hit points. Scaly. And goblins, 2. They have 7 hit points. Okay, it's Lupo's turn. Lupo is going to jump out, brandishing. You need to find a new... Oh, that's sad. Well, I've been to a lot of cities all over this country. If you are looking for one, I can definitely point you to that direction. If you live in Seattle or Phoenix, or if you live in Chicago or Indianapolis or Toledo, or Columbus or Cleveland. If you're anywhere near any of those, I can give you one. But if you're not, then I got nothing, sadly. Yeah. I'm not allowed south of the Mason-Dixon line or the Ohio River due to reasons. But yeah. I sincerely hope you're able to find something useful pretty soonish. So, Goblin, which, by the way, if you aren't aware, is pronounced...
Goblin.
It's pronounced Goblin. Matt Mercer told us so. Oh, that's no good. Sorry to hear that. I hate when local game stores close. So, this Goblin, they're all going to pop up and try to shoot us with short bows. So... that is a 17, which is enough to hit. So they do a d6 plus 2. Maybe one of these days I'll get to roll damage that isn't a d6 plus 2. All right, so we take 6. And then we go. And I think we are going to... we need spells. I think we're going to... We're not really being very stealthy, so let's just go ahead and thunderclap these fools. So we walk up to the other side of the... We stand on the altar, and they're all right behind us. They're all within 5 feet of us, right? Jump up on the altar, and we're like, Maglubiet sends his regards, and I slam my hand down on my drum, and it creates this shockwave out from me, and they all need to make Constitution saves. Schwumpf. So we'll say that Luris... Is that his name? Lupo. We'll say that Lupo... God, Luris. I'm getting my awful magic nonsense stuck. So Lupo saves, and the other 2 do not. So he'll take half, and they will take 6, 8, 9, 10 damage. So he takes 5, putting him at 7, and they are dead. So it is back to Lupo. Lupo is going to try to stab at me and then take the disengage action. All right, so that is 15. That is not enough. And he's going to disengage and pull away. Not quite, but, you know, maybe Thunder Thighs if we get to retire a bit and we get a little heavier. And just, you know, more sedentary. This character has been on the road for about... I don't know, probably like 8 years mostly. They have a rough life. Okay, so we're going to do Thunderclap again because it's a cantrip and that's fun. Do you succeed? That is another... that is a fail, actually, on that con save. So, congratulations, you take 4d6 thunder damage. Not great, but it's more than 7. All right, so Lupo bites the dust. Meh. Leaving us. Okay, the chalice, knife, and censer are worth a total of 200. So 210, 330. Chalice, knife, and censer. Also, I had a scroll of fireball that I could have used, but instead I am a dumb.
So we got through there. All right. And I think that the best thing to do here is to take... So we take this bloodstained cloth off the altar. And then we just try to get it to not be Maglibget-y anymore. All right, so we went through here. We can go through this door, or we can go down through here. I'm not really worried about this one. So let's head this way up to... we're just going to head towards the back. So we head out of here. This room is full of detritus. There's a door to 12. So let's go to 12. Guard barracks. We kick the door open, and a stone brazier full of coals glows in the middle of the small barracks. 4 straw pallets are lined up along the east wall. The wall to the south has collapsed, but a barred wooden door in that direction is still clear. A curtain hangs in the archway to the north. 2 hobgoblins stand guard in this room. They are smart, tough, and loyal to King Grawl. At the start of combat, 1 hobgoblin runs to warn the king in Area 14, then returns 2 rounds later to be in the fray. So, Hobogabo. We are going to roll their initiative. There's a chance that I beat them. A pretty good chance, actually. So they are at 6, and we are at 15. So, Scaly Hobgoblins. 11 and 11. Okay. So, I think that we just Vicious Mockery these, or that we Thunderclap these guys again, because they're going to run away to warn their king anyway, so we might as well make them work for it. All right, first one succeeds on his Constitution save, so he only takes half damage. Second one, it's a fail. So the first one is going to take 17, so it's dead. And the other one takes 8, leaving it with 3 hit points left. So, again, slam on the drum. There's a... And one of the hobgoblins' ears pop, and they drop to the ground, as is tradition. Hang on just a second. I still have Steam running in the background somehow. That's got to stop. Go away, Steam. You're going to eat up all of my brain power here. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, I don't have Skype on this computer. I don't know why it was there. But okay, we're fine now. So slamming our hand down on the drum, it creates a cascading sound wave coming out of us. One of their brains comes out of their ears, and the other one is very, very injured. Hobgoblin's turn. It is going to run into the next room to warn its king. And I'm not going to waste an attack of opportunity. It's going through this curtain. I'm going to poke around and look for stuff in the room until the hobgoblin comes back. This area was once a parlor for the castle's human occupants, though its rotted furnishings were broken up by the cragmaws and used for firewood. All right, so we have a hallway that leads into this area, or I can go south into room 13. You know what? I think we're going to risk it. Oh, I have made a tactical error. So, kick the door open. The upper floors of the tower have collapsed to create a hollow silo at least 30 feet high, and the upper reaches of the room are lost in shadow. Dust, rubble, and broken glass cover the floor, and old work tables and bookshelves lie strewn to the south. In the middle of the room is a hulking beast that looks like a mangy bear with an owl's head. It rears up and roars at you, then kind of chitters a bit like an owl when it sees you. An owl bear. Cool. All right, well, let's fight an owl bear, I guess. Look at him. Look at it. It's just... Bougie, 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 bougie. Okay, so this is probably our most challenging enemy we've fought so far, just based on numbers. So the owl bear is going to go on 5, 6. Owl bear. 59. So I think that Ikoria wanted to stay away from as much of the specifically D&D stuff as they could. I have this feeling that within the next year or so, probably 2021, there will be an explicitly Dungeons & Dragons set in Magic, and that's where we'll get our Owlbear, that's where we'll get our Mimic, and all that stuff. But until then, we are stuck with the Wolf Bear, I believe, in Ikoria. All right, so the Owlbear goes on 5, and we go on 24. All right, so here's my question. Do we just nuclear strike this thing, or do we try to fight it in an honest, like, toe-to-toe fight? Because I'm open to either option at this point. Part of me is just like, oh, just roll up with one of these 9th level spells. Just like, just Meteor Swarm the tower. But we could also, Gravity Fissure. Or we could do like a 6th level Thunder Wave. All right. Nuke it is. So let's see what Meteor Swarm does. Oops. That was not the right button. I wanted this. Oh, it's 20d6 fire and 20d6 bludgeoning. Okay, so. Sure, why not? Let's cast this. And what we're going to do is we're just going to roll and double the damage, since this is only going to roll 20 dice. But first, this guy gets a save. It's a dexterity save, DC 19. So it needs to roll an 18 or higher. It does not. So 20d6 fire. So it takes 63 fire and 63 physical damage. So that is 126 out of its 59 hit points. That much damage also basically ruins the tower too. So all this stuff is exploderated. Yeah, it's just ruined. It is a very dead owlbear. So we see the owlbear, and my character hasn't. It's been a while since I've fought anything that has any. It's like that's scary. Everything else has been like, oh, goblins, whatever. So I take a step back out in the hallway. I pick a point about. Well, how big is this room? I want to make sure I don't get stuck in the blast radius. So we pick a point that's like over here. So it just fills up this entire area with meteors and explosions. Wait a minute, isn't this? Hang on. Each creature within a 40-foot radius of each point, and we get 4 of them. All right, so what we're gonna do, we're just gonna pick 4 points on the map. It has to be places I can see. So one of them is like 40 feet up from the center of this. One of them is this entrance, which we know is there. And one of them is the doorway, and one of them is this other entrance. So these walls are basically obliterated by that much damage. This room is reduced to a smoldering crater. This is ruined, and this is ruined. But we definitely killed that owlbear. We did it, team. We did it. We used our only 9th level spell to kill an owlbear. All right, so where are we going next? We're going to 12. Or 14. We're going back through 12 to 14. So there's an extra hobgoblin there. King's quarters. So, kick the door in. This chamber has been set up as a crude living space, with thick furs thrown on the floor to serve as carpets, old trophies hanging on the walls, a large bed to the north, and a brazier of coals burning brightly. A round table with several chairs stands to the south near the door. Near the table, on the floor, is an unconscious dwarf who has been badly beaten. I'm glad we didn't nuke this room. King Grawl is a fierce old bugbear. Okay. With 45 hit points. Grawl is attended by Snarl and a doppelganger. And another hobgoblin. Okay. So I guess we're gonna just try to we're gonna have to draw this one out. I think this is a bit of a complicated fight. So let's pull this up. We don't have a lot of space to work with on this, but oop. Okay, so let's see what we got here. So we know that the Scythionki is a hobgoblin. We've got this red cloaked figure is going to be the drow that is actually a doppelganger. And we need a big meaty boy for this hobgoblin. I don't have any big meaty boys. One moment while I go find some big meaty boys. All right, I have found us a hobgoblin. Or a bugbear, rather. Look at him. He's a big scary man. All right. So, and we need, what, a wolf was the other one? Snarl? A wolf. All right. I also don't have a wolf. How do I not have a wolf token over here? I have these bags of minis preset aside. We're going to use this ambush drake for the wolf. So, give me a moment while I clean off this map and redraw it. All right, this is going to be the door. And 2 squares this way. There's another door. And then this goes. Okay, so we have a table over here. And we have a brazier there. Tell because I drew that fire in it. Next to the brazier, we have an unconscious dwarf. Standing over here by the table is the drow. Standing here is the bugbear. I'm coming in through the door. And this hobgoblin is over here, reporting to his king. Okay. So. All right, and there is a dog, a wolfo. So. All right, we got initiative here again. So King Grawl has a +2. That's an 11. 11. Grawl has 45 hit points. Okay. Then Snarl. Snarl has a +2 also. Snarl is on 7. Has 18 HPs. The Doppelganger has a +4 dex. Ooh. Goes on 9. Drow. Doppelganger. Has 52 hit points. And a hobgoblin has 11 hit points. It goes on 17. Alright, has 11 hit points. And then my character goes on. Whoop, 21. Cool. All right, so I walk in. And I'm like, okay, Snarl, or King Grawl. I don't actually know any of these people's names. I kind of walk in and I'm like, hey, that's my dwarf. Hey, that's that hobgoblin I just wrecked. Do we fight now? Let's see. Okay. So, they're actually here, and he is actually here, since they were warned that this was happening. So, Grawl is this kind of old, wizened bugbear.
One step closer and your friend will die.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. No. So, unconscious but stable at 0. So I have the initiative here, and I think I can take Grawl out in one go. But can I do it in such a way that doesn't cause Gundren to die? All right, we're going to do this. We're going to do Steel Wind Strike. Boop. So I make an attack at 5 different things. I can't make the same attack twice. So we're going to make one attack at Snarl. That is the 15th one I have rolled this game. So that's a miss on the dog. Then we'll make an attack on the hobgoblin. So that's a hit on the hobgoblin. And what's Grawl's AC? All right, so that hits. So we got hits on them. I don't know that the drow is there. She's behind a door around the corner. So Crawl and his hobgoblin lackey both take 30 damage. It's not enough. So Grawl is down to 15. This hobgoblin is dead. And Snarl was missed. Does this get on a hit? Okay, yeah, it's just on a hit. There's no miss power on that. Okay, so we have obliterated this hobgoblin, and we have Grawl at 15 hit points, not 35. I took 30 damage. All right. So what do we think here, chat? We got like a 25% chance that this dude backs down, I think. So if we get a 76 to 100, this is the point where he decides to back down, and anything under that, he hits Gundren, and we have to deal with the fact that Gundren is bleeding out at that point. All right, 32. So he hits Gundren, and Gundren is now dying. And
I told you I would kill him if you didn't back off.
And then the Drowpelganger. The Drowpelganger is going to continue to watch. Snarl knows we just attacked its master, so it's going to try to kill us with a bite attack. That's going to hit. So it does 2d4 plus 2. 4. Okay, so that's 6. All right. So that was Snarl's turn. Back to the top, Scaly. All right. Groll is gonna wish he didn't do that. Hobgoblin's dead, so I don't have to worry about that. This guy is here. I'm gonna go ahead and soak the attack of opportunity to run past him to get up to Groll. So the wolf gets another attack.
That is a hit. So 2d4 plus 2. I need to succeed on a strength save. Quick. So that is 3, 4, 5. And then I need to make a strength save. All right, I succeed. And I succeed. Probably. Yes. Okay, so we've succeeded on our saves so we don't get knocked down by Snarl. All right, we rush up to Grawl. And I'm just going to go ahead and make a couple of attacks against Grawl. So first attack is a 9 plus 8, I believe. Yeah, 9 plus 8 is 17, so that hits. So it's a d4 plus 8, or a d8 plus 4, rather. 5. I wish it was a d4 plus 8. That seems like a much better option. That's 9. So that's 6 damage left. And then we make our second attack. And that's a hit, so we deal 6 damage, dropping him exactly. And then as our bonus action, we are going to cast Healing Word at 5th level. And so that is 5d4 plus 5, I believe. 5th level Healing Word. Gundren regains 20 HP. So he's alive. We did it, friends. All right. So that is Scaly's turn. The Drowpelganger at this point. There's a encounter pit that triggers here. If Grawl is killed, Viriath tries to kill Gundren and flee with the map. So Viriath is going to try to kill Gundren. So that is multi-attack, 2 slam attacks against Gundren. So 1, 2, 14. So that's 20 and 8. So the 20 hits. So that is 1d6 plus 4 bludgeoning damage. All right, so that's 5. So Gundren is injured again. I mean, he was injured before, but... All right, we are going to... Oh, geez. We are going to murk this doppelganger as best we can. Mostly because I'm getting tired of dealing with this thing. I'm going to go ahead and... move over here. Because Gundren is technically in this square. So I move there. And that gives me a Thunderwave area. I'm going to go ahead and cast it at this level. 7th level. So that is... Need to roll a 19 on a Constitution save. Okay, it succeeds, so it takes half of... Half of 45 is 22. So it takes 22 damage, so it's at 30 HP. Snarl is going to attack me also. So Snarl gets a bite. That's a miss. Scaly's turn. All right, so we're going to try to just chump out this doppelganger with using a Bardic Inspiration to do Slashing Flourish. So attack. That's a hit. That was a dagger attack, but that's the same number. And a longsword. That is also a hit. So we do 2d8 plus 8 plus 12. So whatever we roll here plus 8. Huh. 16 plus 8 is 24. So that's 6 HP left. Gundren should go, right? Gundren should punch this doppelganger, probably, if it doesn't kill him here.
So the doppelganger is going to once again try to kill Gundren. Both attacks. That is a miss. No, both of those hit. Gundren has an AC of 12 right now. So 2d6 plus 8. 9 plus 8 is 17. So Gundren is bleeding out again. All right. Snarl. Snarl is going to go ahead and attack me. That's a miss. Gundren. Gundren is going to make a death save. All right, natural 20. He's back at 1. Jesus. Gundren. He's popping up and down like some kind of just, I don't know, like a weeble, basically. It wobbles, but he don't fall down. All right. So slams. Good, great, awesome. That was Snarl's turn. Gundren made his save. Back to me. So that is a longsword attack against the doppelganger using the flourish. That hits. So that is a d8 plus 4 plus 12. So that is 5 damage plus a d12. Okay, that is 2. So that is enough to drop the drow. It reverts to its creepy doppelganger form upon death. And then Snarl. Okay, how does this flourish work? Does this let me? If a weapon attack hits, you can expend one of your bardic. Okay, so I can do it on multiple attacks. I just have to use multiple dice. Okay, that hits. So we're going to do a d8 plus 4. So that's 6 plus a d12. 6 is 12. So it's at 6 damage. Or it's at 6 health. Doppelganger's dead. And then Gundren. Gundren is going to try to punch this puppy in the head. Gundren's got a plus 2. That's a 10. That's going to miss. Back up to me. That's a hit. And 11. All right, Snarl is dead. Thank gracious. All right. Dead, dead, dead. All right, so Viriath is dead. We Greyhawk the entire room, so we find 220 silver pieces, 160 electrum, 3 potions of healing, and the map to Wave Echo Cave. So we find... so we've got 5 total potions of healing. Okay. Gundren's map to Wave Echo Cave. 22 gold. And, okay, so electrum pieces are 5 silver apiece. So this is 80 gold. So that gets us to 902 gold. $902 gold. And 5 silver pieces and some stuff. Okay. If Gundren Rockseeker survives the ordeal at Cragmaw Castle, he offers the characters his thanks and asks they escort him back to Phandelver and then venture to Wave Echo Cave to learn the fate of his brothers, Nundro and Tharden. He knows that someone called the Black Spider orchestrated this capture and hopes to stop the returning villain. Upon returning to Phandelver, Gundren offers the characters 25 gold and promises the party a 10% share of the mine's wealth once its operation is up and running. We now know the location of Wave Echo Cave. Wave Echo Cave. Known. Okay. So, we have 2 paths we can go here. We can go to basically the end game of this. Or we can go to Thunder Tree. Or we can go to Thunder Tree and fight a dragon. All right, it is 4 o'clock. So, what we'll do is we'll take another short break here so I can get some more water and go to the bathroom and whatnot. And then we can make that decision whether we want to go to Wave Echo Cave, or if we want to go to Thunder Tree to fight a dragon, just because, it's there, I guess. I don't know. What do you think, chat? Think on it for a few minutes, and when I get back, we will make a decision. So, don't go anywhere. We will be back with part 4 of Lost Mine of Phandelver, or Lost Mine of Flappledoodle, here in a few minutes. Oops. I want this one again. Be right back, friends. All right, we're back. We're back and better than ever. So, I see a few people have joined since I disappeared on my little refresher break here. So, welcome. Hi. This is JephCon. We are here to raise money for To Write Love on Her Arms, which is a charity that I enjoy immensely because they are amazing people who do amazing work. And right now is a historically difficult time for anybody in the mental health fields because the need for mental health counseling and addiction counseling and all that is at like 5 to 10 times what it normally is in May. So if you like what we're doing, if you're enjoying yourself, hit that donate button. I'm going to drop a link in the chat for those of you who are just joining. So we've just finished up chapter 3 in the story of Lost Mine of Phandelver. And it is at this point that I realize that there are no sound effects, so I don't need to have my monitoring headphones on. Also, it's like 90 degrees in this room because it's hot outside, so I had to take my hoodie off. But I'm repping Neo Scum now, which is one of the best podcasts, and you should listen to it if you don't. Anyway, welcome back. So, viewers, tell me, do we continue on to Wave Echo Cave, which is where the game wants us to go? We have flushed out the Cragmaw Castle, and we are heading to our next destination. There are 2 destinations, though. We can either go to Wave Echo Cave, which is like the next part of the story arc, or we can go to Thunder Tree, where we fight a green dragon. So I leave it to the chat. We'll give you a couple minutes to make your decision while I am clearing out some of this stuff and futzing with some bits and bobs. We're going to go ahead and take a long rest while we're at this castle. Get all of our stuff back, and then we're going to move on to whatever the chat decides. And I am going to take a bite out of this delicious ice cream sandwich that I have stolen from the freezer because I need something to eat. Because unlike regular JephCons, I didn't put half-hour breaks into this so that I could eat food. So I'm just going to eat food. Oh. If anybody doesn't have strong opinions about it, I figure we'll go to Wave Echo Cave. If somebody really wants to watch me fight a green dragon, we can also do that. But, So, anybody have strong opinions, or are we just going to go on with the story? All right. Since chat does not have a strong opinion one way or the other, we're going to go on to Wave Echo Cave. This part of the adventure is designed for characters of at least 4th level and assumes each character has earned at least 2700 XP. If the adventurers skipped too many of the optional investigations encounters in Part 3, they might not be level 4, and many of the encounters in this section might prove difficult for them.
I'm interested in
Oh, no worries. Hey, Ryusei, thank you so much for that donation, buddy. I appreciate it. It is a miraculous and wonderful thing. And you want some cards. Cool. I can do that. I will, once we're done with all of this, I will go through and I will split up a non-zero number of rares and mythics and send them out to everybody who's donated at that level. It could be some stuff from tomorrow's stream. Will also have more magic cards to open, including a pack of Ice Age and a couple of packs of the set that I bought the most of as a child because I was a dumb Fallen Empires. So, what do we know about Wave Echo Cave? We know that it's 15 miles east of Phandalin. We know that we are currently Oh, geez. We are currently here at Cragmaw Castle. We're going to go south, back to Phandelver, to drop off Gundren Rockseeker. And then from there, we're going to go east to Wave Echo Cave, which is where some shenanigans are happening. And then from there, who knows? We now have a chance to aid Gundren, avenge his kin, and put a stop to the nefarious schemes of the Black Spider. And of course, the hoard of powerful magic rumored to be hidden in the mines is a rich prize. Okay. Monsters roam through all areas of the mine. Cool. No part of the dungeon is safe. Encounters with wandering monsters are often an effective way to keep the players and characters on their toes, alleviate player boredom, and tax party resources. So, we cannot take any short or long rests until we're done with Wave Echo Cave. Basically, I'm taking one long rest per chapter. I think that's fair. If the characters spend a long time in a given area, you can check for wandering monsters by rolling a d20. They show up on a 17 to 20. General features. Cool. All good dungeons have characteristics that make them unique, and Wave Echo Cave is no exception. The rhythmic thunder of pounding waves echoes through the mine, loud enough to make the stone underfoot shiver. Waves come about 2 minutes apart and growing louder towards the northeast. Wave Echo Cave is nowhere near the ocean, but a water-filled cavern deep in the mine is connected to an underground hot spring. That spring boils over continuously to produce a surge that slams into the narrow funnel, making a sound like breaking surf. Cool. Oh boy. Alright. Guessing we come in at 1. Whether the characters follow Gundren's map or receive directions to Wave Echo Cave from another source, the initial approach leads them to a narrow tunnel whose entrance is hidden in the Sword Mountain foothills. The entrance tunnel leads to a large cavern supported by a natural pillar of rock and containing 3 stalagmites. Oop. There we go. In the western part of the cave, behind the column of rock, are 3 bedrolls and a heap of ordinary supplies: sacks of flour, bags of salt, casks of salted meat, lanterns, flasks of lamp oil, pickaxes, shovels, and other gear. Amid the supplies, you see the body of a dwarf miner, dead for at least a week. Oh no! This was the campsite of the Rockseekers. The dead dwarf is Tharden, Gundren's brother, who was killed by the Black Spider. Gundren's other brother, Nundro, was here as well, and currently the Black Spider's prisoner. We don't know that yet. The dwarves' supplies are potentially useful, but not particularly valuable. Alright. Chat, do we loot the body of our good friend, or our good drinking buddy, who we've now met 3 times, Gundren Rockseeker? Do we loot the body of his fallen brother, or do we respect the fallen and don't do that? I grew up in the late 80s and early 90s of D&D, so the concept of not greyhawking these bodies is painful to me, but if that's what the chat wants, that's what the chat gets. The body is over here. Why are we going morals? I mean, fair. You're a bard, so loot, of course. All right, fine. We have found a pair of boots of striding and springing. Well, we will once I cast Identify. So we're going to cast Identify. Boop. And then we have boots of striding and springing. While you wear these boots, your walking speed becomes 30 feet unless it's already higher, and your speed isn't reduced. In addition, you can jump 3 times the normal distance, though you can't jump farther than your remaining movement would allow. So we can basically just jump 30 feet with these. Cool. Let's go to my equipment. Manage equipment. I'm going to go boots of striding and springing. We're going to add these, and we're going to equip these, and we're going to attune these 2 nerds. So when I built these characters, I gave them each 1 purple magic item, but it had to be something that was like not particularly useful. This is the Anstruth harp, which is a bard instrument and does some cool stuff, but like it's basically there as like an oh shit button. It's not really there to specifically like I'm not going to be using it to cast fly every day. That's ridiculous. It's there just in case. So we have this cool thing and we can jump. We have these rad dwarf boots. Now, I like it. It's a good time. Thanks, Slothiel. Welcome to the party. We have acquired boots. And now we continue on into Wave Echo Cave. So we have Greyhawked this body. We now know where Gundren's lost brother is. And we can move on to area... 2, 3... We have to leap across this thing. Good thing we have those boots. So, we are going to make an athletics check to clear this pit. Hada! Okay, that's great. So, 33. We can easily clear the pit. Hwah! This area consists of numerous intersecting passages. The ceilings here are only 6 feet high, and several of the passages end in partially excavated rock faces. Thank you, Tiny Fox, for that vote of confidence. Okay, so there are a bunch of different paths we can take in here. We're gonna go to the right, and then we're just gonna wander around until we run into this ochre jelly. Because I like fighting weird monsters. When the party enters this section of the mine, the jelly begins to stalk the group, instinctively waiting for an opportunity to attack a lone target. Well, you're in luck, ochre jelly. I am a lone target. So, we are going to get surprised by this thing, because that makes it more interesting. But we still have to roll initiative first. So let's roll for this ochre jelly. All right. Jelly got a... I unfortunately haven't really got into Discord because I am an old. I mostly interact on Twitter. My Twitter username is the same as my channel name here on Twitch, JephLeWis. I'm also available on Instagram with the same thing, and Facebook with the same thing, though that is kind of a worthless place to try to interact with me because I'm just an angry political dweeb there. So, yeah, follow me on Twitter. I put out stuff about game design and charity stuff every once in a while. So, also, this will be available on the VODs for a few days, as well as on my YouTube channel, which I'm putting into the chat right now. These will get posted along with previous years' JephCons, where you can watch and enjoy. So thank you very much for stopping by. And if you remember, hit that follow button, and you'll know the next time I go live. Anyway, so this ochre jelly has a dexterity of -2, so its initiative is a 2. Not great. So we got 2 jelly, and the jelly has 45 HP. What is my initiative? 20. Cool. It still gets to go first. Because we have surprised. Or we have been surprised. So it's amorphous. It can move through spaces as narrow as 1 inch. Will do. Thank you, Slothiel. Or S. Lothiel. Either way, both of those are probably accurate. I like to think that Slothiel is the elvish word for sloth, and it's just this cute little sloth, like 3-toed sloth, slowly climbing across Rivendell with tiny pointy ears sticking out of its fur, like a bugbear but a sloth. Anyway, this thing is kind of scary in the like full power playthrough of this, or the full playthrough where you have 5 characters and you're level 4 at this point. This ochre jelly will mess you up hard. Like, It's resistant and immune to a bunch of different things. It's got damage resistance to acid. It's got blind sight, so you can't even sneak up on it or anything. Its damage isn't that high. It's 2d6 plus 2 bludgeoning plus 3 acid, generally. So it's going to try to beat the tar out of us. So it's going to go ahead and attack. It has advantage because it has ambushed us. So 19 is the higher number there. Plus 4 is enough to hit. It does 2d6, so 3d6 total. 2d6 bludgeoning and 1d6 acid. Plus 2. So we take 8, 9, 12, 11 damage. 11 damage is, this would be a solid hit against a correctly leveled character. Fortunately, we are speedrunning this, which means we get to use a max level character. Lol. So, it is now our turn. Now, does this character know enough? I'm going to say this is like DC 12 plus the things. Yeah, so we need like an 18 on an Arcana check to know about its damage resistances and immunities. All right, so we're good there. We know this is immune to lightning and slashing and resistant to acid. So, knowing that info, let us burn through some spells and see what happens. All right. Again, sorry about this. I have some blood sugar issues. And I didn't really want to spend another 15 minutes away from the screen if I could avoid it. So, you get this cool mukbang stream of me eating an ice cream sandwich along with learning about 5e. And me being a dingus generally. All right. So how do we reach these kids? I don't want to go too high on the energy curve here. So a thing to remember is that this thing would be immune to vicious mockery. Calculus. I once took calculus, and I failed it so hard that the teacher asked me what I was even doing in the class. So that was fun. College in the early 2000s was a trip. What we're going to do. Thunderclap is fine. It does thunder damage, not lightning damage, so it gets around the damage immunities of this bad boy. But I think we want to try to take it out faster than that. And also, we don't really want to use one of these thunder-based powers that that makes everyone within hundreds and hundreds of yards of us know we're here. But also, most of the things that we do are way too loud. So what we're gonna do is, oh god, I don't want to waste a 6th level spell on this thing. All right, heck with it. They know we're coming. I know we're coming. We're going to go ahead and use Thunderclap because it's an at-will. All right, so this thing needs to make a DC 19 Constitution save. So 7, because it's got a +2 con, is not enough. So I roll 46, and it takes, all right, some good rolls. All right, 15, 17 damage. So 28. I can do basic math sometimes. All right, it is the jelly's turn. The jelly is going to pseudopod us again. So +4. 17 is a hit. So that is 3d6 plus 2. Ha! 2, 4, 8, 10. So we take 10. And then it is back to us. I think I want to make sure this thing's dead, so I'm going to thunderclap it again. I don't really want to, but roll a saving throw. 14 isn't enough. So thunderclap does. All right, come on. 14 damage. All right, that gets it down to 14. It's going to probably get one more round of attacks in, so we're going to go ahead and do that. All right, 16, that's going to hit. So again, 3d6 plus 2. Thank you, Bipolar Bear, for the follow on Twitter. And on YouTube. Let's see here what we got going. All right, so it's taking some damage. It is going to deal 12 to us. Sorry, 14 to us. Ugh. So for those of you who weren't here earlier, while I'm in Wave Echo Cave, I can't take any rests. I can only continue fighting. I can take rest, but I can't take I can't use a short or a long rest while in here. There's not enough time or space or safety. So, one moment. All right. Now that we've dealt with that, it's the choice of a new generation. The best ginger ale in the universe. All right, so this ochre jelly is going to get one more attack. Actually, no, it just attacked. That was it. Okay. I might miss though. So, yeah, we're gonna thunderclap it one last time. Hopefully, this will be enough. Okay, that is not enough for it to save. So, 13 damage. It's not enough to kill it. It's still got 1 HP left. Gross. All right, the ochre jelly is going to whittle some of our resources away again. That's a hit. Plus 2. Oh, rough. 17 damage. Woof.
More!
That's not great. Hey, Swap Shop, thank you for the host, buddy. I really appreciate it. Now we can get the speedrunners from your channel onto my speedrun. I'm not doing a very good speedrun. I mean, this is a lot faster than if I was doing this with a tabletop group, because then they would have to have like 5 people arguing, and I'm just one person who only argues with themselves sometimes. All right, so this ochre jelly is going to get one more attack in. At least one more attack in. I'm probably going to miss next time. All right. 12 plus 4 is 16. My armor class is 16, so that is 3d6 plus 2. Boop. 8, 9, 11. Yeah, this ochre jelly has done like 60-some HP worth of damage to me. It's not bueno, guys. All right. Finally, thunderclap again. Everything in the dungeon is totally frigging aware of us at this point. But the ochre jelly is dead. Hooray! So, let's go back to the map. See where we have wandered off to. Oh, right. Still. I have the map over here again. Alright, so we've wandered through a lot of this area here. Now, do we head towards water, or do we head towards this part? Basically, we need to go north, northwest, or south, or sorry, north, northeast, or southeast. Anybody have strong opinions on that either way? Personally, I kind of want to go north, but I'm not the only one involved in this right now. So what do we say, friends? Can we get a consensus? Northeast. All right, so we're heading northeast. Water. All right. Oh no, we've got a. All right. Well, we've got 2 people with strong opinions. So here's what we're gonna do. All right, we've got northeast, northeast, and water. Oh no, that's north and water. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna split this difference. If this is 51 to 100, we're going north, and if it's 1 to 50, we're going northeast. Ha! All right, we're going northeast. So, what number is northeast? That's like 9. Okay, so we're heading up this way to room 9. All right. 9. The Great Cavern. Steep escarpments divide this large cavern into 3 sections, high ledges at either end and a lower section in the middle. Carved stone stairs climb up to the ledges. 2 large tables stand in the middle section, along with a pair of old braziers. Note, braziers. That is a bowl wherein you have burning things, not braziers, which are for the boobies. A small table stands on the northeastern ledge. The skeletal remains of dozens of dead warriors, dwarves, gnomes, orcs, and ogres, attest to the fierceness of the fighting that took place here long ago. So I was like, I skipped this next paragraph here. I skipped this bit. Like, escarpments are 10 feet high and require a strength check to climb. A creature that falls or is knocked on the top of the ledge takes 1d6 bludgeoning damage and lands prone. And then I reread this paragraph. 7 ghouls lurk in the shadows. All right, so I think this is one where we're going to have to draw a map. So one moment while I get the map. Ah. All right, we have 7 ghouls, so bear with me just a moment while I draw out this map, and then we will work from there. Be right back. All right, so we are coming up from here. We are coming up from here. Okay. And then there's an escarpment here. Okay. So, I've got some goop on my fingers now. That's fun. The best part of being a DM is getting dry erase marker off of your fingertips. That and one other thing, which is the rest of the game. So, what do I have that's human-sized that I can use for ghouls? Well, we have these Cult of the Dragon Dancers. There's 4 of them. And 5. And, oh, ghouls can also be farmers. Look at that boy. He's got a piggy. So we got a couple of these boys. They're all hanging out down in the bottom. I believe that's where it says they are. On the western ledge. So the western ledge is going to be north, east, south, Dennis. Right. Oh, no. They are right here on top with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. So we got 7 of those guys, and I'm coming in from these stairs. This is not a great place for me to be, but I have done stupider stuff before. I didn't take any time to heal, which is also dumb, but it's saving me some seconds on this split. So, all right, so we're going to do some initiative here. We got ghouls. Remember, ghouls. Look at that boy. He's just so hungry. Arm. And for those of you who don't know, according to Matthew Mercer, ghoul is pronounced
Ghoul.
like that. So we got these ghouls. There are 7 of them. They have 22 hit points each. The Mickey Mouse voice will come when I get to the next boss. Don't worry. All right, so we've got ghouls. Ghouls. 22. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. All right, so ghouls. What is the ghouls initiative? The ghouls have 6 plus 2 is 8. All right, so the ghouls go at 8. And this is where I hope that I get a number higher than 8. But knowing my luck, okay, 9. That's better than 8. So, Scaly here will go just before these ghouls go. So, does this seem like a time where I should try to, where I should just try to take out as many of them in one fell swoop as possible? Because I have some, like, high-level spells I could use in this instance that would probably do some good. Like Gravity Fissure. Or, hang on. Steel Wind Strike. Steel Wind Strike could take out 5 of them. Like, probably. I think that's our smart move here. I think we Steel Wind Strike, which is a 4th level spell. It's a 5th level spell. So what we're going to do is we're going to cast Steel Wind Strike, which is choose up to 5 creatures you can see within range. The range is 30 feet. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So I have to move up 1 to hit anybody in the room. I'm going to aim at the ones that are closest to me. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 are each getting an attack on them. So we make a spell attack. So we pull out our sword. Got our sword out, and we're ready and willing to fight. And then the murder happens. So first attack against the ghoul that's directly in front of me here is a 23. That's a hit. So we're going to go to this one, or this one next. I'm going to try that again. We do need to not roll a 1, basically, to hit these guys. Okay, that was that one. That's a hit. This one. That's a crit. Cool. I do love critical hits. That's a miss. And we've got one more. We got one miss, and the rest are hits. And one of them takes double damage. So the one miss is the farmer one here. Him. So all of these ghouls that aren't the farmer one, take 26 damage. They have 22 hit points, so we get rid of 4 of these guys. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we took out 4 ghouls, which is good. And then I think I used the rest of my move. 5, 10, 15, 25? Yeah. To get them into a cone, and then use my breath weapon. So we go to actions. Got a breath weapon. They need to make a DC 18 con save. All right, there are 3 of them left. Hada! Okay. Chat, you can't see it, but it is. Maybe I can get to the 2 natural 20s and an 11. So 2 of them take half damage, and the other one takes full damage. So walk through, unsheath the sword, swing it in a giant arc, like a big anime arc that flies, causes this shockwave of energy to rush out and lacerate 4 of these ghouls apart. Then, rushing forward, drawing in a deep breath, and exhaling this giant cloud of freezing air and ice crystals out of my silver dragon maw, dealing 18 damage to 2 of them. We'll say that this guy here is the one that took half damage.
just to keep things. So these two are at 4, and this one is at 13. All right, so that was a good turn. It was solid. The RNG didn't ruin us that much. Wait, we have 2 took half. Thank you. Fixed it. Good catch. Thank you. So the 2 farmhand types, just to keep the visual record smoother, the 2 farmhandy ones here in the back are the ones that took the half, and the one in the front took full because I grabbed him by his gross ghouly lapels and breathed cold air directly into his dumb face. So we've got that taken care of. That's my character's whole turn. So it goes to the ghouls. There are 3 of them, and they can make a bite or a claw. So I think these 2 move up, so they're adjacent to me. The first one is going to make a claw attack to try to paralyze me, because paralysis will ruin my life. So my character, well, first it needs to make an attack roll. It needs a 12 to hit me. Oh, so close. Thank you. All right, the next one's going to do the same thing. One of these guys is going to paralyze me. Okay, so that is 1 hit. It does 2d4 plus 2 damage. So that is 5, 6, 7. All right, so I take 7. And then I have to make a Constitution save, difficulty 10, which is possible for me to fail. I have to roll a 6 or higher. That is a 4, giving me a total of 8. So the thing I've just learned is that my character is paralyzed, and there are 2 ghouls, one of which still gets to attack. So it is going to use its bite because it gets advantage on that. Okay, so 9 plus 4 is 13, so it's still not enough. Apparently, I got paralyzed with my arms up around my head or something. So it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. So my turn. I have to make another Constitution save to try to throw off this paralyzation. Okay, I'm no longer paralyzed, but that eats up my entire turn. The ghouls' turns. First one's going to try to paralyze me again. So claws. That is a 15. That's not enough. Second one, claws. That is a natural 1, so that's good. It's good. We're getting that RNG that we need. And we got a 14 plus 4 is 18, so that is a hit. So I take 2d4 plus 2. 5, 6, 7. I'm at 106 current hit points. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and switch back to the desktop here, since we don't really need the map right now. So that is 5, 6, 7. We got that. And then there is one last one. Oh, wait. I have to make a Constitution save. 9. Okay, that's enough. It's a 13. Last one is also going to try to claw me here. That's a hit. So I take 4, 5, 6. Uh-oh. I am within power word kill range. And I have to make a con save. That's enough. Okay. All right. So now I get a turn again. So that's nice. How are these ghouls looking? 13, 13, 4. Gross. I am going to spells, clear. Everything in this dungeon already knows I'm here. So we're going to thunderclap. Fail, please. All right, that is a bunch of fails. So they each take 5, 9. They take 14. All right, that wipes out all 3 of them in a cacophonous explosion. So once again, I have my drum wail on it a couple times, and there's just this cascade of sonic boom out of me that's audible anywhere within 100 yards, which is bad, but it could be worse. So, the ghouls.
There is not really much else in this area. So let's go back to the map. So we are in here. I don't know what this is. A water wheel. So we could go north to the water, or we could go northeast to the water wheel, or we could go northwest to area 10, or we could go south to this stuff. Northeast, northwest, or south? Well, I guess. Are we going to the water wheel, the pond, or the barracks? I think that we probably ought to go to the pool, only because that was the second highest vote getting option earlier. And water's fine. All right, good. We're going to 10. We're backtracking a little bit to go up here. All right. Oh, I like this little bit of information that I don't actually have as a player right now. A still pool fills much of this cavern. The water is dark, revealing little of what might lie within. The shore of the pool consists of a thin layer of broken shells from strange, pale mussels, and a fishy odor hangs in the air. A passage leads south, which is where we came from. A sluggish stream goes out to the northeast. The pool is 20 feet deep in the middle. The stream to the northeast is 3 feet deep, and the ceiling of the passage is 2 to 3 feet above the water. Well, as again, I am an old school person, and since we are coming in through this path, and I see a bunch of water and like a tunnel we can go through, my first instinct is going to be to just dig around through that water. So I swim around for a little bit and find the remains of a human wizard from old Phandelver who died defending the mines against the orc attackers. Several orc arrows are still lodged in the skeleton's ribcage. The skeleton wears 2 platinum rings. Cool. Actually, we don't have Gundren's map anymore. We gave that back to Gundren. And a wand of magic missiles, which is fun. First level version of the spell. I guess that's a good, like, it's a solid thing. I don't think I can actually use that, since I don't have magic missile on my class spell list. But I have it with me in the event that I need to barter with someone with it. So, nothing all that fun in here. So we're going to keep going north. We're going to follow this water until... Okay, the water goes under this thing and into room 18. That's a bit of a jump. Room 18. Oh man, there's a lot of stuff I'm missing. A wide rift fills the eastern half of this cavern. A stream pours out of the west wall, which is where we're coming from, then tumbles down into the rift and flows out again to the north. Several ropes are secured to iron stakes along the western edge of the rift, leading down to the chasm floor. Oh man. Friends, there's some good treasure in this room. So, what we're doing is we are flowing this, and we get to about here, and the water's only like 2 or 3 feet deep, so we're not like getting pulled along by this, but if we stand too close to this edge, we might fall over. So in here are 3 bugbears and a doppelganger, one of which are at the top, and so the bugbear and the doppelganger are at the top with me, and the 2 bugbears are down at the bottom. So let's see here. Let's go ahead and roll some initiative here quick. So we've got, let's roll me first, I guess. Scaly goes on 8.
We've got Doppelganger, which has got a +4 dex, so it is going to go... nope, not D12s. Good job. 9 plus 4 is 13. All right. And then the 3 bugbears will go on D20 plus 2. 17, 19. Okay, so the bugbears are gonna... Oh, everything goes before me. 19 bugbears. They have 27, 27, 27. The doppelganger has 50-something. 52. Again, I have failed to take any time to heal myself, so I'll have to do it during combat if I drop too low in the hit points. So, the bugbears, I, again, am not very stealthy. I wander in, hey guys, what's going on in here? And they turn around and they try to murder me, as they are wont to do. So, alright, bugbears go first. One bugbear is at the top with me. So they are going to come up at me. And, wait, yeah, one more in the western half and 2 are in the rift. So the one that's up here is going to come at me swinging. They get a Morning Star attack. Oh, surprises. Good. I was worried for a minute that I was going to have to deal with taking 2d8 plus 2d6. So, Morning Star. It needs a 12 to hit me. Oh. That's a 5. All right, so that's a miss. The other 2 bugbears come up with him, and they are all kind of... Let me check the numbers here. I don't think there's enough... Okay, so this is effectively 20 feet. So they are, like, over here. So I'm here. One bugbear is here. 25, 30. So they can get to here, which is enough to get them to attack me. Okay, they can get to here and here. So I am effectively surrounded by bugbears. All right, let's see what these other 2 do. Huda! An 8 and a 9. So both of those miss. And then the doppelganger's turn. They are going to... They are going to... It hasn't surprised me. So yeah, it's going to go ahead and make 2 slam attacks. 2 slam attacks. 6 and a 7. Both of those are going to be misses because that's a 12 and a 13. So everybody misses me. And then I go on the attack here. So we're going to... God, Thunderclap is just a very good spell for this section because, like, they're always going to be surrounding me. But at the same time, you know what else is good? Gravity Rift. Synaptic Static. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to use Synaptic Static. I like it. It's a good 5th level spell. I hit the Thunderwave cast, but it's fine, whatever. I cast Synaptic Static. There. I've cast 2 of those, thank you. So, I need to pick a point within, or that's 20 feet radius sphere. So, they are here, 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 and here. Or, yeah. So there's no way for me to get all 3 of them. I can do 5, 10, 15, 20. So if I do this square, 5, 10, 15, 20, that will get all 3 of these. I'll miss the doppelganger, but I'll hit all 3 of the bugbears. Because it is creature, which includes me if I was within it. So those 3 bugbears need to make wisdom saves and hope they beat intelligence saves. Even better. Hada! Okay, so a bugbear's intelligence is -1, so all 3 of those fail despite rolling a 19. Nice. So they take 8d6 damage. Wham! I see a couple 6s. 32. Well, guess how many hit points bugbears have? They're all friggin' dead. Boop.
All right, so that was my action. I don't think I have a bonus action, actually, that's, like, useful. I can't cast any spells, except for cantrips. Do I have any bonus action cantrips? I don't think so. Nope. So, actions. What bonus actions do I even have? 2-up and fighting, healing word and healing spirit. Bardic inspiration doesn't help. I can take that. Yeah, okay. So, we're basically done. We got the doppelganger's turn here. So the doppelganger is going to do a slam again. It gets 2 of these. It's also reading my surface thoughts while this is going on. So it understands how powerful I am. So that is a 19 and that is a 15. So that's 1 hit. And its attacks do 1d6 plus 4 bludgeoning. So 9. We're slowly dying here, friends. All right, so it has bludgeoned me a bit. I am going to, do I have any good single target spells? I mean, most of my spells are AoEs, but like, not great. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do hold monster. Wait, do I want to waste my last 5th level spell slot? I don't think I do. I'm going to keep my higher level stuff just in case. I'm going to cast... Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cast Thunderclap again. So it has to make a con save, difficulty 19. It has a +2, so we need a 17 on this die for it to succeed. Okay, Thunderclap is... okay, if they succeed, they just tank the damage. And then for my bonus action, I'm going to cast a... heightened healing word to heal myself. 19 hit points. I've had better, but back up over 100. We're at 110. All right. So, Doppelganger's turn. It is... Okay, it has advantage on wisdom and charisma checks against me. That's nice. It's going to roll both of its slam attacks. Both of those are misses. We're going to go ahead and go back to some melee attacks here. Let's see. So we're going to go ahead and use Slashing Flourish. If a weapon attack hits... You can expend a use of Bardic Inspiration to deal extra damage equal to the number you roll on the die to hit to the target you hit and to any other creature within 5 feet. Okay. So you make 2 attacks. 14, 22, that's a hit. And 14. All right, both of those are hits. So what we're going to do is we're going to expend a Bardic Inspiration on both of those attacks. So we're going to roll 2d8 plus 2d12 plus 8. So whatever I roll plus 8. Man, that d12 won't just chill. All right. So that's 32 plus 8 is 40 hit points of damage. So I haven't hit this thing at all yet. So how that works is, so I draw my longsword, I make an attack, and then I make the second attack, and I just kind of do like a spin move where I like slash across it, slash across it, slash. It's like Omni Slash, but on a smaller scale. It's like effectively like 4 slashy attack things. And this drow is getting ripped apart, like cuts and bruises and tearing of skin, and then it reverts back to its doppelganger form for a moment, and you can see the rage in its cold, unfeeling, or otherwise unfeeling eyes. You made me bleed my own blood, you monster. Escapes from its weird, mouthless face. All right, Doppelganger's turn. It is going to try to murder me because it really can't get away. If it tries to run, I get an attack, and that might just kill it. So that's a 15, which is both of those are hits. So it is 2d6 plus 8. That is 11, so 19. Well, we just undid all that healing I got. All right. And then I am going to, once again, longsword. It is an 18 and a 16, both of which hit. So 6. That's 10 damage, and all right, that's the doppelganger exploded. So the doppelganger drops, and then I am going to spend a minute healing myself up. So what we're gonna do is, this is a speedrun strat that some of you might be familiar with. This is the healing spirit conga line. So what we do is I cast healing spirit at the highest level that I'm comfortable with, which is, I'm going to say 3, or yeah, we'll do 4. We'll just make sure. So healing spirit, you call forth a nature spirit to soothe the wounded. An intangible spirit appears in a place that is a 5-foot cube you can see within range. I pick the one that I'm currently standing in. It looks like a transparent beast or fae. I'm going to say it looks like a transparent squirrel, because Dave is here. Until the spell ends, whenever you or a creature you can see moves into the spirit space for the first time a turn or starts its turn there, you can cause the spirit to restore 1d6 hit points to the creature. The spirit can heal a number of times equal to 1 plus your spellcasting ability modifier, minimum twice. After healing that number of times, the spirit disappears. They fixed this spell. It used to be far more broken. So it can heal 6 times, because my charisma modifier is 5. So 6 times 3d6 is 18d6. So we're just going to go ahead and heal 18d6, and we're going to hang out here for a minute. And we're going to heal 68 HP. Now, I bet you're wondering why I'm not just adding 68 to whatever I had before. And it turns out that I am bad at math. All right, so we've healed up. We've used some spells. Everything's coming up Thrill House. Why didn't you? I said cast. There. All right, so we've killed the doppelganger. And now we take some time to search. Now, we have a chance of getting a random encounter here. So I'm going to go ahead and roll that random encounter and then search. Okay, it fails. So we're going to hope that the RNG is with us here, because what we want to do is we want to get these gauntlets of ogre power. So we need to get a perception check, difficulty 20. So we need a 9 or higher. All right, we found the gauntlets of ogre power. So that means we go to our equipment and we attune these. And then we have a much better attack bonus. Gauntlets of Ogre Power. Add item. Wear item. And gauntlets. Okay. So now, when we go to our actions, we will see that we have a better hit percentage, which is good. And we deal more damage, because we slip our hands into these Link Power Glove looking things, and now we're super swole. Alright, so I love when the RNG lets us get stuff on the first try. So I think where we want to go is probably up here. This seems conspicuous. So we're going to head towards 19. So we're going to head up these stairs and go this way. We're going to kick these giant doors in. Temple of Dumathoin. We kick the doors in. They're very much aware of us. So 6 cracked marble pillars line the walls of this hall, at the north end of which stands a 9-foot-tall statue of a dwarf seated on a throne, a mighty stone warhammer laying across his lap. Large emeralds gleam in the statue's eyes. Oh boy, we get to do the PHB from 1979, where we pry the statues out of the eyes out of the statue. Hang on. I'm sorry, I can't get to it. Oh wait, I have the good one. So Just some friends, just two friends pulling the eyes out of a statue. You know, like you do. Maybe did I? Sorry about that. Yes, just boys pulling eyes out of statues. The dust and debris covering the floor has been swept to one side, and a campsite of sorts now stands spread in front of the statue. Half a dozen bedrolls and packs are neatly arranged around a rough-built fire pit. A wooden table stands at the west side of the room between two pillars. Nesnar, the black spider, 4 giant spiders. The doppelganger is dead. All right. So. All right. So, according to this, he will be invisible. I don't think I have enough spiders. So, we're gonna. All right. We're gonna switch to the tabletop view. And then. Hey now. Who said that you could. No, I need this thing. Sorry about this, friends, who is watching this. I'll get this cleared up in a second. Stop trying to autofocus. Okay. Yeah, it's like a pulse. It's just like, my camera is alive. Oh, no. Ugh. All right, so we're going to draw out this map. All right, so we've got... All right, so we've got a pair of doors. We're going to do a pair of doors here. And then it is 2 squares this way, and 2 squares this way. And then it goes up to... There's a hallway here. And then it goes up 3 more. And then all the way over. And then all the way up. A statue. And then pillar, 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 pillar. Ah, sorry. These are actually slightly different locations. Apologies. That one's there. That one's there. That one's there. That one's there. Okay. There's also a wooden table here. And a fire pit here. Alright, so we have an invisible drow. We have me kicking the doors in. Because doors are an anathema to me and they must be destroyed. Now, let's get some spiders, shall we? I know I have some spiders in here. I don't have any giant spiders, but I do have spider swarms, which will work in a pinch. There we go. We have 4 spider swarms. And there is an invisible drow that I do not know is there, but we'll put him over here. Actually, these spiders should be slightly more spread out. There we go. Yeah. All right. So. All right. Nesnar, the black spider, casts invisibility on himself and stands near the table. Make a stealth check for the spiders. So the spiders have... they have a stealth of +7, so they have a 12. Yes. And my perception... I just need to not roll a 1. Okay, I see the spiders. I do not see Nesnar. Just a very, very drow name. All right, so initiative. So Nesnar. I'm just gonna call him the Black Spider. That's less dweeby. He has a dex of +1. So Black Spider is at 14 and has 27 HP. The Speedros Gigantes, which is real actual Spanish that I know. It's not. They go first. They go a lot first. They're at 22? 23. Gross. 3. Los Speedros Gigantes. Yes, I know that isn't actually Spanish. And they have 26. And then I have lower than all that. Good. Great. Awesome. 10. Scaly. Okay. So I kick the door in. Thwomp. The spiders are nonplussed about this, but I see them. So they just rush over and try to murder me, as is their wont in life. So spiders are going to... Do they have like a ranged attack? They might. Look at these boys. Look at them. You can't see that. You are not on that one. Look at them. Look at these giant spiders. So giant, so spider. So eventually this camera is going to get replaced, and I'm sorry that it's so blurry, but it is garbage. Let's see if I can... I'm not going to monkey with it now. We're nearing the end. So, the spiders... I never did check. All right, they have a web. It's restrained. It can make a 12 strength check bursting the webs. Oh, as an action. Gross. All right. So. All right. Cool. We're going to go ahead and have these boys. One of them is going to web me. And it's going to be this one in the back here. So it is a +5 to hit. They need an 11 on the die roll. That's a 12, so that's a hit. So I am restrained in webbing. Chicken scratch. I have to use my action to get unrestrained. This is going to end poorly for me unless I can get out of this and try to get... I don't know what... I don't have a lot of bonus action spells. So the other 3 are going to move up. Well, 2 of them are going to move up because they can only attack me in 2s. Actually, this one can go here. Now they can attack me in 3s. So they're all going to bite me. And I believe restrained. A restrained creature's speed becomes 0. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage. And I can still attack and still do stuff. Cool. All right. So that's fine. I can deal with that. All right. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait. So first spider. That's a hit. Second spider. That's a hit. Third spider. That is also a hit. So we got 3d8 plus 9 damage coming in. So that is 12 plus 9 is 21. Okay. Change is applied. And then I need to make 3 Constitution saving throws. Oh, wait. Hang on. I have a button for this. So that's a success. I need to get an 11. We have another roll. Okay, so that's a fail. So I will take... Well, I need to see what the third one is, actually. So we have 2 successes and a failure. So I take 1d8... So I take 4d8 poison damage.
So that is... Okay, I rolled low-ish. 11. And if the poison damage is reduced... Okay, great. Awesome. So I'm still up. I'm still alive. I'm still slightly restrained. Why summed... What? I get poison damage from each of them. Or were you talking about their attack rolls? That's just... if it's the attack rolls thing, there's just no way for me to... I don't want to roll them twice, so I just have... like the 2 available d20s. And on my screen it shows both of them, but... Alright, so Spider Friend, listen. I don't like any of you, you don't like me. So, we are going to... I'm gonna put you in a hard place here. And that is just... Okay, I can't attack very well. I've got disadvantage on all my attacks, so that's not a great plan to go forward. So what we'll do is we're going to go back to spells. I'm going to bop us over to the desktop here so we can see the text on the spells. We are going to do... I can't move, so I can only take out 2 or 3 of these guys. Wait a minute. 30 feet. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I can hit anywhere in this room. I can use my last Steel Wind Strike. We're going to do that. So, it's a... attack rolls that I make have disadvantage. I think it's worth it still. Okay, so first spider. We have 6 or 3. So 3 plus 10 is 13, which misses. Second spider. 4 plus 10 is 14, which hits. So we have 1 spider hit. So this green spider has been hit. We have a third spider. 10 and 8. So the 8 hits. So that's the red spider in front of me. So we have the one that's next to me was a miss. And then the one across the room is 3, so that's a miss. Okay, so we hit 2 of them. So the 2 we hit take... Keep rolling. A lot of damage, 26, which is exactsies. So 2 of them are dead. And 2 of them yet live. And then I can't cast any bonus action spells. So, and I can't move. So I guess it goes to them then. So, this invisible wizard. Oh, that invisible wizard went before me. Bollocks. All right. Well, what we'll do is it says in the description here that let's see, role-playing Nezahar. He's curious about them. Given the chance, he will observe the characters at length and try to determine their identities, allegiances, and goals. All right, cool. He is going to, on his turn, observe and also cast, you know what, Magic Missile. So he has first and second level spells. So he's going to go ahead and cast a second level Magic Missile, which is 4d4 plus 4 damage. So I take an additional 9, 13. So I'm at 114 HP. And that was his turn. Was observing and shooting me with magic missiles. Then it is the spider's turn again. So this one that's over here is going to move here since I'm still restrained and they still get advantage. They're going to attack at me. Okay, so 4 is still not good enough to hit me. Well, an 8 is still not good enough to hit me. And then a 8 is a 12, which is still not good enough to hit me. So both spiders miss as I'm struggling against these bonds of spider silk, trying to get free, and it's not like moving slowly. It's not a good time for me. All right, now it's Neznar's turn. He decloaks at this point because he is casting more spells. He should have been visible last turn, but I'm going to say he was ducked behind the table, and I just didn't see him. So he's used one of his second level spell slots. So what does the spider staff do? He can cast spider climb or web. Cool. Neznar is going to magic missile me again, because that is a good way to deal heightened to second level. Roll. All right, that is 11 plus 4 is 15, so I'm at 99 hit points. Table of invisibility indeed. He steps out. Ha ha ha! Fools! You have attacked me in my sanctum. Now you will pay. I am an evil wizard. Ha ha! As we skip through the cutscene. And it is now my turn. So we're going to... Still can't... Does that look like a line to you? Is that a straight line? I think it's a straight line, but I leave that decision up to chat to see. Okay, cool, sure. We're going to use Gravity Fissure. So Gravity Fissure, so we can read it here. Let's go to the desktop here. You manifest a ravine of gravitational energy in a line originating from you that is 100 feet long and 5 feet wide. Oops. Each creature in that line must make a Constitution save, taking 8d8 force damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. Yes, he is uninvisible and has made himself like I know he's there. Each creature within 10 feet of the line, but not in it, must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take 8d8 force damage and be pulled towards the line until the creature is in its area. Cool. That might actually be not a good thing, because it says each creature within 10 feet of the line. But if it originates at me, I guess it doesn't impact me. That's fine. All right, cool. So both... okay, so this will hit all three of them, because it hits both of them. So we have a spider. One spider. That is a... What is your fort? Or what is your... I keep saying fortitude save, and that is not a thing, and that's con save. That's a 15. That's not it. And then the other spider... that's a 4. That's not enough either. And Neznar... Does he have, like, spell resistance or anything? No. All right. Neznar does succeed. Just barely. Half damage on a miss, I believe. So the spiders take 30 damage, which is enough, and then Neznar takes 15. So the spiders are crushed. Los Speedros Gigantes are now no longer... and he takes 15, leaving him... How do I math? 12. Thank you. Spiders are dead. And that's my turn. So Neznar, I think he's going to try to run away. Let's see here. Okay, so he basically fights to the death, because there's not really a way out of here. So, it is Neznar's turn. Neznar is going to... His spell selection is not... Like, it's very basic. I would have assumed that he would have had better spells. Let's see what the spider staff does. A web. I think this just restrains me. And I'm already restrained. Yep. Okay. Cool.
Alright, well, I think he's just going to have to magic missile me again. And hope that I can't get to him. Okay, so 44 plus 4. Huda! Well, that's not great. 10. Alright. Alright, so that's Nesnar's turn. I think he's going to try to get out of here, at least out of my line of sight. 15, 20, 25, 30. Not quite there. 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. Okay, I can actually get one more square. So he's down in the hallway. And it is my turn. So I guess I have to try to escape this, this spider web. So I need to make a strength check, difficulty 12. With these new gauntlets of ogre power, though, it will be much easier. I'll still fail. So I think Nesnar is probably going to get away at this point because he can cast invisibility. No, he can't. He used up all his third level spell slots. Never mind. So he ducks away. And next turn, so this is round 2. All right, that's 14. I get out. And then I move, and I get around the corner, and I see him taking off towards that ravine. So it's his turn. He sees me. He sees the pit ahead of him. He uses his staff, or his spider staff, to cast Spider Climb, and he climbs up onto the ceiling, trying to get out of my line of sight. Next turn, I move in to the chasm. Let's get the chasm up here on the screen so we can kind of... So, I was here. He was here. He went this way. I got up to here. He is climbing over the ravine, basically, like he's on the ceiling here, trying to get to 17. And I am going this way. So, once I have a straight line to attack him, what do I have spells-wise that can hit a single target at range? Vicious Mockery. I need to get a good quip here, so I'm going to steal. I'm going to make sure I get this quote right. Don't try to frighten us with your wizard's ways, Black Spider. Your sad devotion to that ridiculous book-based magic has not helped you conjure up any way to stop me from killing you, or given you clairvoyance enough to find out how to get out of... And then I just have his head explode. So he needs to make a wisdom save. His wisdom is 2. So he needs a 17. Son of a bitch. My vicious mockery wasn't vicious enough. So he continues fleeing, and we move into room 17. He moves into room 17, and then I jump over. So I need to make an athletics check with my boots of striding and springing. Athletics. Boop. 20. Okay, so 18. I need to clear 15 feet. I think that's enough. I have a running start. Yeah. All right, I get across. And we go into room 17. The old stream bed. This passageway is barely 4 feet high and is obstructed by rounded boulders and pebbles. It might have been a stream bed, though no water flows here now. So it... So we're in this tunnel here. We're going to dump into room 16. The booming cavern. The pounding surf that gives Wave Echo Cave its name can be traced to this water-filled cavern.
A narrow ledge overlooks a large cavern that houses a surging, seething body of water. The rhythmic booming heard throughout the mine is louder here. At regular intervals, a fresh surge of water funnels into this chamber and slams against the wall just below the edge. The echo suggests that the cave might be one arm of a much larger cavern to the northeast. Okay, so we get close enough. We're going to try it again, and it's going to be... Did you hear the one about Lolth? Yeah, I don't care either. Your outfit is stupid. And we try again. Oh, come on. So vicious. I can't use a lot of the jokes that are coming to mind because they're not appropriate for mixed audiences. All right, so that is... So we continue this chase. He gets out of room 16 and into down here. Okay, I guess this is 13. So 13. Lord, there's a berserker or a beholder in here somewhere. This is a starry cavern. Glittering minerals in the ceiling of this large cavern catch the light and send it back to create the impression of a starry night sky. Dozens of skeletons, many crushed under the fallen debris, are scattered across this floor. My character has a moment to think to themselves, oh no, the last time I saw skeletons, they got up and attacked me. The cave is large enough that it contains 2 freestanding structures. Each of these stone buildings is proportioned for human use, as opposed to the dwarf-sized doorways and furnishings you've seen elsewhere in the mines. Both structures have battered and blackened masonry walls, their double doors cracked and scorched. The cavern is divided by an escarpment into which a flight of stairs has been cut. Passages lead out of this area to the north, where we're coming from, the south, and the west. Oh, and I can sense a subtle aura of magic in the area, nearer to the northern building. All right, we're going to take one more shot at this dingus. Oh, Nesnar. Did your mama give you that name, or did you pick it out from a dumb book of dumb drow names? And it was at the top, and it was entitled, "This is the dumbest drow name ever." Hada! Ugh. Come on, come on. I need a better mockery. Apparently. Jesus. I bring this on myself. All right. Do I just let this guy get out of here? Do I care enough to keep chasing him through the hills and the dales? I guess I have to. All right, we're chasing him into Zone 8. All right. Fungi Cavern. This cave has hindered Nesnar's explorations. Dense carpets of weird fungi cover large sections of the floor in this cavern. The growth includes puffballs a foot across, weird shelf fungus growing off stalagmites, and large stalks and caps a good 5 feet tall. Some of the puffballs glow with an eerie green phosphorescence. Whenever a creature attempts to cross the cavern, the carpets of fungi that cover most of the floor release poisonous gas. All right, so he is spider climbing across the ceiling still. So he doesn't have to deal with this. But I do. So what does the poison condition do if I get that? Are you just not going to give me a mouse over? Okay. Poisoned. Has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. Cool. Hey, Nesnar. This cave smells slightly better than you do and is only slightly less poisonous. Hada! All right. We finally got past his brain defenses. Vicious Mockery. 10. Balls. He's still alive. 2 HPs. All right, now I have to try to get through this without getting poisoned, which is exactly what I need in my life. All right, I need a 7. All right. We got there. All right, so we've avoided that doom and gloom. We don't take poison. We aren't poisoned. Gas disperses after a minute. All All right, so where is this nerd going to lead us on a chase to next? We go to 3, and then he's going to try to get us back up here, I guess. Sure. 3. The old entrance. Many tunnels intersect at this natural 30-foot high cavern. The walls are covered with simple reliefs showing dwarf and gnome miners hard at work. Below them, 24 skeletons and rusted scraps of armor are scattered across the cavern floor. Some are dwarf skeletons, while others are orc remains. Half a dozen large brass lanterns stand in niches or on ledges around the cavern, but none are lit. Clinging to the ceiling are 10 sturges. God damn it. That's what I need. Fucking mosquito bat nightmare monsters. By the way, those are pronounced Sturge. Any character who isn't watching the ceiling. Gross. Characters who aren't surprised, which I'm going to assume is all of us because my passive perception is 21. Great. Awesome. All right. So we're going to have a 3-directional combat here where I have to fight these sturges. So, all right. The sturges have +3 dex. So that puts them at a 11 for their initiative. 11 Sturge. There are 10 of them. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And Nesnar is going to go all at 10, I think. No, he's going to go at 9. So 9. Black Spider, who is also at 2 hit points. And then me. I'm going to go at like 20-something. So I go at 23. Scaly. All right, so now I have a question that hasn't come up for me. Scrolls. How do scrolls work? Spell scroll. If the spell is on your class's spell list. Oh man. I don't have Fireball on my spell list. Boo. Alright, fine. I was going to use this cool scroll I found, but I guess I can't now. Fine. Alright. So we have a cave that's full of 10 sturges that are swarming around, and we have a dude crawling on the ceiling trying to sneak through them, and it's not working for him. So turn it into basically an M80. Yeah. So do sturges have dark vision, but they don't have like infravision. I have a solution. That solution is greater invisibility. And I just let the sturges kill him. Boop. So I'm invisible, and these sturges are swarming around. And guess what? There's only one thing they can see. They are going to make... they have a +5 to hit. There are 10 of them. Let's see if any of these nerds hit. Okay, we have a crit in there. So Nesnar, the Black Spider, is Nesnamor. These sturges are swarming around, and I am just going to ignore them and head back from whence I came. I will leave the spider staff because it's garbage, and I don't need it. Yeah, Nesnar sucked, and he died because of suck. All right, I can get rid of this. And probably this. Okay. Way back, okay. So we're down here. We're gonna sneak back through this fungus cave and back into 13 because there's a bunch of magic back there. So we need to make a con save to get through this this room of doom. Let's see. Saves. Constitution. All right. Nice. So we get through safely again. That gets us back to 13, and then I think it's 13. 13, and then we go to 15. So 13. Area 15. Forge of Spells. Oh, that's bad. This large workshop was badly damaged by an ancient spell battle that laid waste to the mine. Work tables taking up 2 corners. Wait, hold on. I have to make a strength check. And I have to kick it open. Huda! Alright, 1 door. I failed at. Second door. Alright, second door I get in. Westernmost door. We're through. So, work tables are taking up 2 corners of the room, are scorched, and the plaster has been burned off the masonry walls. In the middle of the room, a stone pedestal holds a small brazier, again, the fire kind, not the boobies kind, in which an eerie green flame dances and crackles. The brazier and its pedestals appear to have been untouched by the forces that destroyed this area. Behind the brazier of green flame floats a spherical creature measuring roughly 4 feet in diameter. It's pretty big. 4 eye stalks protrude from its central mass, 2 on each side, and in the center of the body is a large eye that stares at you.
Hello,
says a thick, burbling voice inside your head. All right. I don't... Okay, so the monster that is a spectator, one of the human wizards who worked the Forge of Spells, summoned the creature to guard the magic items created and stored here. When the mine was sacked, the orcs disturbed the delicate magic in the area, unhinging the specter's grip on reality. It's become deranged and believe the mine is still in use, ignoring all evidence to the contrary. Okay. So, I mean, we can, like, do we just fight this thing? Or do we... I don't know. Like... I guess, I don't really care. I'm just going to fight this dweeb. All right. Spectator. We don't need these sturge stats. What does a spectator do? A lot of stuff. That is a lot of stuff, in fact. Oh, no. This is going to be bad for me. All right. So the spectator gets a... 14 has 39 HP. And I have a 21, 22. That's how math works. Scaly. Okay, so I'm going to just thug this thing out. I mean, look at him. Such a good baby. All right, what does my character know about spectators? Do I know anything about them? I mean, I know a lot about them, apparently. I know they have a fear ray, and a wounding ray, and a paralyzing ray, and a confusion ray. And those are all not great, but they've got low DCs. And I know that if I attack it with if it makes a saving throw or a spell attack misses, I can have it fling those back at me. So we're going to... Let's see how big this room is. So it's not very big. It's going to be pretty easy to just ruin this thing's thing's nice time. So let's go to spells. We'll start off, since I need to be able to heal myself, we're going to go ahead and start with Thunderclap. So this thing needs to make a... All right, so that is a 15, which is not enough. So it takes 4d6 damage. So that is 17. So it is at 22 HPs. And then I am going to do a healing word at 4th level to get back 15 HP. So... Okay. So, again... hit the drum, there's a boom, and the spectator is like jarred a bit. It is now its turn. It is going to make me do a. It's going to shoot a wounding ray at me. So I need to make a Constitution save. All right, con save. Huda! All right, I succeed on that. Half as much on a successful save, so we do 3d10s. And I take 18, so I take 9. And then I think this thing is smart enough to understand that I am not wise. So it's going to use Confusion Ray. It can't take reactions until the end of its next turn. On its turn, it can't move, and it uses its action to make a melee range attack against a randomly determined creature within range. Okay, well, that helps me at least. I can't take reactions, but yeah. All right, let's make this wisdom save. Huda! Well, I succeeded anyway. Hooray! All right, so back to my turn. We are going to make some melee attacks against it because that is a safer thing to do. So we are going to, well, we don't burn those until we hit. We're going to use Slashing Flourish to deal extra damage if we hit this thing. So longsword, huda! 17, that's a hit. And natural 20, that is also a hit. So we do 12 plus whatever this one is doubled. So 12 plus 18 is 30. So we walk up and sword, snicker snack, cut the spectator into some ribbons. And it dies alone. Oh, no, when it died, since it's a summoned creature, it goes back to its home plane when it dies. So the spectator goes back to wherever the hell beholders are from. And just kind of has a nice life. Okay. On the work table in the southeast corner of the room are the last items the spectator was charged to protect. Lightbringer and Dragon Guard. Lightbringer is a +1 mace made for a cleric of Lathander, the god of dawn. Let's burn our identify spells here so that I can know what these things are. Cast. Okay. The head of the mace is shaped like a sunburst and made of solid brass. Named Lightbringer, the weapon glows as bright as a torch when its wielder commands. While glowing, the mace deals an additional 1d6 radiant damage to undead creatures. Dragon Guard. This +1 breastplate has a golden dragon motif worked into its design. Created for the human hero of Neverwinter named Turgon, it grants its wearer advantage on saving throws against the breath weapons of creature that have the dragon type. Cool! Yeah, having interacted with Florida, I think that is probably the best possibility, is that beholders are from Florida. All right, so we're going to add Lightbringer and Dragon Guard. So we're going to unequip our current breastplate and throw it into the fire. Ha! Equip that and equip this, and we are still maxed out on things. We have a +1 AC, so that's lovely. So we have this cool gold dragon motif breastplate on with our silver dragonness. And yeah, I think that's what we came here for, right? Like we've successfully cleared out Nesnar. We've killed the spectator. There is something else. I saw some art up here. A flame skull. Oh, that is actually a pretty powerful thing. All right, we have to go kill this flame skull. All right, flame skull it is. All right, actions. Oh, wow. Lightbringer doesn't do as much damage, but it's more accurate. It does extra damage against undead. Cool. Let's go kill this stupid fucking flame skull. All right, the flame skull is in area 12, the smelter cavern. So, and it's right nearby too. Look at that. It's near the water wheel. All right, so we head to the water wheel room.
A blast furnace and a mechanical bellows powered by a water wheel dominate this large chamber. The furnace is cold and dark, but heaps of coal are piled nearby, along with carts full of unrefined ore. The water wheel sits in a 10-foot wide channel cut into the floor of the room, but the channel is dry. Much like my throat. Passages exist to the west, south, and east. The empty channel exits to the north and east. More than a dozen withered corpses are scattered around the room. These slain dwarves and orcs were still wearing the remnants of their armor. Floating above them is a skull engulfed in green flame. Cool. There's a flame skull and 8 Zambos. Cool. Alright, so we got zombie. Zombies have like 8 hit points. Yes. And the flame skull has 40 hit points, and I am here for now. So, flame skull. Yeah. It just looks like a metal album. Like, it looks like it should be on the back cover of a Metallica album, maybe. Anyway, let's roll this beautiful bean footage. 17 plus 3, so the flame skull goes on 20. The Zambos go on 1d20 minus 2. So 10. That tracks. Zombies go on 10. And Scaly goes on 16. All right. I feel like I'm writing a basic program in reverse. It's like 20, 10, 16. All right. Zombos. These Zombos are dwarves and don't have their guts hanging out. Because that's gross. Also, zombie is pronounced.
Zombie.
The more you know. Yes. Go to 10. Oh god, flame skull. All right, so the flame skull sees me and it hisses this kind of like noise at me. And then it's going to try to murder me, probably, because it goes first. So, Flame Skull gets... Does the Flame Skull just fireball me? I kind of think it does. I kind of think that this Flame Skull sees me coming and just puts the origin point of this fireball just behind me. So, I need to make a dex save. Its difficulty is 13. I got a pretty good shot, but knowing my luck so far today, this is going to fail. Okay, 16. Safe. I take half damage. How much does a fireball do these days? 8d6 fire damage. Woof. All right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Roll them dice. Not so bad. 18 damage. So I take half. So I take 9. Okay, and it positioned it so that it wasn't involved in that. It wasn't involved in that, so that's nice. None of its zombie friends are in the fireball radius. Only me. So it's my turn now. So what do I know about... All right, with the 16, I know, like, that it's immune to cold and fire and poison, basically. I don't know what resistance it has or condition immunities, but I know cold, fire, and poison don't do jack or shit. So what we're going to do is we are going to just beat this thing in the face with a magic weapon. I'm going to say, glow, Lightbringer, and it glows as bright as a torch. And then it does 2d6 plus 7 to these dweebs. So I'm going to make both my attacks and also invoke my Slashing Flourish. So attack 1. It's a 16, which hits, and a 14, which also hits. Nice. So we are going to knock off 2 more of these Bardic Inspirations. So it is
2d6 plus 14, plus an additional 2d6 radiant damage, plus 2d12s from my flourish. Plus 14 to whatever this is. 37, 40. Okay, so we're at 51. It only has 40 hit points. So it explodes in a demonstrative fireball that is visible from space, even though we're indoors. All right, now the zombies are just gonna roll over to me and try to hit. So we have 8 of these guys. Roll 8 d20s. See how many of them hit me. So that is one hit. Cool. I love one hit. It's a wonder. 1d6 plus 1 bludgeoning damage. So these things surround me and just start like wailing on me. All right. So 5, 6 damage. This is the lowest I've been. I am now bloodied. For those of you who played 4th edition besides me, all 15 of us. All right, so I get 2 attacks. We're gonna do those 2 attacks, one on each zombie. I have to do 8 damage, which isn't difficult because I'm doing 2d6 plus 7. So basically, if I hit, these zombies die because the damage is from a radiant is radiant or from a critical hit. So attack 1, that's a hit. Attack 2. That's a hit. Oh, sorry. These have 22 hit points. Jeezy Pete's. Their AC is 8. Okay. So we hit on both attacks. So first attack is 2d6 plus 7. So 2d6 plus 7. 6 plus 7 is 13.
More.
And the second one. 13 plus 14. Okay, so one zombie is dead. All right. Now, 7 d20s. Boop. Thank you so much for the host, Queen City Lodge. I really appreciate it. We're doing some good work here. For those of you who are just joining from the Queen City Lodge, welcome. My name is Jeff, and this is JephCon 3.5. The full event will be in August, but we're doing this weekend of fundraising for To Write Love on Her Arms because, well, frankly, I promised people we would do this in May, and then there was
These current times.
So, yeah, we're doing it this weekend. All the money we raise this weekend will be added to any money we raise during the August event, in the event that the August event happens, because we don't know how this is going to go. This summer could be a nightmare where we're all locked inside for literally the next 6 months. But until then, we're going to keep playing games. So if you are interested in donating, there is a link in the chat. We have lovely prizes for donors. We have some custom masks made by Mischief Loot, as well as some dice bags. So for every $1 you donate at the raffle tier, or $5 at any other tier, you get an entry into a raffle for one of those prizes. So, yeah. We also have a few other things, some magic cards that you can purchase, and you know some other lovely rewards you can get to make me do dumb stuff, like crack open packs of magic cards or be sad about stuff. Just kidding, I'm sad all the time. Anyway, so yeah, let's see, two of those hit. 2 Zambos hit. So we got 2d6 plus 2. So I take 8, 9, 10. All right. So we're going to do Lightbringer again. So Lightbringer, that's going to hit. And it's also going to hit. So we got 2d6 plus 7. whew, that's no bueno. So that's 9 and 2d6 plus 7. 9 plus 8 is 17, plus 7 is 20. Okay, so we take out another zombie. Down to 6. So bonus action this turn. We're going to go ahead and heal because we're down to 70 out of 180 something. So we're going to use... goodness gracious. I think we have to use our last... Or we have to use a 3rd level slot here. We're going to do healing word, maybe. Yeah. Do we do a 3rd level slot, or do I just burn like a 6th level slot to make sure? I'm going to burn the 6th level slot. What the hell? Huda! We're going to get back 7. Jeez, that's bad. I should probably start using actions to do that, but 17. What am I doing? 17. Okay. 87. That's a survival amount. Okay, so 6 attacks. Okay, so a crit, and everything else misses. So that is 2d6 plus 2 again. Taking about the same damage every round, which is nice, I guess. So that's 8. All right. All right, so Lightbringer, and another Cure Spell, I guess. So first we'll start with the Cure Spell. We're going to do Healing Word at 3rd level to get back 11. And then we're going to make 2 attacks with Lightbringer. Attack. Okay, that's a hit. And attack. Okay, that's a hit. So we got 2d6 plus 7. So that's 8, 15. And 2d6 plus 7. All right, that's another one dead. Cool. All right, 5 zombies. This is the most tedious fight I've been in all day, and I'm sorry that you have to sit here through this. But, okay, they've missed with all their attacks. Good. So I'm going to make my 2 Lightbringer attacks. It's a hit. And it's a hit. So we'll just do it this way. It'll be slightly easier to add the math here. So 9 plus 9 is 18 plus 2d6. Okay. 24. Ack. Wait. Wow. I should probably fix these because these are both getting super filled up due to all this video I'm recording this weekend. Okay, so yeah, it gets us down to 4 zombies. 1, 2, 3, 4. Roll. 34. Okay. Sorry, 14 is gonna hit. Their other ones do not. So that is 1d6 plus 1. Take 3 damage. Then I attack. That hits. And that hits. So we do 2, 9, and 10 is 19 plus 2d6. Yep, okay. It's just down to 3 zombies. All right. 3 zombies. Roll. All right, so that is 1 hit. 1d6 plus 1. 7. Forgot to hit the save button last time. All right, then I attack. Ta-da. That hits. And that hits for 9 plus 12 is 21.
course. All right. 2 more to go. The longest, sloggiest combat. All right. Oh, Jesus. That's 3 hits effectively. 1, 2, 3. 3d6 plus 3 is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Back down to 70. I make 2 attacks with Lightbringer. 19 and 19. Cool. All right. Die from radiant damage, please. 10 and 9 plus 2d6. Woof. Okay. We're down to our last zombie. We're almost there, chat. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This zombie misses. Okay, that's a hit. And that's a hit. So 11 plus 12. Okay. Whoa. All right. All the zombies are dead. The flame skull is dead. That is like the worst possible iteration of the of that fight. The split was bad, friends, but we're gonna recover. We're gonna recover. All right. So we've finished out Wave Echo Cave, mostly. We've liberated the Forge of Spells. We've got through here. We've got the Gauntlets of Ogre Power. We've got this. All right. I think it's time to head back to Phandelver. So it's gonna take a day. So we're going to make a random encounter check for the morning. Okay, 17. That is a random encounter. So, we have a random encounter. Not wandering monsters. We need the spider's web. So, wilderness encounters. So we got a daytime roll. So we need a d12 to figure out what we have to fight on the way back. Before we leave Wave Echo Cave, I am going to spend an action or I'm going to spend a spell here what's my highest level spell slot? Just in case. I have one 7th level. 7th level Cure Wounds. Boop. 24. That should be enough, I guess. Okay, so 1d12. Roll that. So we are at a 12. Hey, friends, we get to fight an owlbear again. Are you excited? I'm excited. We already fought one, and I hit it with Meteor Swarm. So, do we want to continue the trend and just nuke this owlbear with Meteor Swarm, or do we want to actually fight it? I think we just like gravity fissure this thing. Poor owlbear. Yeah. Man, it's too bad I don't have Dominate Monster. Big boom. All right. We're doing it, friends. Casting Meteor Swarm. This owlbear needs to make a dexterity save, difficulty 19. So it needs to get an 18 on the die. 13. Okay, so this takes 40d6 damage. Boom. It's like I'm playing Shadowrun all over again. 123 damage out of 59 hit points. So, as we're walking home, there's a roar, and this owlbear comes charging out of the woods at us, and we're just like, I don't have time for you right now, owlbear. Meteor Swarm, and these comets crash down onto it like a bad Final Fantasy VII attack. And when it's all said and done, there's a crater about 40 feet wide and about 8 feet deep that's just pulverized into the earth, and the dirt has turned into glass. And that owlbear is very dead. Okay, so now we have to roll a nighttime encounter. Do we get it? No, okay, no encounters. All right, we are back in Phandelver, safe and sound. So when we get to the end of Wave Echo Cave, what do we got?
Okay, we have one thing left, actually. With hard work and a little luck, the adventurers have defeated the Black Spider and undone his destructive plots, cleared Phandelver of the ruffians who threatened its people, and reclaimed the lost mine of Wave Echo Cave. Their deeds will be long remembered in this corner of the Sword Coast. In years to come, the restored mines of Phandelver's Pact will bring great riches to Phandalin and help establish peace and prosperity in the area. Gundren and Nundro Rockseeker have taken over administration of the new mine. For the adventurer's service to their family, they gladly award the party a 10% share of the mine's profits. If the characters want to remain in Phandalin and perhaps restore Tressendor Manor or establish homes of their own, the people of the area are glad to have them stay. Even if they choose to move on in search of new adventures, they'll always have a warm welcome in Phandalin. The mysterious map in Area 14. All right, what is there anything left after this other than going back to... Yeah, what we have left is we have a Banshee and we have a Dragon. So let's go. Let's head back. We're going to keep things fair. We're only going to take a short rest. All right, we're gonna spend 10 hit dice. Or 12 hit dice. Sorry, D8s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And we add. Oops. 1d8 plus 4, so we're adding 48 to whatever we roll to get some hit points back. 50, so we're adding 90. Cool. Yeah, that tracks. So we're just gonna go ahead and... Oh man, there's not a way to just clear out the hit points. Rude. Aww. Alright. So we finished the core of this, which means we still have to go finish the last boss, because this is not an any percent run. This is an all bosses run. So we have to go to Thunder Tree. So we've taken a short rest just to keep things fair and sporting with this dragon. We have 1 first level spell slot, 3 second levels, 2 third levels, 2 7th levels, and an 8th level spell slot. So let's see what we can do. So we head back. Gundren throws us a party. Sildar is taking Iarno to Neverwinter. The people of Phandelver are very, very happy, but they're like, pardon me, Scaly Whizzleteeth, could you... There's a dragon that has been tormenting this area for a while, and we would like you to take care of that if you could. And we're like, I guess, all right, fine. So, we are heading to the ruins of Thunder Tree. Near the place where the Neverwinter River emerges from the Neverwinter Wood stands the abandoned village of Thunder Tree. Once, this was a prosperous community on the outskirts of the forest, wealthy for the work of its woodcutters and trappers. Then, 30 years ago, the eruption of Mount Hotenow to the north devastated Thunder Tree. In the wake of the natural disaster, a plague of strange zombies swept over the area, killing or driving off those who survived the eruption. Though most of the zombies have long since crumbled to dust, strange magic permeating the area has mutated the local vegetation into new and dangerous forms. Few people dare to venture into the ruined village now, and those who do seldom stay long, with 2 notable exceptions. The druid Radoth visits Thunder Tree from time to time, keeping a wary eye on its dangers. Cultists have also arrived recently to treat with a dragon that claims Thunder Tree as its own. So we're coming in from, like, here, and we are heading into town, and we're just gonna scream out, "Fight me, you dragon motherfucker!" Gradually, the trail becomes an old, overgrown... Oh, hold on. We have to do random encounters, unfortunately. So we need to do a random encounter. This is like... Hang on. Let's check the map again first. So we are going from Phandalin to Thunder Tree. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Okay, so it's going to take us 2 days on horseback on our horse, Glue. So we're going to roll twice. We're going to roll for the first day. Okay, and we'll roll for the first evening. Or the first night, rather. Roll for the second day.
Close, but no cigar. And roll for the second night. All right. We have no encounters. The trail becomes an old, overgrown lane, winding between dilapidated buildings choked in vine and brush. Ahead of you, in the middle of the settlement, rises a steep hill, upon which sits a stone tower with partially collapsed roof and an adjoining cottage. I'm going to guess that where the dragon hid. A dirt road hugs the base of the hill and winds its way between the old stone houses, many of which are roofless ruins with interiors open to the weather. Other buildings appear more or less intact. The whole place is eerily silent. A wooden sign is nailed to a post nearby. It reads, "Danger! Plant monsters and zombies! Turn back now!" When this box set came out, the hot killer app on mobile devices was Plants vs. Zombies. So, we're going to go straight for that tower. We walk past the Druid's Watch, which is Area 4. Oh, nope. Boop. Where is my Thunder Tree map? I should have kept this. All right. Thunder Tree map. All right, so we walk this way, and we see Radoth down here, and we're just like, I don't got time. I don't have time. I'm going to fight a dragon. The Dragon's Tower. The top of the hill stands a round tower with a cottage attached. Both are in good condition, although half of the tower's roof is gone. A door leads into the cottage, and several arrow-slit windows are visible in the tower. You can't help but notice an eerie quiet in the area and a strange acrid smell in the air. The corpses of two hideous giant spiders are sprawled near the edge of the pathway, apparently dragged there. Their bloated bodies are puckered and blistered and appear to have been mauled by a large animal. A young green dragon named Venomfang has recently claimed the tower, having passed over Thundertree while searching Neverwinter Wood for a suitable lair. This is Venomfang. Venomfang is a green Dargon. It's a young green Dargon. Oh, there's also a battle axe we can get here. So, this young green dragon is probably real bad at his job. So what we're going to do is we're going to stand in the middle of the street and we're going to scream up into the heavens, "Venomfang, you dumb baby, come out here and fight me!" That's going to be a persuasion check, and we're going to see if we can beat, like, I don't know, what's one of your wisdom plus 1? All right, if we can beat like a 15 on a persuasion check, I think that'll be good enough. Oh, well. Guess not. All right. So, that's fine. All right. So, Venomfang is laying low. So we go to the tower and we kick the door in, and we're like, "Venomfang, you dumb fool, get out here. Where's my money?" I'm just gonna burn the building down, and that'll make the dragon come out, right? So this is a old wizard's tower, so there's got to be like detritus around, and I just light a fire and start burning this out. And we walk outside, and we stand in this open clearing in the middle of town here. And we're like, "Venomfang, fight me, you coward!" And one more time. All right, that worked. So Venomfang flies down and tries to murder us. So we're going to call that initiative. Venomfang will go on 10 plus 1 is 11. Venomfang has 136 hit points. Cool. And our initiative is... Did I get a natural 20 on initiative? I did. Good job, me. Okay, so this dragon is tired of my garbage. It wants me to go away and never come back. So I am going to end its life in the most expedient way possible. at half health, it does try to fly away. So what we're going to want to do is try to anchor it here. It climbs to the top of the tower and flies off to fight another day. So here's the thing. I can probably catch it. I have a fly on the Anstruth harp if I need it. So what we're going to do is... I got 7th level spells. We've got 8th level spells. What do we want? I guess we just gravity fissure this thing. All right, so it's within 100 feet. I point at it, and I'm like, get down here. So Venom Fang needs to make a Constitution save, difficulty 19. It needs a 16 on this die. Haha, success. Best possible outcome. So we spend this slot here. And then we deal 10d8 damage. Which is not great. 41. Okay, fine. So that gets us to 95, if my math is serving me properly. Okay. And then it's its turn. It is going to make Bite, Claw, Claw. Actually, no, it's going to Poison Breath first. I have to make a DC 14 con save. Constitution save. So I got a 50-50 shot. All right, cool. I take half damage. So 12d6. So it does 42, so I take 21 health. It's a good thing I burn all those. All right. And then it is going to keep flying around in circles. All right. Now we're going to go back to my spells. Do I have anything else? I don't have any 9th level or 8th level spells left. So I have 2 7th levels. Yeah, we're just going to cast Hold Monster on it. It has to make a DC 19 Wisdom save or be held. So we can it'll just fall out of the sky and then we can just beat it to death. So it needs a 18 on the die. All right, that's still a failure. So it is held. So I have advantage on my attacks if I make any, which I will do. So it falls. How far do you think it fell? What's a good amount of distance for this dragon to fall? Maybe like 60 feet? How falling damage works. Falling. Takes 1d6 for every 10 feet. So this is going to take 6d6 from the fall. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Roll. Hurrah! All right. 19 damage from the fall. So that gets us to 85, 76. Okay. So it's already getting very close to half health, but I still have attacks. So I think I Steel Wind Strike on this. Yeah. Steel Wind Strike. I get advantage on my attack because it is immobilized. So we have a 16 or... Okay, so 16, so that hits. So that's 6d10 force damage. That is 41. All right, we're getting there. It gets a save. So 41, 76 minus 41 is 35. All right, it gets a save on its turn. It needs an 18, I think. Yeah, it needs an 18. That is not an 18. It is paralyzed still, or it's immobilized. So what do I have left? I have a 3rd level slot. I think I just... How much damage is this? It's got 35 damage, or 35 health left. So we're going to... I'm just going to hit it a couple times with my sword. I think that's enough. So we're going to use my longsword with the flourish ability so I can add d12s to the damage if I hit. So first attack
is a 11, so a 21, or okay, we're gonna take that 21. So it's a D6 or a D8 plus 6 plus a D12. So it's 13 plus 4, so that's 17. So that gets us down to 18. And then we make another attack. 18 or... okay, take the 18. Alright, so that's 9 plus... If we get another 9 here, this dragon is dead before it gets a chance to run away. Alright, got there. Alright, Venom Fang is dead. We have successfully cleared the Lost Mine of Phandelver. All the bosses are gone. I guess we could go back and try to, like, you know, murder the town or whatever, but all right, let's throw this onto our sheet here. So we have the go away. Manage equipment. We also have Hue. We'll equip that also. So we've got a bunch of stuff. This is really good against plant creatures. And oh, whenever I carry this axe, I feel uneasy when I travel through a forest. All right, so that brings us to the end of Lost Mine of Phandelver. I'm going to take a break, about 15 minutes or so, to grab something to eat and to, like, you know, decompress a little bit. And then when I come back, we will, I don't know, we'll figure out what we're going to do. We've got 2.5 hours left of the stream, vaguely. So we might play Magic, or we might want to play a computer game, or we might, I don't know, do we want to just fight? It would get really dumb just doing arena battles against things for the rest of the evening. So, yeah. Well, y'all think it over. I will be back in, like, we'll say 10 minutes. And then we will continue this shenanigans. See you in a minute. Bye.
Hello. So, hi friends. I'm back. A dinosaur story. I was planning on making a quick food, but then I was informed by my spouse that she was ordering some Chinese food to be delivered. So I will have that in some amount of time. But that is a food that I can eat while streaming, if people don't mind me eating while I'm streaming. Welcome to the people who've joined in the last few minutes. I appreciate all of you showing up to give us your support and your continued eyes on the prize. So we have a slight. She is so good to me. I don't deserve her. So we finished Lost Mine of Phandelver, which I wasn't sure how that was going to work. I thought we would fall short a little bit, but we did it. We did all 100% bosses, and we did it in 6 hours and 30 minutes, almost to the minute. So I don't know what the world record is for that is, or like what the stipulations for the speedrun are, but here's the thing. I don't really care all that much. It's fine. So what do we do now? I guess we could go back to, we could play some more Magic tonight. That seemed to be a big hit and got us some viewers. If anybody has any better ideas of any computer-based video games to play, I've got Oblivion, I've got a whole lot of stuff, but it probably should be something that isn't super intensive. So we'll play Magic for a little bit, and then we'll work from there. So we're going to stay on this screen for just a little bit while I get logged into Magic. Meanwhile, how's everyone's evening going? We having fun? We doing the things we need to do to stay productive and happy and healthy? Or just happy and healthy, if not productive? Yay! Magic, 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 magic. Magic, 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 magic. I've got some more Eldraine packs I can open too. I'm trying to save some of that stuff for tomorrow so that it's like a birthday present for me when I turn old. Yes, I'm now in my late 30s, which is evident by this lovely gray streaks I'm getting here along the side. Alright, we're going to send a friend request. Alright, friend request sent to the person who sent me a friend request earlier. We are going to pop over to this to... I'm going to try to... Now, where are you hiding? Properties, we're going to... No, not that. We need this camera. There we go. Properties. We're going to deactivate this camera for now. So that way we're using less bandwidth. I mean, speedrun party, oh Jesus. I mean, that was the original intent, actually. It's on my JephCon wall over there, was to do a 5-player, everybody starts at the max level for Lost Mine of Phandelver. So everybody is like, everybody was like level 5, but then Corona problems. So I did it with just me, with a level 20 character, just blitzing through the whole thing. And it was actually closer than I thought it would be. I thought that it would take the whole night and it would drain my resources repeatedly. But it turns out that a 20th level bard is a very powerful character. And I've run it before, but much like other speedrun kind of situations, that doesn't really matter. You know, I mostly kept my DM side and my player side mostly apart, except for like some stuff towards the end where I just wanted to get through the last dungeon, basically. So, what we're gonna do for a little bit here, at least, is I'm gonna play a couple games of Magic. Festival Battle Royal. What are you? This week's Fast, Loud, and Dramatic Festival of Monsters pre-constructed Omniscience event figures an oversized deck of monstrous proportions. You'll start with 3 cards in your hand, and the rest you can cast all spells for free. No need for lands. Cast forth the unfettered raw power of Icoria's Beast and tremble in awe and delight as you witness the battles that unfold before you. It costs 500 gems or 2,500 gold. I don't have either of those, but I'll be able to get some of the gold. So we need to cast 20 white or green spells and play some wins. So let's just do that. Let's play that, and let's grab a green-white deck. Actually, no. Let's just play this dumb green deck that did so well. Is there any more good green stuff we need to put in here? Yeah. So I want to get rid of this guy and these two. We're just going to make this all creatures so that I can run get rid of that and that. No, kill it. Okay. So we're going to run only creatures so that we can run this this companion if I have him. Oh, Great Henge needs to go too. Heck. Oh well. No, I can't run you. Alright, so we just need green. None of that. So throw this goose in here. And a Cerulli Caretaker, Pelt Collector, Barkhide Troll, that guy, Incubation Druid, and some big dumb idiots. Wait a minute. Vivian, you're good. And something big and dumb from this end of things. End race Forerunners. There we go. Alright. Big dumb green idiots. Fight! I need to change what game I'm playing on my Twitch overlay. Because we're not playing D&D anymore, and I don't want somebody to get mad at me. Okay. Speedrun. Challenge run. I'm going to try Stream Decker. Okay. Maybe. Extensions. We're going to keep this. My extensions. I need to go to Stream Decker and do some stuff. Okay, fine, great. Okay, we're gonna play this, and then we're gonna throw this Barkhide Troll down. Sure, why not? And then, alright, so we'll be able to have the Stream Decker show up on this now once I export my deck, which I will do later. So let's go to combat. Attack with everything. I'm sorry, Valor Kryn, for how ridiculously slow I'm being here. There's all that. All right. Let's get this stream title fixed also. Magic to get waste time. Doop. Just roping out, it's fine. It'll all be fine. Alright, my turn. Cool. Alright. So we're gonna attack with this guy. No. Next. Combat. Gonna play the Ceratops. Now we're gonna go, go, go. Oh no. Getting some dropped frames again. Ah, damn you, Magic. Always causing me to drop frames. Kill all these chrome windows. And maybe that will cool their jets. Rude. Killing my Ceratops. Rude. Alright, we're gonna... Cool. Next. Okay. Dodge. Archive Troll. Fiend Artisan. And then play the waiting game. Wow, rude. Alright. Forest. It's about sending a message. Getting more frame skip issues. So, did I fix the graphics again? That's where you're supposed to be. Okay, fine. Let's see here. Attack. Attack. Sure. I'll trade that Barkhide Troll for that Fiend Artist, or for that Hanged Executioner. Alright. Oh, right. Oops. I forgot about Ethereal Absolution because it's a ridiculously expensive card. Sorin!
I do to fear those born of darkness.
Boo. Boo.
Raise the bloodlust.
Okay. So we're gonna do... Oh, no, never mind. That was the wrong button entirely, but whatever. It's fine. Okay. So 5, pay 5. Sacrifice this Leaf Druid. Okay. Auto pay. Select the Leaf Druid. Okay. And we're gonna look for something with CMC 5. Do I just get another? Yeah, I think I just get another Fiend Artisan. It's just the best card.
Time for a drink.
Yeah, sure, fine. You know what? You know what? No. No blocks. I don't care. Okay, so. One. Alright, so tap this Fiend Artisan. Yeah. Okay. Get rid of this one. And we find something that is... Oh, right, more Fiend Artisans. JephCon goes well. We are at $1,160 so far, which is great. That means we're doing our jobs correctly. Pro green, boo. All right. That means we're doing something right. You just missed out on the end of the Lost Mine of Phandelver speedrun, which was finished at about 6:30 this afternoon. We beat it with a bard, and we beat it in about 6 hours and 30 minutes overall,
I abhor.
which is faster than I thought it would go, but also some of that time was just me dirtling around, and one of it was 10 minutes fighting 8 zombies. Alright, let's just throw this goose in front of the bus. And then here we just die. Well, that's not great. I think we play this ward scale crocodile. It was the most thrilling fight against 8 zombies one bard ever had. And now we're playing some magic to kill time. I've never played against this deck. It is bizarre. Oh no, my Fiend Artisan. I think we've hit an impasse with this deck. It's not good, but you know we just need to cast 20 green spells total, and we're getting there. Not anymore. We're not. We're dead now. Yeah, for real. That was rough. All right, hang on just one moment. We're going to go to the booth for a second, and I'm going to export a couple of my decks here. We're going to, since the Brawl event is over, which is sad, we're going to export... Bad Goblin idea. And then we're going to see if I can figure out Stream Decker quick so you can all look at my dumb deck. Stream Decker only works for Midgo? Huh. Weird. Huh. Well, that's new. No worries. Welcome back, though, Ryusei. Yeah, we won. We got it finished, which is good. So I was gonna do Stream Decker, but it turns out that only works for Magic Online, according to the site that I was just looking at, unless it's not actually Stream Decker and it's a fake one. So what we're gonna do? I'm only bronze 4. Do I just try to ramp up through the ranks to see how far I can get? Probably not. But all right, we got to get 9 more green or white spells, so you can finish that up. Let's do it. Green or white spells. Clap, 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 clap. Deckmaster, thank you. Whoop. Keep 7. Oh, Fugi made this. That's cool. All right, we're gonna keep this. Alright, Forest, Cerulean Caretaker. And go. Alright. Hey now. Get over here. Let these nice people. Oh no, the cycling deck. The cycling deck with Luris. Oh no. This is bad, you guys. Oh no. Something is killing. Something is killing my frame rate. Probably just all these Chrome windows. Alright, authorize application. Cool. Yeah, no blocks. I don't care hard enough. I'm probably just dead here, but it's trying to authorize. And the site can't be reached. Cool. All right. All right. God. All right. One more time. Nope. Nope. Come on, Deckmaster. Do your job. Fine. I'll fight with that later. Because it's killing my frames be dropping. Yes, I know. I keep trying to do like 6 things at once, and it's not doing what it needs to do. 46%. Ugh. Alright. What I've learned from repeatedly doing this is that I can't have multiple windows open and also Magic and also Streamlabs. Regular OBS works fine, but Streamlabs OBS apparently is too much of a resource hog. So that's less than ideal. Okay. Resolve. 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 Just cycle forever. Alright. Flourishing Foxes. Great. Awesome. You know what I love is the cycling deck. I want to build this in Commander instead of Standard, but I also just want Arena to support Standard, or support Commander. Come on, don't you frames be dropping me again. Dang it. That's rude and awful.
Would you like to see what's left of Skull?
I kind of want to
Let
do
me
Tour
show
de
you what
France.
was lost.
I kind of want to do Tour de France, which is you use it's Jeskai colors, but we do Pramicon as our commander. And then yeah, but it's Tour de France because it's red, white, and blue. No attacks. No, I'm dead this turn anyway. Well, not quite dead, but I'm mostly dead. I think I just heard some beeps, which indicates that someone has opened our front door, which means... Oops. This is... yeah. I'm sure that, like... For those of you who don't know me very well in person, I am a bit of I'm in the Johnny Timmy overlap. I want to play big dumb creatures, or I want to play decks that do literally nothing until turn 14 and then win without ever actually interacting. I still need to cast 3 more green spells. So we're going to do this one more time, and then as soon as I cast 3 green spells, I'll drop out. And then we'll play something fun. Okay, Fiend Artisan, Cerulean Caretaker. Seems fine. We have plays on turn 1 and 2. And we have 2 Endrace Forerunners. Oh, hi. Okay, thank you. Oh no, I got thought erasured. I got thought erasured because I wasn't paying attention. Oh no. Nope. Alright, nerds. Well, it was a brilliant idea. So, Forest, go. Voracious Hydra at 1 seems bad. Might not be that bad. Ow, my throats. Yeah, end turn, we're stuck. Alright, Whisper Agent. Surveil 1, okay. So I have this Chinese food, right? But I don't currently have a way to eat the Chinese food. So, I mean, I guess I could make one of these delectable, delicious crab ragouts. Do I just trade this Cerulean Carekeeper for 3 damage? No, I don't. So Forest. That's Voracious Hydra. 3 is a much better total. Or, 2. Autopay. So we're gonna double the number of counter top. So 4 or 5 is much better than a 2-3. And it blocks Whisper Agent profitably forever. What are you? Oh, that's right.
All
A
your
nightmare creature.
fears are given form.
I have All right. Drink, 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 drink. All right, we're gonna take these headphones off for the time being. Until we're just gonna get bodied by this Ashiok. Yeah, sure, Thought Erasure. Just take my other Endrace Forerunners, whatever. Choose blockers. You know what? Sure. I'll finally block there. Oh, good. Oh, good. We're just gonna keep getting just bodied.
My kids are delightfully friendly.
Nine exiled cards already. Great and good. So upside, I've cast enough green spells. Also, Business Scott here. Scotty. Ugh. Oh no. We got ultimated by Ashiok. You know what? I'm gonna let you have this.
I consume your fear, and your fear consumes.
Oh, good. I think we're dead here, friends. Mama. There were sauces left. Pardon me, one moment. Ah. Sorry, decided to eat too fast, and apparently got some pork lo mein stuck in my throat like a fool, and now I have the hiccups. But we have a prize. We're getting closer to that 2,500. It was 2,500, right? Yep. 2,500 gold. Alright. So we got all these decks to play. Anybody got a strong opinion on this while I continue to be sad about the fact that I still don't have any rare wild cards to get more of those Triceratopses? Maybe. I mean, this guy had some. This was kind of fun last night. Let's drop these lot left giants, and whatever that was, and we're just gonna get some fiend artisans. Turns out, good card. Creature 2. Okay.
We're gonna get rid of Undercity Uprising. And we're gonna get rid of, how many lands am I playing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 16, 17, 25? I guess that's right. Yeah. Land 25, okay. Let's drop one of these. Let's drop a Witch's Cottage, and in its place we will put some kind of nonsense. No, here it is, Midnight Reaper. And these Plague Crafters. And we will put in their place Archite Trolls. Alright. Now let's go. Go fight Ween. Hello there, one. Ah, Luris. Damn it. Alright. We have plays. I can't say we're going to play under Luris because, like, obviously not, but. So the goal with this deck is to just play low drops, well, mid drops too. Like this Fine Brokers are good, Coral Harpooners are great because, like, you know, it's basically just a one-sided kind of plummet with a body attached to it in a lot of cases in the early game. Just waiting for Luris friend over here to play a card. Alright, try one. That one. Outseated, fun. Alright, Fiend Artisan. Rawr, scary. Monster noises. Or, as it was back in the day, just a little gnome sitting in a lounge chair. I'm a monster! Rawr! Yeah, no. I'm not trading your outfit for my Fiend Artisan. Alright, we're gonna do Flow's Workshop. Next. Now we do an attack with the Fiend Artisan. Could have swore you were gonna throw that scared mustachioed boy in front of my Fiend Artisan. Oh no! Foiled! Okay, what doesn't kill me grows the Fiend Artisan. Yeah, fine for
You know what we can find with this fine broker? A fiend artisan. Fiend artisan is so much fun. No attacks, thanks. Alright. Are we gonna do it? Are we gonna succeed where others have failed? No. No, we're not, because we're playing against Luris again. You know, that's kind of my confusion, honestly, is that folks are playing these Luris decks in, like, the casual lounge, which is kind of rude, but, like, also I guess I can't stop them. Yeah, sure. Archive Troll. Get in there, my dude. Fiend Artisan, also you. Rawr. Basilisk noises. I don't think I attack. Like, this is just bad, right? This is like, because I block, and they block the Fine Broker with the... Oh, the Scorpion doesn't have Death Touch, right. No, I'll just attack with this Fine Broker. It's fine, and a Broker. Okay. Ryusei, I'm gonna have to auto mod that because you you accidentally typed a racial slur. So sorry. All right. Cool. Cool. Got anything else to do, boyo? It's okay. It's okay, you're fine. I got the message. It looks like it is, yes. Anyway, it looks like cat oven. And here's the thing. It probably is. I just hate cat oven so much. It's exactly 100% the deck that it seems like I would like. But it turns out that I just despise it because it's the wrong kind of dirtily, right? Like, I don't want to dirtle from turn 1 to turn 25. I want to dirtle. I want to, like, hide until turn 14, and then I want to dirtle only on turn 14 or something, and then I just want to go away. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and attack with all of these boys. Combat. Or, do I just go get something huge with Fiend? You know what? I've done enough with this Glowspore Shaman. Yes. Yes, Swap. Yes, Shop. I don't know. How would you prefer to be addressed in the chat? Swappy, Shoppy. Archive Troll. No, wait. These have Death Touch now. No attacks. We're going to use this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to pay 5. Huda. Auto pay. We're going to sacrifice this Glowspore Shaman. And then I'm going to go look for something with CMC 5 or more. Oh, I should have done 6. Do I not? Oh, under Realm Lich. Yeah, Sylvan Library. Sylvan Library seems good in standard. Sorry, I asked how you preferred to be addressed in the chat. Whether you want me to call you swappy or shoppy or something else. Ha 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 ha. But I will call you late for dinner. Every time. Just in case. Alright, next to combat. Let's... Oh god, they still have those two friggin' little nerds. I just don't like... I don't like attacking into this. But here's the thing, I'm gonna have to eventually. Past two attackers. Right. Yeah, I think I just go with this again. I think first I Death Sprout. I'm gonna Death Sprout this cat familiar. 4 mana to kill a cat. Yes, it's fine because I also get a basic land. And I can get a swamp. You gonna throw that Alseid away? Or... Okay, good. I'll get the swamp. And then... I'm gonna go ahead and pass. Unless... you figure it out. So, Phandelver, we finished at about 6:30. We were a Dragonborn Bard, and we made it through the whole thing. We beat every boss. We recovered every major magic item. And it took 6.5 hours. Only because about half an hour of that was me taking breaks, and about another 45 minutes of that was just me dirtling around talking about the game design of it. So really, I could have probably got it done in... I don't know, probably like 5 hours-ish if I would have like just focus fired on it. But I don't know what the splits are, and I don't know what the world record is, so... Oh, that's annoying. Fine, kill my Fiend Artisan. See if I care. I have 3 more of them. Get that cold out there. I'm trying to remember when we ran through Phandelver back in the day. I think it took like probably 35 hours for us to get through the whole thing. Oh, good, Whisper Squad. I love Whisper Squad. So Whisper Squad is a human soldier that's a 1/1 for 1. Pay 1 in a black, search your library for a card named Whisper Squad, and put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle your library. It's a bunch of bullshit. Alright, so we're going to Death Sprout this Cauldron Familiar, because I don't like Death Touchers. We're going to go get this swamp. And then I'm just going to attack with everything, because math is for blockers. Do. Figure it out. It's gonna block the Underrealm Lich. Yep. And then it takes 5. 11. Yeah. Alright. Okay, cool. End the turn. I wish I played more green-black, because Underrealm Lich is a very cool card. If you would draw a card, instead look at the top 3 cards, put one in your hand, and the rest in your hand. Oh, good Luris. Man, I hate that card so much. Oh, much. I'll see the Life's Bounty. Cool. Azoni 1000 die. When it comes to the battlefield, create a 1/1 black and green insect creature token for each creature card in your graveyard. I currently have 5 of those, so I get 5 1/1s. Five 1/1s is a good time. I mean, I of course would rather they be more than 1/1s, but you can't always get your 1/1. I know I should have held on to that. Keep information safe and everything, but it's not as fun that way. Plus, it's just that more scary when, like, oh, he's attacking with 5, and he has 7 creature cards back. Oh no. Okay, so he's gonna give Luris Pro Green. So my Lifeline Prowler will trade. And then I'll eat these other guys. And I'll take 3? Yeah. Hello there takes 3. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep, that's how that goes. Just Alcia of Life's Bounty just looks so happy. Just content. Walking through the amber waves of grain. And the purple mountain majesty. But only above the fruited plain. Cool. Oh hey, Fiend Artisan. I also have one of those. Mine isn't a 9/9. You know what the best part about Fiend Artisan though? It doesn't have trample. So I can literally just block it with a 1/1 if I need to. Uh-huh. Guess what, buddy? Alright. So this is artifact, creature, enchantment, land, planeswalker. So I can do this one and this one. Okay, target creature. I actually think I kill Luris here. And then we're gonna blow up this Godless Shrimp. Yes, I left an 8/8 on the board. Here's the thing. It's just I just need to get rid of a block. And I just absorb Luris. Next. Next. All of them. Don't care. Unless you have a fog. If you have a fog, here's the thing. If you have a fog, hello there, 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna high-five you through the internet. Because ain't nobody have time for fogs in 20. Yeah, got there. We have successfully defeated Luris Cat Oven, which always makes me happy. And, yeah. All right. Well, we crossed the 10 viewers threshold again, so hi, welcome. This is JephCon 2020, Part 1. We're calling it JephCon 3.5 because it is last year was 3, and this year would have been 4, but some stuff happened. So we're playing this bad game of Magic to get people to donate money to Write Love on Her Arms, which is a charity that I hold very dear. They are good people that do amazing work in suicide reduction and self-harm awareness and addiction counseling. So we've got some prizes. There's a link in the chat to jeffcon.org, which will show you the rewards for donating if you'd like to choose one, as well as some other perks. We're giving away a bunch of free stuff tonight over the course of the event. So do stand by, and we will probably continue doing dumb stuff with these garbage decks. Let's see. Do we have... We got a bunch of garbage. And I mean, I like garbage as much as the next person. But... let's see here. Well... We haven't played this in a few days, so... And by that, I mean we haven't played in a few hours. So the upside to this deck is that it's just ancient comics. So it's funny. I actually have a friend whose username is Accident Comics, and I thought it was them for a moment. Anybody in the chat, if you would like to challenge me to a game so that you can get your name up in lights and or your deck up in lights, drop your information in a message and send it over to me, and I will challenge you. This seems like a fine thing to keep, honestly. Like, I've had better hands, but I've also had much worse hands with this deck. So our goal, as a Red Deck Wins player, is to play a mountain, and then play something with haste, and then we attack until there are no more things with haste. And then sometimes we just win when they see a red 1-drop. Because they don't want to sit around for 4 minutes to lose, so we get to win. Let's open up this pack and see if there's anything cool in it. Keen Sight Mentor is good. Not in any of my decks, mind you, but... More cycling. Just a big, beefy boy. Gust of Wind. Good. Just a happy little cat friend. And a rare wild card. Cool. Let's see. I keep meaning to go into the ladders, but then I realize I have to play against people who are good at Magic, and hooray! I don't know enough about various things to understand 100% what you're saying, but good work. This is not as great as it could be, but we'll keep it anyway. Maybe Rare Hunter Herald will also just fold when he sees a red one. Oh no. Yeah. Moxie. Not to be confused with one of my favorite wrestlers, John Moxley. Weird. Main deck Luris. Alright. Cool. Harold. It's your go. Friend of mine, buddy of mine, pal of mine. Alright, so what we're going to want is to draw a mountain next turn. Luris has lifelink. What we're going to want to do is we're going to want to draw like a shock or a lightning bolt. Ah, gross. Alright. Yep. These Titans, man. These Titans are rough. Alright. Mountain. So. Chandra.
Hey, don't start any fires
Create
without
2
me.
red.
Don't say hi to my
1,
fiery
1.
friends.
Elementals. 5 triggers. He's gonna block that. Yep. Cool. Yep. This is rough. This is gonna be a long, long thing. But next turn, I can play Embercleave, which is nice. Or I can play Forbidden Friendship and get 4 attack triggers again. And then still have a thing to block Luris if he decides to attack. Alright. Or... that's fine.
I don't have enough swears right now.
Gross. Oh. These I don't remember what this effect is called, but this whole like where the card is like 3-dimensional. No. Gross. No matter what at this point, if I attack, it just gets canceled out by Luris's lifelink next turn. I don't think I win this game, actually. Even though I'm at 20. They'll lose 5, and then they'll gain 3 back. And I'll lose a tin streak. Alright, so we're making some progress at least. A little bit. Gross. Do you have trample? Yes. Alright. This game's over. Good game, friends. Look, it's only mildly hypocritical if I quit a game after just ragging on somebody for quitting a game that they thought they weren't going to win. Alright, let's do ranked. Why not? If I'm gonna lose to a Luris Cat Oven deck. At least this format doesn't have sideboards. I think I keep this actually.
Grant 3. I wish you were Grant 2. Alright. We have a mountain. We have a gingerbread. Go, go, go! Alright. Flourishing fox. Gross. Alright. Torch courier. Torch courier. Oops is right, my friend. Oops is right. Oh, good. More cycling. Uh-huh. Sure, I'll take 2. Hello.
What's better than having a plan? Basically, go get him, buddies.
Math is for blockers. Do do do. Okay. Uh-huh. Cool. Think away. Games are going pretty well. Maximilian. We got through the Lost Mine of Phandelver in about 6.5 hours. So I'm doing a kind of a chill through the rest of the evening to play some Magic and just get beat by these cycling decks over and over again. Literally forever. I might break my personal rule of not spending money on Magic Arena to try to do a draft here in a bit, just to see how the draft do. But we don't know how that's gonna. Oh no, my Chandra. Oh well, it was pay 1 red, gain 6 life.
I'm burnt out.
Mountain. Fire Prophecy. Yeah. Cool. Forbidden Friendship. More blockers. Next. No attacks. So right now I'm doing standard ranked, just to see how different it is from casual. And so far I'm playing the exact same decks as I've been playing in casual. Which to me seems like a thing that might be kind of, I don't know, it's rude. This guy keeps saying nice. There's no 6s or 9s. At all. Uh-huh. Yeah. I don't understand. Grant, I can't possibly care for your interjections. Oh good, nothing really changes. Uh-huh. Yeah, I know how the turn structure works, friend. I've been playing this game most likely longer than you've been alive. So I just can't be bothered to care. We're gonna slowly whittle this dweeb down until he's within like 5. And then we're gonna die a lot. Okay. Cool, another Valiant Rescuer. Great, awesome. Do you have like a macro setup every time you play a card or cycle a card or do anything? It just plays nice up here. That makes you look like a fucking dingus. Yeah, Team of Reclamation kind of is rough in this kind of state of the game. Alright. You wanna... Okay. I don't understand what you're trying to do. It isn't making me mad, I'm just confused.
I'm interested in this.
It's not great, but it gives me a blocker, I guess. I get... Oh. How do I tell him that's not what memes are? What he's doing is being a dweeb? Like, it's just... It's like tapping on the desk or flicking your cards. It's just like... Trying to gain incremental advantage through annoyance doesn't do anything good for you. I'm just going to sit here and waste your time for a little bit. And then I'm going to resolve this. And then I'm going to waste some more of your time. Because 2 can play at the being a mild annoyance game. Okay then. And then... okay then. And then we're going to do this. And next, and we're going to attack. We're going to attack with this guy. We're going to end the turn. I mean, yeah, there's no chat, but here's the thing. Like, being a dingus benefits no one. It doesn't benefit you. Like, Grant here. It doesn't benefit Grant. It doesn't benefit me. So why do a thing that is only deleterious to the experience of one or more people without any benefit? Ah, there is a mute button. I have to resolve all these things. There we go. Thank you. I forgot that existed. Cool. Pass to attackers. Do. Okay. I'll pass to blockers. I'll once again block that one guy. And no, dingus isn't our strongest word. It's just, I'm, like, there's a lot of words you can use, but I'm trying to keep my bit of this stream as family friendly as I can manage. Partially because I have some friends with small children who are watching this, and partially because a lot of the words we use in order to mock people are ableist or you know, they're not good. So, yeah. I'm trying to find new ways to dig at people without actually digging at them, because like a dingus egg is a magic card and it's hilarious. Yeah, that too. Resolve. Alright, we aren't gonna last 10 turns. I'm just tired of this fight, so we will go to another game. It's okay, friend. It's your mom hair. Alright. Yeah, there we go. Let's use bigger and more ridiculous words. Someone tell the constabulatory. So I can constabulatory them with a knife. Alright, we're gonna go back to that, and we're gonna play, I don't know, I think this Golgari deck is actually the most fun of these decks that I've played. That too. It would be much better if it was like Magic Arena, where you could just click a button to report someone. Smash the state! No, I'd rather just, yeah, I don't know. Tail Rider. That sounds familiar. Is this a person that I know? Probably not. I'll tell you what is good, though. I'm having Chinese food for the first time in about 2.5 months. It's miraculous. Yeah, this is good. So we're gonna Overgrown Tomb tapped, and then this swamp. Maybe the Castle Lockland. Nope. Tapped. What game are we on now? I mean, this is the second overall game we've played. This is Magic Arena. Number of games played, like, total in the arena so far is, like, 9 or 10, maybe? This is a best of one match, though. If that's what we're asking. Flow Spore Shaman. Let's put this Witch's Cottage. No. Forest. So I started today at noon. We did 6.5 hours of the Lost Mine of Phandelver. And then this is I tend to churn through Magic games fast because I either play aggro or my opponents quit. So we've been live for 7 hours and 56 minutes. And we will be going for another hour at least. If donations pick up, we will probably keep going then, but I'm just going to block here. If donations keep going, then we will keep going. And if not, then I will probably duck out of here around 9 because it's been a very long day after a very long day yesterday. And I have 9 more hours tomorrow to do, too. So, we'll see what happens. Fiend Artisan. Do another Glow Spore Shaman. Worst case, it can block everyone with Chained. Not very well, but let's get this. Witch's Cottage. Cool. Word into the Chained. Can't attack unless you can. Oh, good. That's actually really great. I don't know anything about that card because it was from a set that I didn't play very much, but it looks very cool. Alright, Tail Rider, I like your style. You're using just a big Mog Flunky. Which I am in favor of. Can't attack, it can still block.
think... No. Alright. Play this Fiend Artisan. We'll get another 3/3. And then... I was gonna Assassin's Trophy their Warden of the Chain, but I'm pretty sure they're stuck on land. So... yeah. Oh no! That's that trample fight. So good. Let's see. Okay, so Questing Beast has Vigilance and Reach and Haste and can't be blocked by creatures of power 2 or less, and combat damage can't be prevented, and it deals it. Oh Jesus Christ! There's just so much text on that card. You know what? Heck it. Oh, that's rough. Alright. Contromboline. Alright, you know what? Let's get rid of this Questing Beast. I'm tired of looking at it. And then we'll play this Barkhide? No, I don't have enough for the Barkhide Troll. We're gonna play this Crawl Harpooner. Yeah? Okay. Did we hit a glitch? Well, the Questing Beast is in the yard. Did we... Okay, there we go. Jeez. Don't scare me like that. They were searching for their basic land. Okay. I'm like, what is happening? Why is it taking so long? Crowel Foragers. Yeah, I got that. I assumed it was a glitch because... I don't know why. Seemed like a thing. But we have to do something about this. We're kind of at a standstill. Like a bad standstill here. 3 cards in hand, 2 cards in hand. I guess I can, let's see, next turn, depending on what I draw, I'll probably crawl forward. Crowel Foragers here. Maybe? Oh, haste. Good. I think I block here because I just need to grow my, I need to grow my, Fiend Artisans. Or not, or I just take 2. Sure, fine. Great. 5. Alright, cool. Rhizome Lurcher is 7. That's the difference between me and my opponents. I don't think. I probably should think more. Alright. Amon, thank you so much. If you have an idea for a role-playing game, hit me up on Twitter. My DMs are open, I believe. If not, tag me in something, and I will totally look over what you're thinking. While I am a published role-playing game designer, I've also only been at it for about 10 years, so my design stuff is a bit everywhere. But thank you so much for donating. That means a lot to me. Also, apologies for waiting 12 minutes. My mini feed has decided to freeze repeatedly today. But I will put my headphones on so that I can hear the noise that I should be paying attention for. Ha. Alright. Gem Razor, oh no. That has reached. Alright, I think I finality here? Sure, let's finality. Oh. I mismathed that. Wait, yeah, I don't have enough. I don't have enough manas. So let's crawl foragers. Crawl foragers. You know what? Sure. Can we do it? We are at the 8-hour mark, friends. We have gotten to $1,180. I think we're doing great. So far, so good. Oh. Oh. Uh-huh. Oh no. Oh no. Creatures with trample have. You may have this creature assign combat damage as if it weren't blocked. Oh no. Let's just block this ward another chained. Just tradesies. 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 We can do it together. Ha ha ha. Take that action. Ha ha ha. No attacks. Can we do it? I couldn't tell what was going on there, but fight me, Tail Rider. Fight me. I have this Barkai Troll. You know what would be really nice right now is a Fiend Artisan. Let's go. Fiend Artisan. Alright. You have a combat trick, but here's the thing. I'm gonna fall for this. Make them have it. Always make them have the combat trick, because they could be bluffing, and I'm too dense. Okay. Are we just tradesing now? Okay. Cool. Alright. Heh heh heh. Fool. I run circles around you logically. Tail Rider, you should probably be running these Fiend Artisans also. It's very good in any deck that runs green. Can we do it? Yes, we can. Go to your turn, and then you're gonna explode right about now.
I was really sad that I didn't get to Castle Lochthwain. Alright. 1700. We only need 800 more gold to get into this festival battle royal thing. So let's do one more. One more time. If anybody has any suggestions for decks I should play, color combinations I should play, anything of the sort, please do not hesitate to put it in the chat. Ah yes, direct challenge. You should do that. If you are online and wish to challenge me, send me a message on something, and I will fight you. Esper. Also, they have sleeves for countries now? That's cool. Alright. Yep. Can I copy this? Oop. Of course. Alright, I will direct challenge you, Ryusei, once I get done with this fight. Once I lose hard, I will also lose hard with Esper. I will have to make an Esper deck. Maybe. I might have one. Right. Either way, I now have a Fiend Artisan. Esper. Do you have a preferred format, Ryusei? Daith Touch, that thing. Sure. Yeah. Next. Attack, attack, attack. Damage. Leyline Prowler. Go. Ah, okay. I thought you were countering my card for one. I'm like, what? What is happening? Yeah, I think we punked this guy out. Do you block Riel? Do you? You don't. That's fine. Oh, I don't have 2 green. I'm like, why doesn't it let me play this thing? Right, because I need another green source. Derp derp. Well, I can play Historic. I think I have a Historic deck. Alright. Yeah, sure, I think I can do that. That's fine. I don't have any cards in my graveyard, so... No attacks. No attacks. Math forever. Fires of invention. Gross. I'm dead now.
past 2 blockers. Well, that's sad. Or is it? Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Riel, why? I don't understand. Why would you play 2 Fires of Invention? What possible use would that have? Alright. Boring game anyway. Alright, let's build a deck quick so I can fight in the Espers. Esper facts. Because I don't think I have an Esper deck actually. Alright, new. Alright, we're gonna do... Alright, Esper. And... Look away, Ryusei. Don't see what I'm doing. It's fine. Historic. Okay. Da 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 do 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 do. Alright. Let's get off creatures. We need instants. Sure. Nope. Alright. I said instants. Well, I have 1 opt and 2 opts. And 1 more mission briefing. There. This is tech. Wait, hold on. 9:24. Ew. Gross. And fungal infection. Why not? All right. I have a shitty Esper deck. I need to give it a name. Get Esper, excuse me. Alright. Alright, Ryusei. Oh no! He's dropped off. Oh wait, you haven't, It was an effort. Well, hold on. Alright. What is Esper even? Let's do... While I'm waiting for Ryusei to accept my friend request. Alright, what do we do? Let's do... Linden? Man, I don't even know. Alright, you're right. I need to fix this because I didn't include a couple of the most important cards, which is Mystic. How many commons do I have? Okay. Craft 2 of these, because somehow I only have one of those. Okay. Alright, and then... Let's see here. What is Era? Okay. Alright, what is my creatures? And we want like around a 4 CMC? Yeah. What's our top end on this deck? A Trotta? You know what? Sure, let's make a second Trotta. And drop one of this fungal infection because it's dumb for Seraph of the Scales. Yeah, that seems fine. I still need to cut 2 cards though because I went overboard like a dingus. 8, 14. How do I math? 18, 21. Okay. Let's drop Cerulean Drake and Order of Midnight. Okay. We've done it again. So I will fight anybody. Anybody at all. Ryusei, if you're there, hit the accept button and I will fight you. If I don't get a fight notification in like 30 seconds, I'm gonna test this out in Garbage Town. Alright. Fine. I will do the direct challenge. Fight me 1v1, Ryusei. We're doing historic. That's true. It is much easier to make brawl decks. I kind of... So there's this new format that's going around that's basically Canadian Highlander, but for Arena. It's 100 card singleton. It's all of the it's every card that's on Arena except for the good Oko. And you just run into each other until somebody's dead. It sounds like a really fun format. The problem is that I have to get onto a Discord to find people to play against, and that's no fun. But that's okay. They have decks. I love that they have decks that you can build out of just the cards that you get for free with doing like all the stuff on Arena to get like the free starter decks and the free extra decks and stuff. Alright. Give me about 30 seconds and then I'll hit the cancel and bludgeon someone else randomly from the internet. So it differs from Historic Brawl in that it's 100 cards instead of 60. And also, you don't have a commander or anything, or color identity stuff to worry about. You just have a pile of 100 singleton. Okay, thank you, Rise, for dropping back in. So you've got, no color restrictions. You can play whatever you want, so long as you only have one of each card. Excluding, of course, things like Rat Colony or Seven Dwarves, where you can have more of them. And then you only have 20 life. And also in Historic Brawl, they banned Golos and a few other things. That makes me kind of sad. Because I just want to play big dumb creatures and big dumb spells. And Golos made that easier. But... Alright. Okay. Oops. I will accept your challenge. Accept. No sideboards for me, because it's best of one, so it doesn't matter. Fight. What I want the next thing to add for avatars on this is, like the cons would be nice. Okay. That's not a keepable hand even slightly. That's also bad. I just have to draw an island. It's fine. Let's drop this Empyrean Eagle. Alright, I will get you in just a moment. Shillelagh. 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 Alright. That's almost an island. Ooh. Heroic. Okay. So I attack here. And then I Cerulean Drake because it has pro-red. And I thought it's Mystic Sanctuary. Alright. It's working. It's working. Oh, look at this owl. Hello, owl. That's a different owl than I've seen, actually. I don't think I've ever actually seen this card. The Attack. No one expects Cerulean Drake. Or do they? Okay. Cool. Alright, scry one. Yep. Alright. Indestructible. A 4/4. And you're blowing out my Fairy Guide Mother. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna block there. Ha ha! Pickles. Alright. Gonna... What am I doing? No attacks. I'm gonna play some instants on my opponent's turn instead of main phasing them on my own turn like a dingus. I just want to draw a card. Yeah. Seems fine. Alright. And I'll pass to attackers. Alright, this is already pretty fun. Alright, I'm gonna play this Fairy Guide Mother. And then do that later. No attacks, and the turn. The thing you gotta learn about Esper is, it's no attacks and the turn. Oh no! Oh no! Wait, what are you? Sorry. Alright, heck with it. Okay. I thought that had pro red. Shouldn't that? Oh well. It's fine. Spectral Sailor end step. Haha. Healer's Hawk. Haha. No attacks. I'm bad at Esper. Alright. Deals 2 damage. I don't know. Cool. No block. Well, this is less than great. Next. No attacks. And the turn. I'm on the back foot this whole game. I had a really rad play, and then just got my clock clean. Okay. Uh-huh. Yep. Oh. Okay. Alright, yeah. That makes sense. See, what it turns out is, once again, that reading the card would explain the card. Alright. Excellent game, Ryusei. I guess thoroughly trounced, as is tradition. Alright. Fight me. Alright, we're gonna play this Oko deck. Yes, good game. Very enjoyable, and very much the death of me. All right. Let's see what Shillelagh brings to the table. So, historically, Shillelagh has mostly been a like... Oh, no, it's fine. What do you say? We good. I'm bad at Magic. I've been playing since, like, before Ice Age, and I'm still very bad at this game. I think we mulligan here. Okay, that's better. Yeah, we can keep this. 6. Put this Frogify in the pile. Done. Anyway, historically, Shillelagh has mostly done, like, green-black, so it'll be interesting. Okay, I see some green. Haha! Winning. Now I'm winning. Oh, green with Sentinel, okay. Nice. We're going to... Marley Pixie. She's got a little tail and a badger hat. That's fun. A badger hat. Oh, wow. Nice. No, I had my trap card. I activated their trap card, question mark? I don't... I'm bad at Yu-Gi-Oh jokes. I have this one that made me draw a card. Oof. Big oof. Alright. No blocks. Two, three is flying. 4. That's true. There was like Archive Trap and the like. All right, we're going to Fertile Footsteps. Look for a forest. Go. And then next. You know what? You don't have reach. It's about sending a message. End the turn. That'd be nice, yeah. I mean, we're gonna be there. We're gonna be there soon, so. I mean, September or October at this point, but that's pretty soon. Just throw away this chump directly into the path of this Greenwood Sentinel. Oh no, it has a lure effect. Alright, you know what? Yeah. I found an Oko. And then no attacks. It's okay, I'm going to lose this Tome Raider to this Prized Unicorn next turn. And then Greenwood Sentinel's not going to be blocked. And then I'm going to die. Yep. Yep. Gotta block. Them's the breaks. Yeah, it's big Oko. Put some counters on stuff. It becomes a copy of target creature I control. Like the... I love the -7 on this, but it's just so infeasible. I've got 6 lands. And I need to get 2 creatures out. That's 4. Yeah, I'm just dead here. I'm really just dead. Yep. And this. Well. I was told that, that I would win this game. But that's okay. Woof. Awful. Look at his face. So angry. Just a man bites dog situation. Meh. Alright. Pass 2 blocks. Pass 2 damage. Alright. Alright, we got 22 minutes left. Do we want to... Alright. I'm going to... do one more standard ranked. We'll try this deck against someone who is bad. It was a very good deck. I enjoyed that like the style. Just making a dude and putting a aura on it, and then getting some kind of interference out and a whole lot of removal spells. It was a good deck. I enjoyed it quite a lot. Yeah, this is fun. Oh no, we're playing against Whidbey Island Wizard. Where is Whidbey Island? Now we have to find out. Whidbey Island is in Puget Sound, Washington. That's fun. America, America. Oh. I've played this deck before. Exactly. It's very Team America World Police. So next turn we're gonna take 2 if they attack from the Scorch Spitter here and the Cavalcade, and then we'll block it at least, so the Scorch Spitter will die. Sure, seems fine. Go ahead. Uh-huh. Okay. Go on. I'm gonna get stomped or something here. Okay. Good play. I like that. Alright. We're gonna do next. All attacks. Next. Healer's Hawk. Hello, Pegasus. Go ahead. Oh, I can cycle this for 1. But I am pretty. That's why they keep me around. Whidbey Island Wizard, do 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 do. Alright. I do like victory. Alright. Only 700 more till I can get into this thing. Alright, we got 17 minutes left this evening. And I am probably going to call it at 9 tonight. Partially because we have 4 people watching, which is nice. I love every one of you. But also because I've been doing this since 10 this morning effectively, because I had to mess with some stuff and reread a couple of things. And my brain is not doing what I need it to do right now. Alright, that's fine. We have a turn 2 play if we need it. Alright, Mystic Sanctuary, go. Alright, Island. Oh no! Migratory Greathorn. It's ramp. It's a big dumb donkey. It's everything you need and more. I haven't cracked any physical packs today, but I will do that after this game. I'll crack a couple. I have some Eldraine packs sitting around. Need to remember to take my allergy medication even when I'm living at home. Nope. No blocks. We're gonna go ahead and unsummon this Great Horn. What am I doing? No, I'm not. First, I'm gonna attack. And then there's a chance he plays something better, so I unsummon that. Yeah. Alright. While I'm waiting for that person, we'll get out 2 packs of Eldraine for to crack. Arboreal Grazer. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. Get a land. Put it in the play. Do a thing. Tell a joke. Yep. Oh, no!
I protect that which cannot protect itself.
That's not great. Okay.
Rise, my elemental friend.
Okay. Alright, let's summon that. Ha ha, nerd. Heh heh heh. Never didn't have it. Alright. Alright, all attacks. Planes would be nice. Oh, that has reach. Oh well. It's fine.
The land fights for us.
Uh-huh. What are we gonna do, Nissa? I'm gonna attack. Oh, with the Grazer too? Sure. Get back in there. I'll take 3, I guess. Oh. It's just bad. Alright, Paradise Druid. Yeah. Obligatory Greathorn. Yep. Uh-huh. Ah, yes. Go on top of the Grazer. Actually, I'd probably go on top of the Paradise Druid still, because it has Hexproof as long as it's on top. I think I just have this game already lost. Like, I can just keep tempoing them, but I need a plains. I kept a dumb hand. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Play to my outs, right? Nope, never mind. Alright. This has been Magic Arena. Now, I'm gonna close this out so there'll be slightly some background music for a little bit here. And then we're gonna go to the Crack-a-Pack bit. So, we got a couple packs of Eldraine. We're gonna break here towards the end of the night. Ha. I just got the tiniest little corner of the pack when I tried to open it there. There we go. Alright. We have Shining Armor, which is fine. You know, it's flash. Attach it to a knight. Tome Raider, not to be confused with Lara Croft. Ogre Errant, the Shrek card. Smitten Swordmaster. The Garenbrig Carver, which I tried to play to not really a lot of good use earlier today. Vantress Paladin, which is, in your best case, a 3/3 with flying. for 4. Tricolors is hard to play on Arena. Henge Walker. Yeah, Henge Walker. You know, you spend 3, and it's a 3/3 for 3 if you play all the same color, so that's nice. Reeve Soul. Destroy target creature with power 3 or less. Very solid. If it was an instant. Roving Keep is a 5/7 defender for 7, and you can pay 7 to give it +2/+0, and it gains trample, and it can attack as though it didn't have defender. Commander Staple, Corridor Monitor, a lovely card with a lot of combo-tastic potential. Shambling Suit. It's a star 3. Its power is equal to the number of artifacts and or enchantments you control. I play this actually in a couple of commander decks because it's just like, in a couple of decks, it's like a 26/3 for 3 mana. Mad Ratter. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, create 2 1/1 black rat creature tokens. Inspiring Veteran. All other knights get +1/+1. Other knights you control. Ooh. And we have an alt art Fae of Wishes. It's not foil, but it is a 1/4 for 2 that is flying, and you can pay 1 in blue to discard 2 and discard 2 cards to return it to its owner's hand. And you can find cards from outside the game with it if you play in formats that where that is a thing. So we'll add this alternate art Fae of Wishes. It's true, because Fae of Wishes sees play in a lot of formats, and also those alternate arts are beautiful. I love them. Love them. All right. Next we have... Oh, hold on. We just got a big O donation a second ago. Let's see.
I'm interested
All
in
right.
this.
Anonymous, thank you so much for that donation. Let's see if they have any contingencies on their donation here. But seriously, thank you so much. That is going to help so many people have such a chance at getting some help, getting the help that they need. All right. Donors. All right. Yep. Nothing. Cool, though. All right. We will add you to the giant pile of anonymouses that have donated so far tonight. I appreciate every one of you. So we have a prized griffin. I mean, it's a 3/4 for 5, which in some formats is a thing you just need. Wishful Merfolk, the Ariel card. Ariel, look, I'm a stereotype. It loses defender and becomes a human until end of turn, so that's fun. 7 dwarves. You may have up to 7 cards called 7 dwarves in your deck. Garenbrig Squire, just a little dude with a tiny hammer. A little dude with a giant hammer. Sorry, I got my adjectives messed up there. It's been a day. Malevolent Noble. It's a 2/2 for 2. Pay 2 and sacrifice an artifact or other creature. Put a +1/+1 counter on him. He looks like a landlord I had in like 2008. Scalding Cauldron, or the Scaldron. Pay 3, tap, and sacrifice it to deal 3 damage to target creature. Barrow Witches. It's a 3/4 for 4 and a black. When it enters the battlefield, return target knight card from your graveyard to your hand. Another Corridor Monitor. I love combo. Garenbrig Paladin is a giant that's riding a giant boar. It's a 4/4 for 5. And if at least 3 green mana was spent to cast the spell, it comes into play with a +1/+1 counter on it, and it can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. So that's great. We have a Dwarven Mine, the Moria. It is a mountain, which is nice. And when it enters the battlefield, tapped unless you control 3 or more mountains. If it entered the battlefield untapped, make a dwarf, a little 1/1. A little 1/1 friend. Clockwork Servant. If you spent 3 mana of the same color to cast it, draw a card. Look at him. He's so pudge. We got a Rally for the Throne. 2 and a white. Create 2 1/1 human creature tokens. And if you spent 3 white mana, gain a life for each creature you control. Very cool. Alright. We have a Sir Eleonora the Discerning. 3 blue for a star 4. Sir Eleonora's power is equal to the number of cards in your hand. When Sir Eleanor enters the battlefield, draw a card, and spells your opponent's cast that target Sir Eleanor cost 2 more to cast. A limited bomb. Folio of Fancies. Nice. 1 and a blue for an artifact. Players have no maximum hand size. X and tap. Each player draws X cards. And 2 blue and tap. Each opponent puts a number of cards equal to the number of cards in their hand from the top of their library into their graveyard. And we also have this bell token. All right. 55. So we got room. We got time for one more. One more Eldraine pack tonight. And then we call it a night. Last, but certainly not least, we have more Throne of Eldraine. We have a copy of Didn't Say Please, which is, pretty great, actually. It's a counter spell. 1 blue, counter target spell. If its controller puts the top 3 cards of their library into their graveyard. One more. Exactly. Always one more. But, not forever one more. That ends up costing me a lot. Weaselback Redcap. It's a Goblin Knight for 1 red. For 1 and a red, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. But no ceiling on that. So, you can just pump a million mana into it. We have a Prized Griffin. It's a 3/4 for 5. And it has flying. He's got a face. He's got an angry bird face. We've got a Twinvale Treefolk. It's a 6/5 for 5 and a green. And it has the Oaken Boon Sorcery on it, attached as an adventure. 3 and a green, put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. We have a Reaper of Night, which is a card that is fun, but not necessarily great. It's a 4/5 for 7, 5 black. Whenever it attacks, if defending player has 2 or fewer cards in hand, it gets flying until end of turn. And it's got target opponent discard 2 cards for 3 and a black as an attached adventure on there. We have Ardenvale Tactician. 1 white for a 2/3 with flying with dizzying swoop. Tap up to 2 target creatures. Again, solid. Eldraine was a fun set. I didn't get to draft it, which is sad because I kind of wanted to draft it. But maybe that'll be my birthday present to myself. Maybe I'll buy a box of Eldraine to draft at some point in nebulously the future. We have a Jousting Dummy. It's a 2/1 for 2, and for 3 mana, Jousting Dummy gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Also, some very good flavor text. Don't let it fool you. Many of us got our first scars from Sir Nobody. We have an Outmuscle, which has got a man suplexing a bear. Bearplex. 3 and a green, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, then it fights target creature you don't control. We got a Wind Wolf, blow your house down, 2 and a red. Up to 3 target creatures can't block this turn. Destroy any of them that are walls. We have a Wandermare. It's a 3/3 for 1 green white. Whenever you cast a creature spell that has an adventure, put a +1/+1 counter on Wandermare. We have Honorary Bear, Sir Farron the Hengehammer. It's a 2/2 for green. Whenever Sir Farron the Hengehammer attacks, another target attacking creature gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is Sir Farron's power. So, worst case, it just gives something else +2/+2 whenever it attacks. Burning Yard Trainer is a 3/3 for 4 and a red. It has trample and haste, or Contromboline? I don't remember what the shorthand for that is. Anyway, when Burning Yard Trainer enters the battlefield, another target knight you control gets +2/+2 and gains trample and haste until end of turn. Plus, he's got a really angry looking face. We have so the pun on this card is amazing. It's Charming Prince. So Charming Prince is a 2/2 for 1 and a white. When it enters the battlefield, choose 1. Scry 2, or you gain 3 life, or exile another target creature you own, return it to the battlefield under your control at the beginning of your next end step. So it has 3 modes. It is a charm card. It is a Charming Prince, and it works on multiple levels, and I like that a lot. Into the pile you go. We have a Foil Fling. So 1 in a red, sacrifice a creature. Fling deals damage equal to the sacrificed creature's power to any target. We have a swamp and an on an adventure reminder card. So, whoa, it's been a day. We have almost gotten to $1,300 today overall, which is great. It means that people are tuning in, people are watching, people are having fun, and people are donating to a lovely cause. Those of you who have been with me today, I appreciate every single one of you. You've been amazing. You've kept me going, despite the fact that 6.5 hours, that was literally just me talking to myself like some sort of bananas person. We'll be back tomorrow at noon Eastern. I'm going to have a guest, and we're going to do some Magic Crack-A-Packs if I can get my camera to do what it's supposed to do. We're going to do those over Skype or Hangouts or something. It's going to be just like an audio thing, and then we are probably going to play a little Magic, and then we're going to close the night out with my favorite solo RPG from back when I was a youth. We're going to be playing Fighting Fantasy. We're going to have either Assassins of Alancia or Sorcery at Carre, City Port of Traps. So one of these we'll play. Maybe we'll play both. I don't know. Maybe we'll play both, because I think these take about, I don't know, like 3-ish hours to play through, if you don't know what you're doing. And I haven't played one since I was like 13, so like 25 years ago. But again, thank you all so much. I will see you tomorrow, hopefully. We'll do this all again, and maybe we'll get to the $1,500 goal that I set for myself for this year. Remember, if we make it to $7,500, I will dye my hair of the weirdest color I can possibly find in this house, which is kind of frightening because I have some manic panic in there somewhere. Anyway, I love you all. Good night.